Welcome in everybody for day 2 of our Overspooned tournament. Today is our grand finals. So we are going to have a best of 2 round robin again. We will have our quarterfinals, then into our semifinals, and then into our grand final. We're doing this obviously for the Ehlers-Danlos Society. We raised $900 already, so big ups to everybody that's already donated, and hopefully we can keep that train going.
Indeed, as people can see on the screen there, that's our upcoming bracket. So first off, in the quarterfinals, we will have Sleepy Squad versus Blue Tarkies going to a best of 3. The winner of that will go on into the semifinals to face Spoonful of Honey, while to the side... Oh, brilliant.
Here we are going to have Spoonful of Honey, then we'll be versing the winner of our first game. And then we also have Cherry Blossoms versus There Is No Spoon, and the 2 winners from those semi-final matches will go into our finals. So lots of amazing games ahead, and hopefully lots and lots of content and memes. What else have we got? We do have an event of Simon Says coming up as we hit the charity event dono incentive yesterday. So our first event of the day is going to be our Simon Says versus those teams that were playing when the charity incentive went off. And it's going to be a little bit of a funny time. Hopefully some memes happening in there. And whoever wins the Simon Says is going to be able to win a... Where was it? I think it was a mythic weapon bundle from memory. My memory is awful though, so don't quote me on that. Some sort of Blizzard clone.
Exactly. Very much looking forward to it. Be a good day.
Should be an absolutely amazing day today. Hopefully there is lots of quirkiness happening, lots of clips, lots of fun times, and it'll be exciting to see if Spoonful of Honey can keep up their winning streak, because they haven't lost a game yet. So it will be interesting to see if we see them in their grand finals or if someone's able to knock them out.
Yeah, they were quite very.
We're going to chuck it to a technical break real quick because Jack is having mic issues, but we'll be right back, guys. Welcome back, everybody. Hopefully, Jack's scuff is now fixed.
Yeah, hopefully. I look, you know what? It would not be a charity stream if there was not a bit of scuff.
That's very
It's
true.
also because it is a charity stream, so we are releasing funds for the Ehlers-Danlos Society. Yesterday saw us get to $900 and quite amount of incentives. But Wanda, for anyone who doesn't know, can you give us a bit of information about Ehlers-Danlos Society, Syndrome and Society?
So I live with Ehlers-Danlos Syndrome. It's classified as a connective tissue disorder. So pretty much my body doesn't make collagen correctly, which is used for a lot of things. And some people will be like, just take collagen supplements. It doesn't work like that. Like your body still breaks that collagen down and then remakes it. So that affects things like your connective tissue. It can affect organs. There's heaps of different types of EDS. There's off the top of my head, there's hypermobile and vascular. There's a couple of different lesser common variations that I can't think of off the top of my head. If there's a command in the chat, hashtag EDS, that has more information. But I have the hypermobile type, so a lot of the symptoms that come alongside that is joint pain, muscle pain, fatigue, joint instability, like I can just dislocate my shoulder from rolling over in bed. It's a great time. And then obviously it's also got a lot of comorbidities alongside of that condition. Very commonly alongside it, you get POTS, which is a condition where your blood pools in your feet. So you get really dizzy when you stand up because you're not getting enough oxygen to your brain. Not a fun time. I'm a very dizzy girl. And then there's also, they call it the triple trifecta of MCAS alongside that, which is lesser known. It's slowly starting to get understood now, but it's pretty much just like allergic type reactions to seemingly nothing. Like one day you can be entirely fine with a certain trigger, and then the next day it triggers you, and it can be a variety of things, and you're not actually allergic to anything, but the symptoms are very common to allergy symptoms. So it's not a great condition to have, but I think it's not a condition that many people are very well versed in. Like when I went in going, something's not right, and when speaking to my doctor and stuff, I was starting with those common autoimmune conditions like your lupus and your thyroid problems and like those sort of things that are spoken about more widely, which I believe they still need the all chronic illnesses need a platform and some awareness brought to them, but EDS was definitely one I'd never heard of until I went to see my rheumatologist, and he was like, "You're extra bendy," and I'm like, "So I am extra bendy. How is that causing my pain?" And then I went home and looked at it, and I was like, "Oh, it's connective tissue. That actually makes way more sense. That's everywhere." So thank you to everyone that has donated $900 so far to the EDS Society. They actually don't know what gene mutation is causing, especially hypermobile EDS. So hopefully the donations can help fund the research to figure out what it actually is.
Yeah, thanks very much for sharing that, Wanda. I think too, like, would also be a really good moment to sort of mention all the different teams that have been part of this. So we saw some really fun games yesterday, as well as some great casting from Annie and Matt. And just, it's a really, really good way to bring everyone together to just have a good time and also raise some much needed funds.
Yeah, definitely. We did have a handful of amazing creators here yesterday, all doing their part with their amazing communities to bring awareness to this charity and put on a good show. We did have, I'll go over some of the creators right now. We do have Runaway Train, Canberra, Eddie, Ems, Corbs on the side of Team 5. They'll also have Punch joining them today as a sub. They did really well yesterday. I think they're in second place in the standings currently, so they may actually be able to take that winning position off Team Full of Honey today. And then speaking of Team Full of Honey, we have Forever, Steffi, Reloaded, Tiffy, and Bad Username. They had an absolutely incredible run yesterday, becoming undefeated throughout the series.
They sure did. I'm very much looking forward to our quarterfinal that's going to kick us off after the Simon Says event. So that's got the blue Takis, who in there you will find, if I'm on the right piece of page, you'll find Tori, Shin, Ryoto, Rebel, V, and Peapod. And they are going to be up against the Sleepy Squad. I did enjoy watching them play yesterday. So that notoriously features Pug on the Switch, Moon, Ant, Janinja, Silica, and JD.
Yeah, and then our last team of Team 5, There Is No Spoons. We have Calpid and Blue on the tank, Beak and Killy rounding out the DPS lineup, and then Coco and Dimples for our support. All these teams have been absolutely incredible so far, and I'm really excited to see what they bring to the show today. But it does sound like the voices in my head are telling me we are, in fact, ready for our first round of... Oh, never mind. They're backtracking. Voices in my head
The voices have changed their mind. Yep.
They're crazy, man. Oh, okay. I just heard that apparently the Tiltify website is actually facing issues, so we're going to have a hard time getting some donations today, unfortunately. But regardless of the situation can't be changed, we'll still put on an amazing show.
Yeah, exactly, and we can raise awareness while hopefully Tiltify gets their act together. It was a lot of fun yesterday with the donations that were rolling in.
Yes.
Some of those incentives were hilarious. So first up, we had the no HUD. So for the no HUD for the casters, no HUD for the players. So very, very entertaining.
Yeah, then we had the Aussie Tradies, was probably by far my favorite. And then the Brain Rot and the Cat's Got Your Tongue was absolutely iconic. Hopefully we get to see some of those come back today, so our new set of casters can experience it as well, because I think they would do an absolutely exceptional job of it. We are ready for our Simon Says game right now, though, so we're going to hand you guys over to Iggy, who's going to be our game master for the day.
Hello ladies and gentlemen, I'm just going to pop over very quickly to the channel. Alright, everyone get in a position. Around the mega, please stand up in a line facing the point. Yeah. Perfect. You can come forward a little bit so you're not going to fall off. Alright, this is sounding great. Alright, let's start it off a little bit simple. We won't go too difficult on you all, but let's start off with a nice and simple. Iggy says stand still. Iggy says jump. Iggy says jump again. Iggy says keep on jumping. Crouch. Oh, I'm sorry, Killy and Dimples, I think they were both crouched there. If you can just jump off the map. Already 3 people down, 4 people down. Oh my god. No, I didn't. This is already. Alright, Iggy says stop jumping. Alright, Iggy says emote. Iggy says use spray. Alright, Iggy says use ice wall. Oh, you can't? Alright. Iggy says crouch. Iggy says keep on crouching. Up and down. Teabag. Don't have a bound? Oh, I'm sorry, Anne. Alright, and now start jumping. I'm sorry, you guys are out. Oh, it's getting close. A couple of people here pretty locked in, it seems. Alright, Iggy says keep on jumping up and down. Alright, now stop. Now stop. Iggy says crouch. Iggy says jump. Iggy says crouch. Iggy says jump. Iggy says jump. Iggy says jump. Crouch. Oh, Kelpid. Sorry, mate. We're getting down to the final 4. I'll try and speed up a little bit. You guys seem pretty locked in. Yeah, let's see if we can catch a couple of you off guard. All right. Jump up and down. All right. Iggy says jump up and down. Iggy says keep on jumping up and down. Iggy says crouch. Iggy says crouch. Iggy says jump up and down. Iggy says crouch. Iggy says crouch. Jump up and down. We're down to our final 2. Giant Ninja and Pug. Who's gonna take it? All right. Let's just start by jumping up and down and waving. All right. Iggy says crouch. Iggy says jump. Iggy says jump. Iggy says jump. Iggy says jump. Iggy says crouch. Jump. Iggy says jump. Iggy says jump. Iggy says crouch. Wave. Iggy says jump. Iggy says crouch. Iggy says crouch. Iggy says jump. Jump. Iggy says jump. Iggy says jump. Iggy says crouch. Jump. Oh, I'm sorry, Pug. Well done, Giant Ninja. Congratulations, Giant Ninja, for winning that. You get a choice of, I believe it was the Mercy Mythic or the Reaper Mythic. You want the Reaper Mythic? All right. We'll have that organized for you. Congratulations, guys. Good luck today.
Brilliant. That was very, very entertaining and brilliant work from Iggy there, catching everyone off guard. So I believe, let me check my notes. I believe that is going to be a mythic weapon that's going to be headed that way. So well done. And I can see that Wanda's lips are moving, but there is no volume.
Yeah, I muted my mic and didn't realise. My bad. Typical Wanda scuff. My chat can definitely say the amount of times that happens, and they don't tell me. I spent 30 minutes one day muted.
Whatever works.
Myself.
Whatever works for the
what's
clips.
new? But yes, they did win a mythic giveaway. Unfortunately, we can't get donos at this time. Hopefully, Tiltify can fix itself up because we were so close to that next dono incentive that was a battle pass giveaway, which is a little bit unfortunate, but there's not much we can do on our end when the website decides to truck a hissy fit.
Exactly. We'll let people know as soon as it's up and running, that's for sure.
Okay, we are going to pass to our amazing set of new casters for today. Welcome into Iggy and Haz.
Yeah, welcome in.
Hey, thanks for having us.
Thanks, guys. Well, that was certainly an interesting way to get day 2 started. Iggy, you did a very nice job coordinating all of that. I can't even imagine what everything else sounded like because, of course, we could only hear you, but there was about 10 or 11 other people screaming in your ear while that was all going on.
There was a very big celebratory congratulations for Jai at the end, which was quite lovely. But yeah, it was quite interesting. I did think for a second there we might have been stuck with the final 2 contestants going back and forth, just being like, oh god, is one of them going to slip up, please? But yeah, Jai took the cake. It's a great performance from him there.
Yep, that it was. So, everyone who's been waiting around, I mean, we've had a fantastic first little warm-up game there, but now it's day 2. We get into the real meat of things. Quarterfinals, semis, and grand finals here for the Overspooned tournament. Who is going to be crowned champion? Well, we're going to be finding out rather soon, at least, with our first game of the day. The Sleepy Squad and Blue Target keep their hopes alive in this tournament here, playing off in our one and only quarterfinal. Winner, of course. After they get through this, it doesn't get much easier because then they have Spoonful of Honey, the team yet to lose a game so far. And, well, now we just have to look to see how these 2 squads are going to go. And the maps for this best of 3 right before us.
Yeah, it looks like we're starting up on Oasis here. Oasis obviously being one of the control maps. A lot of dive potential on a lot of these maps. It would be interesting to see. We've been seeing a lot of Reinhardt being played. Whether or not some of these team comps swap it up to make these maps work a little bit better in their favor.
I mean, that'll be the idea for it. And, of course, just getting off to a nice start here on Oasis, get that 1-0 lead, you know. Feel that you'll be able to keep the domination flowing through there. The Blue Taki squad, of course, well, unfortunately couldn't find a win yesterday, but it's a new day today, so they can definitely try and switch things around. Dorado, of course, then on to the payload map, Eichenwald, if we have to go all the way in the best of 3. And speaking of best of 3, that is how all these games will go, except for the grand final, of course. That one's going to be a best of 5, so you have to make sure that you are definitely locked in for that one. There should be some fantastic games coming up. But I guess, thinking of these two squads, looking at it, I don't know if you had much of a chance to watch them yesterday. Who are we leaning towards here in this quarterfinal?
I've got to give some love to both teams. I've watched both of them roll out on the Wrecking Ball. Both Shin did an amazing performance for his team, getting a couple of boops off the map and like triple kills pretty consistently, even when he was on like 150 ping, like massive ping spikes he was struggling with. Hopefully his net holds up today. But Sleepy Squad, they've got a few, you know, pretty great players on their team. You got Moonish. She also ran out on Wrecking Ball, which was incredible. Love to see it. Hopefully we can get a little bit of bowl-on-bowl action again. And then Giant Ninja as well, just being, you know, that GM level of player in one of these tournaments. He definitely has a bit of an advantage. But honestly, when it comes to winning this, I reckon both teams have a pretty good shot. I'll probably lean a little bit more towards Sleepy Squad, but Blue Takis have really shown that they've got some, you know, good players behind them.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, the best thing about today is it doesn't really matter how you went yesterday, because one of these squads, they could just go all the way through to the grand final. The option is still there for them if they can put in the work and grind. And whether or not we'll see a lot of 2-1s or 2-0s, maybe a 3-2 for the grand final, because yesterday there was only one game that actually went all 3 maps. Everything else was 2-0s across the board. Probably good for the production side of things, because things, you know, end up a little bit quicker yesterday. But, you know, finals time, we've already had a few delays. So if anyone is thinking that we're going to be out early, probably won't happen. I'm ready for just being here till midnight. I mean, that's the most fun with these things.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's going to be hard to see if if it starts anything like it was yesterday with the, you know, quick 2-0s. I reckon especially after the Simon Says game, that, you know, people are a bit more warmed up, a bit more on the ball, ready to draw these games out a little bit more, make it a little bit closer, hopefully.
Yeah, that's all we can ask for. Close games, some good action. Will we see Overwatch League level content in front of us? I'm going to suggest probably not. Will it be very entertaining? Absolutely. We can promise that 100%.
All right, we're starting up here on Oasis. It looks like we see Ryota on the Bastion. I mean, who could have predicted it? We've got Tori deciding on the Junker Queen instead of the Reinhardt, with Shin defaulting to his Roadhog. I'm not seeing any ball being played on either team. I'm disappointed.
Oh, you've spoken too soon. I think Shink has actually gone for that one there. Yes, we have a late ball pick, so let's get this one underway. Sleepy Squad, Blue Takis, our one and only quarterfinal. One of these teams is going to be done in the tournament, and what a start there from Ball. Pug is sent out of this world. And Vina's going to hurry up there onto Harry as well. JD is taken out, and just like that, point has already been won. Jai at least managing to get that one there, but that is going to be a complete hard reset and a perfect start for the Blue Taki squad.
Yeah, there's not much you can do about that. I mean, if you had to predict the ball was coming in order to make that play and work around it, those staircases on this map is just such good boot potential. And on the tank as well, that means fight over.
More difficult for them. They didn't actually take the point that quickly there, so Blue Taki's only just getting up towards that 10%, and now they're coming in from behind. Oh, the ball's been slept. Does pick up Ant in the meantime, though, as the rest of the team tries to come up behind it. Moonish and Pug picking up those kills. Peapod will grab Pug away, pull back into that 4v4 position. Jai is incredibly low. Tori and Peapod follow it up, and Blue Takis, they're going to take this second fight as well. Confidence will be very high, and they're even going to get these stragglers as well there, so Sleepy Squad just has not been the start they were looking for here.
No, and we're already coming up to a couple of ults. Here comes the Bastion ult coming out, maybe looking for An in-spawn pick. I don't know if you're going to get much value from that one. I think it was just a bit of an ego ult from Ryoto, showing that, hey, look at me, I've got ult first in the lobby.
That's the most fun for it. Once again, we have a ball that's just waiting in the back lines. The slam comes down, and again, distractions pulled, and the focus can then be brought back from the front lines to push it on this side. The anti-grenade does pick up onto Zeroto, and he's going to be forced down very, very low there as, again, they try to get towards this point, but already the tank's such low HP. Shit in behind is just causing so many problems, and Blue Taki's complete domination here so far. Jai gone, Harry done, Moonish is out. They will grab one before they go, but it is just all right now. Sleepy Squad, they can't get anything working. 75% and counting upwards. JD might even be taken before he can get back towards spawn.
Yeah, it's getting pretty tight here. I mean, what do you do against this comp? I mean, the ball's completely distracting your back line, and as soon as you get to that front line, you've got a Bastion in your face with an angry Queen as well. There's not much you can do. And there's a couple of ults coming up here on the board. Blue Taki sitting comfortably with 4 of their own. It's going to be very, very difficult for Sleepy Squad to be able to get a team fight here.
And the Junker Queen antis as well basically shuts that down. They can't even get to the point at this stage. Looking at it here, overtime's ticked over. That is a complete team wipe across the board. And what a start there from Blue Takis. No wins yesterday, but they've got off to the perfect start here so far. 100% to 0. And Sleepy Squad, I guess they're living up to their name because they might still be asleep.
Yeah, I mean, they might have to wake up a little bit here. That first round was quite one-sided, unfortunately. There was just relentless damage from the side of Blue Takis. I mean, what do you do against this comp?
Well, that's the question that needs to be asked, as we might see some change-ups here. And that is exactly what we're going to be seeing from Sleeping Squad. So you can see JD switching over, Jai as well. Moosh is going to stick on towards the Diva, but they just need a team win. They could not get anything rolling. I think the closest they had was maybe a 3v3, but that was about as good as it got. So they need to get this control point locked away here. Otherwise, the way this is going so far, Blue Taki is going to get this one done in a very quick 2-0 fashion.
Well, been able to manage to take the high ground pretty early here. That Diva is going to be able to contest that quite well. And with the Malga in your face too, it's going to be a bit tricky for them to recontest. JD Craft being able to pick up Toria early on is going to be huge for their team.
That's what they were looking for. They needed that early pick, and JD Craft is the one to deliver here. As now Roto have to be careful on the back line. They will pick up Ant, so it immediately just brings it back into that 5v5. So any advantage they got from that early on doesn't happen. And in the meantime, Sleepy Squad, though, they have at least taken the point. So they've got that advantage at least rolling with them here. And with Jai picking up that nice pick, now they can actually start to control it a little bit more here. Pug being forced back in the back lines. Again, more trying to move forward with this one. Tori, in the meantime, gets one there. Peephole with the revive. It's staying in even numbers, but this works here for the moment. A Sleepy Squad, they continue to pick this one up 20% here. Danny Craft's got to be careful as he's sitting up top, but they're just holding them off nicely at the moment.
And then Pug goes down, unfortunately. We do know that Pug was playing on a Switch yesterday. I'm not sure if he's managed to switch that up today and able to find himself a PC. Running this game on 30 frames and trying to make miracles happen was definitely a struggle for Blue Taki. Blue Taki.
It's the power of the Nintendo Switch right there. 30 FPS on for Overwatch 2. You couldn't get any better right there, as we are going to see the point switched across. Blue Takis will stop that one at the 41% mark of Sleepy Squad. They've got a lead at least. They're in this one here, and Jai coming forward. Oh, it's Roto on the Bastion. They tried to get aggressive off it, got so close to a kill. Works against them though, and now they've got to be careful. Shin wants to try and get this ultimate done here. The Slammer's going to come down. Doesn't probably get as much as they were hoping for, but he has split up the rest of the Sleepy Squad as they try to make their way towards the point here. Jai in the back lines is going to be taken down from his ultimate there, as again Shin is just controlling this one, and JD's got absolutely nowhere to go. It's basically just distraction. He's keeping this one together. In the meantime, though, they have managed to at least take more control back towards the point here, but there's just been no kills.
Yeah, it's pretty difficult. I mean, each team looking quite split here. Oh. We got a little emote off in the corner. Mercy saving her skin by doing a cheeky little emote in the face of a Malga. I mean, that's a brave move right there, but she managed to live.
Yeah, it worked on that side. Diva Bomb comes out. In the meantime, though, it's Jai Ninja with the double. Swings this one back towards Sleepy Squad perfectly here as Xoroto, though, will actually pick that one up. A nice ultimate there on the Bastion. Shin, again, playing towards this ball side, gets rid of man. Jai's gone down as well, and it's a double up from the ball. Blue Tarkies taking control back here, and JD was trying to come back in from this side. He's immediately going to be put out, or at least they say that he's jumping back and forth across the wall. Actually doing quite a decent job to stay alive. In fact, he might even just come out with this. How on earth is he alive there? Shin finally finishes it off. They start to run away. But in the meantime, though, they haven't taken the point. Sleepy Squad are on the precipice of tying this up at 1 apiece.
Yeah, it's getting incredibly close. Sleepy Squad pulling out kind of miracles here to keep this point on their side. And obviously going into overtime here, and Tori and Rebel able to pick off a piece each. It's going to be incredibly close.
There's a nice one there, and Moonish, I don't think they're going to be able to get out. In fact, though, the invincibility, that's the word I was looking for, whether it was pronounced correctly is another thing there, will actually save the Baptiste. And in the meantime, Pug and Jai picked up those kills, and the Mattse switches point across. But the thing is, for Blue Tarkies, they cannot lose any of these upcoming fights. They need to be perfect from here if they want to take this 2-0. And now it's everyone just grouping up, ready together here. Ultimates sitting in favour here of Sleepy Squad as well. They're going to have about 2 or 3 ready to go. Blue Tarkies are still off for a fair few of them, so they've got to play a bit further back, but they still need to contest towards this point. If they lose anyone early, it's going to make things very, very difficult for them. It's going to be switched back over. There's a contesters coming through on this side here. JD, Pug, Jai, they're fighting all the picks needed. All of a sudden, Tori is all that remains, and that one should be just about done. The attempt to get on there from Veen doesn't happen, and we are going to go to a third here on map number 1.
Yeah, those switch-ups that Sleepy Squad made there for this round really seemed to work in their favour. I mean, they were able to completely turn the tide of what seemed to be a very one-sided fight from that first round into, you know, a point win.
So now it comes to Blue Tarkies of what they're going to maybe change up here, and it seems the ball might not be with us for our final attempt here on map number 1. Shin switching over to the Diva. Rebel's gone over towards the Ash. Tori on that Junker Queen. Meantime, it's about the same for Sleepy Squad, although I do see Jai has gone for the Symmetra pick here with, I mean, this last one, of course, where you've got those close quarters. If they can get control here, Sleepy Squad, and especially if they get their teleport going through early, where it's a setup for Jai, it's going to make it very difficult for Blue Tarkies to try and get on, but that means they need to win this first fight here.
I have a feeling it might have just been a TP out of spawn. Yeah, he's back onto the Echo, yeah. Gotten the contenders level strats here to try and get to point first over the other team. And it doesn't look like it works too much. They seem to be in a bit of a stalemate in the middle part here. Ed being able to pick up Venus early, and it's just a steamroll from Sleepy Squad, being able to absolutely dominate everyone in the first fight without even losing a single player of their team.
Yeah,
even the
like
baby Diva as well.
Yeah. Oh, Shin, that's unfortunate there, because that's so late. Means the regroup's going to take some time here for Blue Tarkies, but that just felt like a GOAT era sort of push in there. It was just waiting for that one player to fall. Finally does. Sleepy Squad then just roll over the top of everyone else. And now Blue Tarkies on that first point, that first pick that they had over on our first map 1. All of a sudden, things are just not working for them. And again, it's going to be another early pickup here from Moonish. She at least does get that trade back on towards Pugs. And now Tori getting Moonish out here. And the tank's doing the job here for Blue Tarkies. All of a sudden, bring this one together. They are very low, though. And with Jai doing enough damage here, the Overspooned one is here as he switches over onto the Junker Queen. Hits most of those as well. Beautiful charge in. Damage is being absolutely run across both ends. And if it's not quite kills, it at least is delayers now. They've ticked up to 50% Sleepy Squad, and Blue Tarkies just cannot move forward.
Yeah, that was a fantastic play from Jai. Managed to pick 2 off, ult, and then able to keep 3 of the players at bay, just with the Queen ult alone. Yoda being able to pick off JD. Yeah, it was probably going to be helpful for the push that they need. They've only got Harry's healing, which might be a little bit of a struggle.
This is the issue, though. They are managing to get most of these picks now, but it's already to the 71%. They're stuck in spawn while this is all happening, so they can't get momentum for Jai again. But just that late pick there continues to delay a little further. Now at least they should be able to get the switch over. Story and Rebel finish up the last couple here, and JD is going to be caught late there. Venus finds that one, and just like that, 82% for Sleepy Squad. They've put themselves in a fantastic position. Couple of ultimates coming up as well, but Blue Tarkies, they've got all of theirs waiting. If they can get an early pick just like that, almost finds it. The trigger, the Anti's good, but Ant has the one to find Shin first, and just like that, Blue Tarkies, they almost get some done, but they just cannot hold these ones down to begin with. Trades falling in favor now as they continue to try and make this battle forward. It's anyone's at the moment. Toy and Rebel breaking on through, and now it's Sleepy Squad who find themselves stuck in the back lines.
Yeah, JD had I don't know if you saw that, but an incredible immo lamp there. I think he kept 4 of his teammates alive through the Queen ult, and it was just in a quite like a good spot where no one was able to destroy it, and absolutely saved that for his team.
Pogue pulls off the ultimate here, and Shin stuck inside it. No chance to get out. The Bob is thrown on towards the point, doing some decent damage here with 6 Rotokines. Jai, the double up as well into Ant. Both DPS drop just like that. Massive kills there in Blue Tarkies. All of a sudden, this is going to be 3 in a row they should be taking here. JD again trying to jump up, stay alive as long as possible, but in the meantime, the tank's gone. He's not there to provide those heals. Now he's just trying to make it out as quickly as possible. As Mur goes, JD down as well, and Blue Tarkies are ticking this up to 70, and all of a sudden, this is in their control.
I was not expecting this complete flip happening with such dominance from Sleepy Squad in that first half. It's now gone neck and neck. They're going to need to combine their ults. I mean, we've got a couple on the board. Moonish Bomb plus Jai copy. I mean, we saw what he was able to do with his previous copy. He needs to make miracles happen if they want a chance of retaking this point.
They will, 91%, so this could be the last fight right here. Sleepy Squad, they've got the ultimate to take this one though. Tori's very close to theirs, and they know if they can get a decent play into here, if they get 100, the Hokyu comes through, they will be able to do most of it there. 3 Antis on top of it. Can they follow them up? They find the one. Moonish in the meantime has got feed, and Pug gets Shin, so it needs to be a little bit more here from Tori, but they're doing most of it at the soil for the moment. Jai finds JD, and that might just be enough here to maybe switch this one across. They have got it over 93% and counting up. And now for Blue Tarkies, they need to die. They need someone to come back on quickly. It's taken them so long to get this one together, but they might not spawn in time. This might just fall to Sleepy Squad, and it does. They're not going to be able to get back. And it went the complete distance, but Sleepy Squad will take a 1-0 lead in our quarterfinal.
What a fantastic first match to see. That was incredibly close. I mean, for both teams to go 1-1 and then 99-99 in the first match, and the first map and the first match of the day, this is what we're here. This is why we're here. This is what we want to see.
Just absolute fun across the board there. Was some replays. We can see what was happening the first one there. I mean, to be fair to Blue Tarkies, I mean, no wins yesterday. They didn't even take a point in any of the maps that they played, but they started this one off fantastically at 100-0 on the first one, and Sleepy Squad, they looked in trouble, but switch up of characters coming into the second. They've managed to take control there. Looked like then, as they got to 80% to 0 on the third, that they were just going to start rolling off with this one, but then Blue Tarkies awoke from their slumber. Of course, the classical little emote pull there that, well, swung the map entirely in one of the team's favours, but, I mean, you couldn't ask for a better start here to our second match.
Yeah, I really appreciate the fun that players are still having in this tournament. I mean, it is the final day, you know, it's the day of the grand final. People are going to be trying for this as well, but ultimately at the end of the day, it is for charity, and we want to make it fun for all players, you know, new and old, to make sure that this is, you know, a fun environment. You can go off to the side of the map and have a little emote off if you want, and heck, it's encouraged. But yeah, it's good to see that even amongst all this, we can still have some, you know, pretty interesting, pretty close gameplay.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, these are the teams that ranked 4th and 5th yesterday, and we're getting this so far. So imagine what happens when we get to our real top-level teams in the semi-finals to follow this one. I mean, it's already fantastic action across the board, and now Oasis done. That means that we move on to Dorado. Sleepy Squad will try to look to close this one out here. Blue Tarkies going to be trying to take us to a third.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. There's been a couple of swap-ups here from Sleepy Squad. Jai Ninja off the Echo now, favoriting the Freya. We've got Moonish and Pug going for a bit of a dive frontline with Ant sticking well and true to the Junkrat.
Yes,
And
no
we should-
answers. They haven't moved. It's been Junkrat all the way. And you know, I appreciate that. If you go to just play the one character, you stick to it and you never change, even if it's detrimental to basically everyone around you.
I mean, I don't think it's detrimental to the team, but I do not think I've seen a Riptire. I've seen that ult ready to go for a couple of the past points, but I don't think he's got it bound. That might be a choice. It might be just part of the fun. But maybe he's saying that he doesn't need it. He gets plenty of value without it.
I mean, look, that would be some type of flex here. Oh, hello. Bash just managed to get themselves up to the roof. That is an absolutely beautiful knock up there. Tori was joining them up. They will be jumping back down now as people are quite low on the other side again. Trying to take control of this top one here. Sleepy Squad are keeping most of it together at the moment. As here comes they're all behind on that Hanzo. They're looking to try and get this early pick here. Doesn't quite find the damage they were hoping for, but it does clear them out here. And Sleepy Squad will start to just fall back a little here. Lutaki's in the meantime starting to just get themselves rolling forward. The pick on here towards the Winston's close, and Shin does find answer that Junkrat. Well, we're going to be waiting a little bit longer to see if there's more of those Riptides coming through. Jai again finding those picks that they have just been able to control so far, but it is immediately traded back, and now we get this fight to come over towards the bridge. Blue Takis can get past this one quickly. There's a good chance they can start rolling through with some decent time on the clock.
Yeah, JD already getting close to the Nano here with the dive front line. We're probably going to see a bit of Nano Winston pushing in. It's going to be quite strong onto Blue Taki's back line, but it looks like it's waiting a little bit too long as we're getting really close to capping that first point.
Yeah, they're rolling fantastically here. Now Tori again putting pressure on towards the Ana. Jaya is going to be put down towards half, but they're trying to keep this one together here. Moonish just walked out of this side and Rebel takes that kill. And now for the side here of Sleepy Squad, they've got to try and keep saying this one alive, but I don't really think they have much of a chance to keep in this battle. All three stuck over towards the stairs. The payload continues to go forward. You can see the jump in there from Harry. Jai again. He's finding a pick here and there, but there's no one else to support him at the moment as Tori, Shin, the tank's cleaning up, and a perfect start here for the side of Sleepy Squad. Oh, sorry, I should say Blue Takis rolling through with 4.5 minutes left on the clock.
Yeah, it's a fantastic start for them, and they've already got pretty much all of their ults on the board ready to go. Hug being able to get a nice early pick here means that they might be able to slow the push just a bit. The Shin was unfortunately pushed up a little bit too far. Diva Bomb on the cards here for Tori. Might be able to use it to make a little bit more space and push this car a little bit further. Opting to take the high ground here is pretty good, as they've got that mobility, and a lot of Sleepy Squads does not have that to get onto that high ground.
They don't. The ultimate's coming together nicely here, although it still leaves it in about the 4v4, and they used a fair few ultimates there early on for the Blue Takis. They've still got those other three ready to go there. Sleepy Squad in the meantime. Jai will be coming back from small ready to use his, but in the meantime there, Veen and Shin take those picks, and now this is the problem here for Sleepy Squad. They're so split up in between spawn times. Pug goes down, and if they're going to be taking this battle, if they're going to be jumping towards the card here to stop this one, they'll need to do it sort of just jumping on in ones and twos. They might not even have the opportunity to really group up for a full sort of hit here. Jai is attempting to try and get this one to go through here, but in the meantime, Shin comes through with a Junker Queen ultimate. Tori, Shin, Rebel, they're finding picks everywhere. Complete and utter domination here from Blue Taki so far. Moonish can do nothing about this as they're slain as well, and they're going to roll through to the second with plenty of time on the clock.
Yeah, Blue Takis clearly didn't like the fact that the last map was close and decided that, you know what, we're going to actually lock in this one. We're going to get Shin on the Queen and just run it down. And, oh wow, massive two-piece on the Diva Bomb from Tori. Shin able to clean up Pug as well. This is very one-sided right now. We need to see some form of regroup from Sleepy Squad for them to have a chance at stopping this point.
They've got some ultimates to go. We were speaking earlier about the Ant Riptire. They would love to see a 3 or 4 of that right now, but Jai can't even get a spawn on the other side there. Rebel takes them down perfectly. They're just controlling in front of it. They can't get out. They can't do anything right now as Blue Takis continue to hold this one forward, and every single player here from Sleepy Squad falls down and out. I heard a Riptire come through. Whether or not it's going to hit anything, it doesn't even get that opportunity. What a start there from Blue Takis. They lose that first map, but that is some kind of response. I don't even think they were stopped there.
Yeah, that was very one-sided. I think at best there was a few fights where it stopped the cart push just briefly, but there wasn't a definitive fight win at all for Sleepy Squad. They're going to have to maybe change a few heroes up, maybe lock in a little bit harder and organize a pretty impressive attack here to match this time, or even cap the whole way with how great Blue Takis are performing.
Yeah, there was really wasn't huge changes across the board there from Sleepy Squad. Even Blue Taki's one, it was mostly what we'd seen from most of the players in that first map. But I mean, that was just, yeah, that was the definition of you get on a roll and it just doesn't stop at all in Sleepy Squad. That was the problem for them. They just kept getting caught out in these sort of, 3 players dying in one group, 3 players about 10 seconds later. They couldn't really get anything grouped together. And it just allowed Blue Takis to continue rolling on. They managed to actually really use their ultimates quite well. And then, yeah, just like that, you got 351. So you've only lost 9 seconds from the original 4 minutes. Still, Sleepy Squad, it's their chance to attack. They can definitely respond here. And they'll have to if they want to get this one done. Because I think the way it's looking, we're going to a third.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm pretty keen to see a third map. I'm enjoying watching both of these teams play, but it's up to whether or not this this DPS swap on from, I believe the only change here is Jai swapping over to the Tracer. If that can, translate to a few extra kills and a bit more space being made for Sleepy Squad, be interesting to see.
Well, it's definitely not happening to start this one, as it's just rips across the board there from the Blue Takis. We'll say Xroto is, well, not alive anymore. Actually, wasn't even a kill there from Sleepy Squad. They decided they'd just do it themselves. Again, it's just, they're hitting absolutely every shot, and Jai on that Tracer trying to do some damage, but Shin reads them like a book. Put down. The cart's managing to move its way forward, but Blue Takis, they're not letting up. It's basically the same what we saw at the start of this.
Yeah, Shin's already 60 to 0 on the board. On defense, Junker Queen on this map is quite a surprise. He's really pulling out all the stops, showing that he isn't just a hog one trick. He's got an arsenal of heroes in his roster, and he's in the back line right now, just axing poor Ant, who's just trying to hide in the building.
You can't hide from this. Pug, the ultimate, staying alive there in the back lines. We'll finally get a pick coming through as Tori's gone. We can see a well, that's a perished character just lying down on this side. And the Bastion set up the top, just raining hellfire from above. JD will finally manage to pull one back here, and maybe it's a chance here for Sleepy Squad to get some momentum forward. But again, the problem is they've already had 2 minutes knocked off the clock. They're going to be behind no matter what at this stage, even if they get it all the way to the 3. So they need a couple of big fight wins here, and they do at least have the ultimates in their favour.
Yeah, it's a bit tricky, and I do believe, watching Pug's gameplay there, that he is again on the Switch today, so that's definitely proving a little bit difficult for the team. I mean, they already have one map on the board with a Switch player on your main tank as well, and they're pulling out impressive gameplay even with that disadvantage.
30 FPS be damned, he can still find the kills, Pug, but so can Tori, so can Xroto on that Bastion, and just like that, they manage to swing things back towards their favour. Jai does have a switch here over towards the Sombra, and they find one pick as they try to stay alive in the back line. They need to fall back, regroup. They've got it a fair way forward. Minute 20 left on the clock here, and Jai's being hunted. And at this point, it's just maybe the distraction to keep the tanks away for a little bit of the time, and he's actually managed to get out there as the rest of his team start to join to. I don't know. He's done a fantastic job to manage to do that. Might even get a kill in the meantime. Rebel does pick up Amp, though. They're just firing from above, having the time of their lives here. You can see Jai is trying to get towards that. They do a bit of damage, and they're forward off here with the Diva Bomb. Moonish does find one, but they need more than that here, as the Diva Bomb is just going to be dropped on the point rather than this time as the fight around. Bob also being flown out on this side as Blue Takis desperately trying to hold this one. They want to end it in a 3-0 fashion. It is fights across the board. No one can see what's going on from either end. Again, Jai is still just running around, doing what they can, but they just cannot follow up with their teammates at the moment here. Venus put down low. Again, it's just fights around the carp. They're 3 meters away, but they can't quite find it. And now they almost just need to regroup, reset. 30 seconds on the board. Sleepy Squad, they might not even find a first here.
It looks like we've just got both coalescences on the board. Ant coming up to that Riptire. Hopefully we can see a couple of picks here, even just one for this last and final fight. It's going to be incredibly close. We do have the Malga swap from Sleepy Squad. Maybe that is the key missing to be able to cap this final point. Or someone's going to need a touch. Oh.
They will need a touch. They do just in time there. Jump on from Pug, manages to get a decent bit of damage over towards that red side. The Moor is so very low, but Rebel's the first to find that pick, and now Bean trying to stay alive desperately here. They get themselves the coalescence up and going, and Shin and Tori all finding the picks, and it might just be that 3-0. Only one remaining here for Sleepy Squad. They're not even going to get the chance as Jai being found out, stopped, put down. And it is domination right here on Dorado. Sleepy Squad, they're going to have to do it in 3 maps here as Blue Tarkies tie us up at 1 apiece.
Yeah, quite a good gameplay here from Shin, as we can see from the play of the game, but showing quite a few heroes in the past 2 maps. I mean, we've seen the JQ, we've seen the Hog, of course, and the Wrecking Ball. Managing to have a pretty dominant performance on all 3 heroes has been quite a delight to see, and definitely part of why Blue Tarkies were able to just take this point and make it to match 3.
Yeah, I mean, just, well, really expect how that was supposed to go there, considering how that one sort of ended. And considering the first map was so close as well, just the Blue Tarkies, well, I guess we know that the payload, if they do continue on in the finals, is definitely their winning formula, because, yeah, it's just like everyone locked in. Everyone just found exactly what they needed to in both just the attacking and defensive side. I mean, the fact that you get that 3-0 with only 9 seconds lost, then switch it up over to the defensive side, you think, okay, maybe they lose a couple of fights early, you've got to get a fair way back from spawn, but they just managed to hold it down. And Sleepy Squad, there were changes pulled, but just nothing seemed to work for them.
Yeah, they tried to swap up a couple of things, a couple of tank swaps here and there. Jai obviously swapping over to quite a few different DPS heroes for his team, but nothing seemed to quite work and was able to push them to even get that first cap. You know, it's quite a tricky predicament. I don't know what we're going to see coming into map 3, whether or not they, you know, change up a bit more heroes than what we've seen so far, or, you know, maybe some interesting team comps come out that we haven't yet seen. I mean, I'm surprised in a very Ryan-dominated tournament. I'm not sure if you watched yesterday, but we saw Ryan, I believe, every single match. Whether or not we see Ryan on his map, Eichenwald.
Yeah, so I was going to say, if ever Ryan was to appear, it would be right here at map number 3, Eichenwald. So our first quarterfinal, our only quarterfinal, but our first final of the day. It has to go all the way to our 3rd map here. And for Sleepy Squad, the reset, they don't have much time to really think about that one. Memory of a goldfish, you know, swimming around the bowl. Forget what happened on map 2. Eichenwald is where you're going to be able to switch things up. And, well, the first point is going to be interesting here. Eichenwald, you can either see teams as what we saw there in Dorado. They can get a quick 3-0 if they get domination on that first point on the attacking side. But for the defenders, especially if you get the right setup here, we've seen plenty of teams being able to hold down very easily on the first point, because sometimes it is a bit of a choke for Eichenwald attacking squads to get through, especially under that bridge to begin with. So very interested to see how that one's going to go as we start to load in for our 3rd map of this quarterfinal.
I do love the first choke point of this map, and if you are being, you know, dominated or spawn camped for this defense, fun fact is this capture point actually ticks faster than any other capture point in the game. So if you can get behind them and start capturing it, you're almost guaranteed a tick, if not the full cap.
Well, that's what all these teams, of course, well, both of these teams at least, will be hoping for as we get ready to set this one up. Looking across this character selection, it's about what we've seen from most of them. Jai, he does have that one. Well, I was going to say last time was a teleport. I think it might just be an actual setup this time.
It'll be interesting to see if the sim can work here. Obviously, teleporting. Oh, he's on defense. I was going to say TPing past the choke, but it's just there to hold down the point here. You can see the turrets are set up just after this bridge to try and stop them from coming through. But with Harry being picked off this early by Shin, it's going to be a bit tricky for them to make a good push. Jai in the back line must have TP'd his way there, manages to pick off Peapod, and unfortunately does not escape the axe of Tori. Oh, it's going to be pretty close here. Now fighting on the point, fighting for the point. Junkrat gets taken down. Unfortunately, didn't get bubbled in time. Moonish getting incredibly low. Oof, and picked off by Shin on his go-to hog character. Absolutely gets a 3-piece, showing utter dominance, even with the lower HP pool. And it looks like that's going to be first cat going to Blue Takis.
Yeah, they did that pretty nicely in the end. I was going to say as well, Ant just perished twice without even something happen there. Pug took the teleport, which dropped them straight back down. And Shin was just waiting with open arms and said, sure, man, if you want to get killed, I'm more than happy to have that one proceed in that favour. So, perfect start here so far for the Blue Takis squad. Shin is going to be jumped on top here by Moonish as they try to get out, and it's almost down in towards the end of their Rebel. Again gets Ant. I feel like every time I look to the right there, Ant has just perished in some way or another. I don't know where they're located, whether it's right next to them, whether they're further back, but they seem to be getting targeted wherever they go. So payload's already ticked itself past all the way towards this bridge side, and for Sleepy Squad, they just can't really get a hold down here. And oh yes, Shin doing more damage down towards this side. Again, it's not even the kills, just keeping them away. They're trying to get this one Roadhog, and they're just pulling all the damage needed. Jai in the meantime's found one, but they just can't stop anything. Blue Takis, the payload juggernauts at the moment, they just keep rolling forward.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty close. And I think I just saw Venus fly off the map there, but manages to trade out with JD. So I believe that is a one-for-one trade, so to say. But it looks like Shin was finally able to be taken down. So the cart push has come to a halt for now. A couple of ultimates on the board. Moonish has her bomb. It looks like she might be looking for something here to get an early pick. Got Venus with the Coalescence online as well. Rebel and Ryota coming close to their ults too. Moonish able to pick up Ryota pretty early here. Shin picking up someone of his own. Jai able to teleport into the backline and pick up Peapod.
Oh.
Looks like a pretty decisive fight win here for Sleepy Squad. Pug just with his hands up trying to stay alive. Tori shouting for the escape. It's not. Hopefully gets her out with just a little bit of HP. This sim is really working well for them.
Yeah, now that they've finally actually been able to set themselves up here, Sleepy Squad, they've just managed to slow things down here from Blue Takis to, all that momentum early. Now all of a sudden you're sort of stuck here, but you do have 5 ultimates ready to go. So those are going to start being put together here. And up on towards the bridge, some getting hit early. Jai gets her auto. Veen, and in the meantime, does trade that one immediately back. So keeps it in that 5v5. JD up and above on the bridge has got himself a decent area where he's able to just shoot down immediately out towards the attackers here. Pug. Ultimate's ready to go on that end if they really want to pull it out here, but it's the cart that they're going to head to now. So if they just try to keep moving that one forward, Moodish playing in front, and now the Hanzo ultimate will be able to get themselves at least pushed down that side. But again, Jai is starting to really get work done here. Venus does get one back on towards Ant. Again, keeping in that 5v5 as Tori thinking about using that ultimate. When do they want to go through with it? It's pulled out the other side by Pug. Moodish and JD finding those picks that they need to, and now Pug Boing on that side, and Tori, they've actually managed to hit a few people here. The problem is they don't really have the backup, and Moonish going down. Tori with another, constantly a second as well, just to manage to escape them, but might only be temporary, as Tori, the anti, might just work against them a bit further, but they're still contesting around this card against these DPSs, and one's up close, and Ant, they're so close to being put down. They're trying to stay alive. Shin finally comes through with the hook, finding that kill, and now they've finally got some momentum back full forward, but it's still just anyone's here. And finally, we do see Ant a Riptide kill. It finds Naruto, finding what they were trying to get there. The hook there on towards the close one as Moonish is taken away. It's just fights all over the place. You can see around the carp too, flanking him from the sack as well. Ant's dead. Pug finds Venus. What on earth are we watching right now?
This is just the chaos that happens with 6v6. It's just non-stop fights, 3 different spots on the map having little mini team fights, and just absolute chaos. Who comes out on top? Who knows?
trying to get towards this second point right now. It's already slept though, and then followed up JD. It's perfect from them, and that's the pick they were after. They've been fantastic on that tank so far. Tori, they might have the chance to get back here with a minute left. They've still got to regroup on this side. Shin finds Zampa. Jai, in the meantime, has got Rebel Pug flowing in from the other end, and now an anti on towards the Hog. They're going to struggle to get out, and they're chasing. They're trying to get these picks before they get themselves to spawn, and Shin going down allows them to just again take some more seconds off the clock. It means that the reset just goes a little bit longer here for Blue Tarkies, who might only just have one more opportunity here.
Yeah, we've got this. They've got the speed ring, but it doesn't look like too many characters on Blue Tarkies have good momentum to be able to get to point with 40 seconds left on the clock. It's going to be a pretty scuffed fight taking place to retake the point and hopefully get it across the line to get to a point 3. Oh, incredible knife!
Oh, that's a fantastic knife there from Tori. Puts themselves in that front line. 100% is almost there. They're looking to try and hit it with the ultimate, but in the meantime, Jai in the back line's found 3! Oh my lord, Jai shuts it down, and that might just be this first push here for the team done. They try as they might to get away, Rebel. There's no chance for it, and I don't think there's any time here. Unfortunately, it does look like Blue Tarkies, they're not going to be able to get back towards this one, and that is all off the back of a huge play from Jai Ninja. Shuts it all down. 4 kills in a final fight that basically was just having them split off from each other.
Yeah, I believe Jai did get nanoed there. That's what we saw after the knife. The fantastic knife from Tori taking the Ana off high ground, but managed to squeeze out the nano to keep herself alive, as well as boost Jai to be able to kill both supports and a tank by himself on Symmetra, which is incredible. With the damage amp and the charged beam, especially against these tanks that have lower hit points in this 6v6 format, you know, you can get a lot of damage done and do incredible plays like Jai just did.
So now, Sleepy Squad, what is before them to try and get this one done? They've basically got to get just about 2 here. Blue Tarkies, they were close to getting that one started onto a third push. Doesn't happen, and now their defense will need to hold up. Again, most of what the pick is, it's stayed relatively the same for them. Sleepy Squad pretty much on the same end as well. So here we go, our last play here for our first and only quarterfinal. One of these teams is going to be done and dusted from the Overspooned tournament. Is it Sleepy Squad? Is it Blue Tarkies? We're about to find out.
Looks like we're playing Follow the Sim right here. I believe Jai has a plan to TP past the choke point here in order to get their team across. We can see how it goes. Oh, incredible hook. Trying to deny that entirely, but a fantastic DM save by Moonish there. Jai still goes down, but he does get the teleporter off. And it is utter chaos.
Oh, the Rebel Dynamite did massive damage there, and it's going to be enough to hold that one down. And yeah, well, chaos it was, and yeah, it's a definite position. I don't think he'd be checking that up in the trees. So Moonish does get one before they fall, but it's a nice, solid hold there for Blue Tarkies to start off this one. Although I'll be looking out for the teleport to happen again.
We just see a Bastion vibrating in the corner.
I don't know if that's part of actually being able to stay up there. You need to just keep crouching, but it's a technique.
Yeah, knowing Ryoto, he's probably doing it intentionally. He's probably improving his aim. He gets a pick! Oh, poor Ed. Probably did not see that coming, but I don't think anyone did. Oh my gosh,
Eddie's going to be asking for the VOD to be deleted after that one. In the meantime, Moonish has managed to pick up a double on towards the Diva, but it's mostly being held again from Blue Tarkies here. Roto's jumped on down, finds Pug, and another one onto Moonish. Loving life.
He also picked up Jai Ninja as well. I think by surprise. Oh, Jai is more than aware. Fool me once, shame on me.
Well, you know the spot's got to be good because you forced an entire tank from Jai. They have no idea she was waiting around the corner. Rebel was the one that finishes off the kill. Oh, that's a death slammer right there. Ant's been absolutely just ripped to shreds. Moonish does find one in the meantime, but they're doing well with Blue Tarkies, just keeping the advantage of 5v4 in most of these fights to begin with, and You can see Sleepy Squad, they want to attack forward. Pug wants to take this one with Moonish. They are short some players, but they might be finally getting rid of this Bastion, and they do. The Bob comes out on the other end, but Pi, Jai, Moonish, they're finally getting these kills coming through. It was a decent first hold, but it looks like it's all going to fall to pieces in a matter of seconds here. Shin is sort of still hanging around whether or not they want to go and touch this point as Rebels put away. And now 4 minutes to try and get where Blue Tarkies situated themselves to try and take this third map.
I am really enjoying the Blue Tarkies play style here of just crazy ass angles. We saw the Bastion obviously, but the jump scare Roadhog on the high ground just as another angle too. Just completely playing all over the place, but making it work is very entertaining to watch.
Oh,
Moonish.
Oh, wow, the ultimate pop.
They are hunting you.
You know what? If you see a play up, doesn't matter how many you get with the ultimate. A kill's a kill. Moonish, not a chance there, as Rebel also follows us up onto Jai. So big picks on that side. JD Craft up close. They get the sleep and the anti on towards Shin, but they'll have to fall back off that. They can't look to get any kills there. And now just have to be careful, Blue Tarkies. They got themselves decently forward, and they're managing to hold this down there nicely. And Pug was just, I don't know, about 500 meters from his team. I don't know what he was doing over there, but Rebel takes care of them as the cart continues just to roll forward.
Yeah, I think Ramattra is a bit of an interesting pick in 6v6. You only have 350 HP in your base form, which is basically the same as a Bastion. You really have to rely on your block ability to be able to stay alive and your shield as well. So you can see here, Tori 350 HP. It's barely even a tank.
Oh, Tori, like very, very low, but they managed to stay alive just in the time that was needed. Then they just do a quick little reset there. Jump right back in towards Pug. He's already losing a bit of HP themselves. The defensive hold comes out here. Fist flying on both sides. But Shin again doing some massive work on that hog at the moment. Bean finds Ant, and again they're just stalled out at the moment in the middle here. Sleepy Squad. Pug gets one back on the ultimate pop, but it's only going to find the one as Rebel and Tori get those picks immediately back. Sleepy Squad, they're very slowly creeping this cart forward, but time is starting to work against them.
Yeah, a couple of ults on the board here for Sleepy Squad. I think if they can just coordinate a good engage together. We've now swapped over to the Malga as well. I'm not sure how helpful that would be. Definitely on the ground fight, but to clear this high ground, you're going to have to rely on Moonish to get, pretty good coverage, which he's trying to do, but is met with a hog. Ooh, Giant Ninja able to pick off 2 pretty early on in this fight. That might be the difference maker. 3 onto Rebel as well. 4 onto Tori. Really trying to pull out all the stops here on the Farah to make game-winning plays. We're going to be able to see a team fight win here from Sleepy Squad, and they're going to be able to get some cart push, getting close to 1-5 territory.
They're just continuing to move forward on this one. It just seems if they need someone to step up, Jai is that man. And again, it's more picks, it's more damage. But in the meantime, while all that was happening, I think Shin just might have taken Moonish with them, jumped off the map. Jai is put away, and now a minute left on the clock. All of a sudden, a few picks and players falling away. JD does find that one on towards Venus as they pick a nice one, taking away that close one of the healer. Rebel stuck up the top. They want to just hold on to this Bob as well. Tori's popped the ultimate, but now they might have to pull it through. Ant's got JD as well, and now this becomes a real problem here for Sleepy Squad as they just try to get themselves back towards spawn to reset. 45 seconds. It's all going to come down to this next fight.
It's not looking good for Sleepy Squad. They've only really got Coalescence on the board. No real other ult even in charge territory where they're going to get it in the next fight with Blue Takis with 3 ults on the board. But Ryoto getting down early here, unable to use his ult in time. Might be a bit of a bad early death. Bob coming out prematurely. Hopefully can get some value, but with a good enough kite they can just ignore it. JD being able to pick up Venus though. Their one ult are coming up. Ooh.
They might have done enough here, Sleepy Squad. They fall this one back, and there's no one to come on the other end here as Rebels trying to just fight around the point. They've also got the Bastion on that side, but they can't touch it. They're just rolling the cart forward, and there's nothing that Blue Tarkies can do about it. So close to taking it, but yet so far, and Sleepy Squad get the job done with seconds on the clock. They are your quarter-final winners, 2-1. And you have to say, as we look at this play of the game, Giant Ninja was a big part of that.
Yeah, absolutely. Jed did incredibly. I'm just still baffled how it was a 3 ult to 1 ult last fight, and they managed to pull that off, getting early picks. Some maybe questionable positioning from a couple of their players, even when they had ult, and able to utilize those early kills and make it a team fight win, even with the massive ult disadvantage. That was very well played by them, and they deserve that win.
Yeah, that they do, Sleepy Squad. Blue Tarkies, I mean, they did almost enough. It was pretty much the whole map, the whole game of almost, and the swings back and forth. You really could not pick this one. From the first to the second map to even the third, it could have, well, I'd say the first 2 maps could have gone either way. Map 3 might have been a foregone conclusion at the end of the first push of Blue Tarkies. But Sleepy Squad, you only need to get the 2 done. And just like they said, Goldfish, forget what happened on map 2. They lock in on Icon while they put themselves through to the semi-final. Doesn't mean it gets any easier for them, though, because Spoonful of Honey is who awaits them, and they're the team that is yet to drop a game so far in this tournament.
Yeah, big congratulations to Sleepy Squad. I also want to give a big thanks to everyone in Blue Tarkies. They did amazingly. Congratulations. I'll say to each of them, thank you, Tori, Shin, Ryota, Rebel, V, and Peapod. Fantastic performance today and yesterday. I think you've made Blue Tarkies, the company, very proud.
I don't think there's any affiliation with them. I could be completely wrong. I mean, Blue Tarkies...
Well, I thought they were sponsored.
Yeah. I mean, we'll just go with it. I'm sure that won't prove to do anything. Not going to get any letters in the mail about cease and desist from playing in the Overspooned tournament with that name. But guys, I think
it's for charity.
It's charity. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. So I think we've apparently got a graphic, and we'll just be... I mean, you've read out the names. Those are the 6 individuals we are saying goodbye to here on day number 2. This graphic, of course, will pop up for every team who bids farewell until only one is left standing. But all very skilled individuals in their own right, just couldn't get it done today, unfortunately.
Big love to a lot of people on this team, or everyone on this team. I want to give a big personal love to Shin for rolling it out on Bowl, I think, more than anyone else. For this tourney, I did say yesterday I would donate every time someone rolled out on Bowl, and I made a couple of donations specifically for Shin yesterday because he kept on doing it, and kudos to him, trying to have a bit of fun in this tournament and do it for donations.
Absolutely, guys. Unfortunately, the Tiltify link is currently down, but once that's up and running again, we'll get all the donations in that you can. But in the meantime, we're going to take a quick little break. When we return, the hosts will be back on board, and we're going to be gearing up for the first of our 2 semi-finals.
Welcome back, everybody, with the hectic boss music we just had in that intermission screen. We welcome in Jai, the boss raid man himself. How were your thoughts on that last game, Jai?
Oh, it was close. It was close. I was sweating a little bit. I was like, well, not in like sweaty sweat, but just like I actually was like, oh, this might be close. We might lose this.
It was very, very close.
Like a lot closer than I was expecting. Let's say that.
Seat. Absolute madness. How is your team handling with the pug on the Switch playing on that 15 FPS? Honestly,
it is very fun.
He is.
It is very fun to play with. I saw as he was walking out of spawn, he was just rotating around on ramp while walking. I'm just like, what? It's like, this is hilarious.
Yeah, watching his POV a lot yesterday, I was like, there is no way he's playing on 15 FPS. That's like, he was actually looking decent. I was like, nah, no shot that's 15 FPS.
He's been having to practice on it, so.
He's got the gyro controls and all.
He has, yeah.
Oh. And then obviously Silica's on the Xbox as well, so.
Yes, we've got the 2 console gamers on our team. It's like both unexpected consoles, because both of them have their PCs have boomed.
That's right. Obviously, we built a strong team around Ant and Silica because they don't really play Overwatch so much. But now Silica's unironically nerfed himself even more, and so is Pug. So he's really had your odds stacked against you. But I think these are actually pulling through
we're making it work.
Yeah. Very good. And I've jumped into your streams a couple of times and it seems like you guys are vibing out. I'm hearing lots of laughing, Moon being absolute chaos.
Yeah, we've got the few people like me and JD seeming like doing a lot of more like the strategy stuff, but we're still having fun with it. Like, that's for sure.
Yeah, definitely. That's what I was
because
at the end
of the day,
together.
that's what it's all for. Like, we're just here to have fun, raise money. So it's been good. I've been enjoying 100%. The event.
And you are set to play your next match against a Spoonful of Honey. How are you expecting this one's going to go?
It's gonna be hard to say. Like, yesterday we lost to them, but I felt like it was actually like kind of close. So, like we lost 2-0, and yeah, we did lose pretty significantly. But at the same time, it was weird because it did feel close in certain aspects. So I could see maybe we lock in a little more today and we can win, but we'll see. It's a whole thing. It's just about having fun.
That's very true.
My thing is that they were scared of my Freya yesterday. I'm going to play it again today, guys, so watch out.
You do like the Freya gameplay, the new hero. I know the casters yesterday were very happy with you playing that Freya, and yeah, maybe you will be the one to take that undefeated title away from Spoonful of Honey.
We'll give it a shot. That's the goal.
Do you have a final message for Spoonful of Honey before you decide to jump into the match?
Watch out. I'm coming. I'm playing the Freya. I'm going to look for the 2 taps again.
Blow up. See you later.
Yeah, pretty much. That's the goal. But yeah, thanks for having me here, though.
Thank you for joining us, Jai. I wish you the best of luck in your next game.
Yeah, thank you. Have a good one.
Amazing. Them's some fighting words right there. Watch out. Yeah. Bring it on. And do you know what? I feel like normally you would say something along the lines of like commiserations to the Blue Tarkies, but that was some phenomenal gameplay that we watched just before.
It was
very hard fought.
Extremely close. Like the first game close, like going to all 3 points. And then Blue Tarkies looked really, really strong on Dorado there. But then unfortunately, Jai's sim on Iconwell just stopped them dead in their tracks. Jai's sim there was very, very strong. It's not very often you see spectacular sim gameplay like that and see a sim picking up 3 kills, but Jai made it work. And
yeah, exactly.
With like 2 console players on his team as well. Like big ups to
indeed.
squad there. But Blue Tarkies definitely put up a fight. I want to say a big shout out to Blue Tarkies for coming in and competing. You did absolutely amazing job. Lots of content, lots of funny memes. I seen you guys in all your high vis yesterday. Absolutely amazing. So thank you guys for coming in. We are going to hand over to our casters for our next match, though.
Oh, hello.
Oh no, you go first.
How's it going? Hello. All right, we've got our next match on the way. I believe Full of Honey versus Sleepy Squad, starting off here on Antarctic Peninsula. Obviously, we've just seen Sleepy Squad here today. We haven't seen Spoonful of Honey since yesterday. Spoonful of Honey, of course, being Steffi, Reloaded, Cronus, Forever, Bad Username, and Tiff, all on the same team, showing pretty strong team on the past day. I believe was this the team that went undefeated?
This is the team that went undefeated. That is very, very true there, as we have, of course, Spoonful of Honey up against Custom Team 2. We haven't seen them so far today, but they're looking to really put in a bit of an epic performance here. And look, I like late call-ups on this side. Spoonful of Honey, of course, is on the right side of the Sleepy Squad. I think everything's just switched around. But we focus on what is before us at the moment to start this one off. It's our first map. Winner of this semi-final through to the grand final. The first fight on Antarctic Peninsula is going to take the top as up on the bridge. Everyone so far just holding their lines, not really looking to get in too closely so far. We have Reloaded, of course, on that ride. We didn't see it in the previous map. We saw it a lot yesterday, and already he's proving to be a bit of a menace. He's coming forward with this one, but Jai's going to be taking this one onto Cronus, winning out that first battle there as they did themselves an advantage in the 6v5 position. Can they follow up with that secondary kill? Because again, they just continue to hold this one forward. The ice wall attempting to break and split a couple of players here, and Moonish gets the couple one down, but it's Reloaded who's going to be dropping first, and that's the tank gone. That's advantage that falls over to Sleepy Squad. They've taken that point, and now they can start to knock off a few of these other players as well. A Spoonful of Honey, they're caught in the back lines, caught with their pants down, and now they're going to be taken out from this side. They will at least actually get the switch over, so that allows them to get this back up towards that 9%, but it's only minimal, it's only temporary, and Sleepy Squad, well, they're warmed up. They just played in that other series, and it's showing so far.
Joe Ninja already has the ult on the board here. Same with JD. He's able to pick up... Oh, unfortunately, Bad Username was able to pull that ult, completely nullifying that early ult there from Jai. Definitely showing dominance coming towards their spawn. With an early tree as well, being able to keep their team alive just so they can get out of this bottleneck, this absolute dumpster fire of a team fight.
Reloaded gets Ant, leaves it in the 5v5 position as they start to run on towards point, and they've found those picks. Reloaded, Forever, and Steffi all getting exactly what they're after. Pug the final one to fall. And a nice response there from Spoonful of Honey. Take that one quickly. Sleepy Squad, though, they've gotten themselves to halfway at 50%. And they are going to have a couple of ultimates ready to go as Pug and Moonish, both tanks, sitting at close to 100%.
Yeah, Reloaded really showing why Ryan was so dominant yesterday as a hero pick, just being able to completely change the tide of a team fight with an opportune... Oh, Pug unfortunately dropping probably unintentionally there and getting picked off a bit early, and Steffi able to get a remake kill on JD. What happened there? That's no good.
Yeah, Pug just died immediately, so just a complete reset there from Sleepy Squad, which fair enough.
That's that 350 HP Ramacha, you know, if you don't have that Nemesis form ready to go, you're going to get chunked down so quickly.
Yeah, this time I was going to say Shield is set up and they're playing a little bit closer together, and Moonish is going to find Reload as they try to get in close. The ultimate coming out there from the other side from Forever. The freeze comes through. They only get Ant though, and JD in the meantime find Cronus, and now they'll start to move this one forward. Spoonful of Honey just fall away as they split a bit further backwards towards the point of this one. The ultimate pull there from Moonish is very nice indeed as Jai finds Steffi. JD will follow up there. Forever's still alive, manages to catch Jai before they fall away. The point will be switched as they get to 76, 7. Oh, yeah, just give them a few extra points of percentage. That's not going to play a difference at all later on.
No, if they end up not being able to touch by 1%, we know it was because they C9 right there for a second. Alright, coming up close here, Ryan. Obviously in this little bottleneck of a team fight, trying to push through this tight little corner. It's going to be a bit tricky with the Ramacha right in your face. Diva and Ryan can try and make it work. It's going to be tough with a Junkrat spam just going straight in it. The rotate to main has been cold, and I believe it's the good shout. Just, if they want to have a fight on point, it's going to be much more better for their team. Reloaded with the shatter on the board. Oh, JD able to pick up two.
Yeah, JD's just gone and got himself a double. Fair enough. The healer pulling out all the stops there. Tiffy will be able to get that one back, stop JT in their tracks, but then Amp for that one forever. They keep it together in sort of this 3-3-3. Interesting position here as Pug tries to push in on top of that one. They might be able to find themselves a secondary healer. Doesn't quite happen in the end. It's actually Jai finishes it off. They will get a couple here on these sides, but then Reloaded to jump back in. They're trying to keep these fights going, but as they've done that, they've got the 99%. They need to get this one done here and now, but Jai is finding the damage. The picks, the shatter comes through. Reloaded, he's trying to get over, but he might just run out of time there. He doesn't quite get to it. Oh, the distance just too much. Moonish puts them down, and now Sleepy Squad 85%. This is going to be a 99 to 99, and Spoonful of Honey, they're going to struggle to get on towards the point here.
Yeah, they've got Blizzard on the board. They're going to need to use that and hopefully get some value of it to be able to retake this point from Sleepy Squad. They've got a pretty locked down. Steffi getting way too low, way too quickly for all that touch. Blizzard coming out. Moonish being taken out with JD, and Forever being able to pick off 2. Reloaded as well, able to help out with this Reinhardt just swinging. Jai trying the best he can to make something work, to get some kind of pick, but it's not going to be enough.
So they're pushed all the way, but Spoonful of Honey, they will take the first point here, 100 to 99. Sleepy Squad, they had an opportunity. They got that opening pick of that last fight, but then the follow-ups from Spoonful of Honey were fantastic. They get all 6 players while having the 5 alive off that Forever ultimate as well. The freeze doing the damage there. Sleepy Squad now have to look to try and reverse this one of 2-1 to take the first map. But Spoonful of Honey, I mean, it took them a little bit to get going there, but in the end, it was just those point switches where they probably didn't need the percentage. I mean, 100 to 99, I'm just saying, Sleepy Squad, if you'd maybe stayed on the point a little bit more, could have been I'm just saying words, just suggestions.
Yeah, if we didn't just get off that point for that extra 2 seconds, it could have been the difference maker. Now Jai still rolling out on that Freya, seeing what he can do with that. Spoonful of Honey, keeping that May, which is so dominant in this kind of gameplay. You get a 1 roll off on, you know, the tanks, and it's... Ooh, what a snipe! I Reloaded onto Harry. Cronus being able to pick off Ant as well. Impressive pin. It's going to be tough for Sleepy Squad to regain momentum after that early picks. Oh, fantastic pin there as well, and that's just Ryan just running through it all. Reloaded, showing why Ryan is such a dominant character in the 6v6 format.
Yeah, it did the damage. A big one of that was I could just see that happening. The fire strike towards that stairs where Sleepy Squad were all getting set up. They went through 4. It takes that initial pick as well onto Harry, who's then actually killed a second time as they try to get back in this one. But Spoonful of Honey, perfect start for them. Reloaded, taking everything forward of that. And then the wall's just blocked off. Pug managing to stay alive in the meantime. Shatter is enormous. Hits all of them. And the kill feed shows it as well.
Does get traded off.
Honey,
yeah, that was an impressive shatter. I mean, he does get traded off those, which means that Sleepy Squad do have a chance to retake a little bit of space here. Spoonful of Honey will have to back out a little bit to wait for Reloaded to get back into the team fight. Otherwise, Sleepy Squad can just roll through them.
Does allow them to at least get forward, but he's already back, so they really don't get that much forward and probably that momentum. The ice wall delaying the inevitable pull up here from Sleepy Squad as they try to stick together in this 6v6 format. Still want to keep most of them together. Ultimates come out on both ends, damage being inflicted, but that's the point, that's the problem. 61% and counting. They're trying to get themselves forward, but they just can't get past this initial one here. JD's pick of this one there. I don't know if that window's really going to be able to do too much damage. They can just wait off to the left side, so that's kind of thrown away. Tree's still going to come out on that other end as well as JD. The taps, they're doing some damage. Pulls, but 75% in counting. They just can't get themselves forward. They're really getting themselves no momentum, and now they don't have ultimates in their favor either. And now damage being inflicted. Mooney's trying to go around on this left side here. If we could possibly pull something out on this side, their energy is towards that 80%, but they just can't get forward. You got to go to the point, guys. 88%, and Cronus up and above, delivering that first kill, trying to jump on towards JD. Won't be able to find the second. The life grip saves them, pulls them back. The charge on in doesn't quite hit, but Pug's frozen. It looks like it might just happen 100 to 0 unless they can find something here. Sleepy Squad, Amp with 1, but it's just not happening for them. Players falling left and right, and that should be this map and this series starting off in a 1-0 favor as the timer. Well,
yeah, Sleepy Squad.
They just jump here and there, but that'll do it.
Sleepy Squad so close to so many ultimates there. They had you know, about 3 or 4 ultimates just coming online as they died. It could have stalled out the fight a little bit longer, but unfortunately with that overclock coming out from Cronus, was just able to pick off people a bit too early before they could get these ultimates off of into the fight and actually make a bit of a difference. It was so close to being a lot closer than it was, and it ended up being very, very one-sided, that fight. I think it was just the insane healing that you do get from these Moira Lifeweaver backlines, where no matter how much damage you're dishing out, whether you're giant ninja in the sky pummeling shots into the backline, they can just keep each other alive so well. And against something like a Mei that can just stay alive permanently, a Ryan that has shield, and a Diva that has DM, even with these decreased health pools that tanks have, they just have so much more utility to be able to stay in the fight longer. It was just an outlast game for them, until someone like Cronus was able to get a pick. It's a very, very strong team that they've got here.
Yeah, that is, and especially when you got Reloaded, just controlling the narrative, especially in that second map there we saw. Well, we will see right here that, I mean, they didn't actually really get many kills of their own, but just that Shadow basically got every single person in the Sleepy Squad. It was just that hold again from their tanks, they were able to control the momentum, and you could see the Sleepy Squad, they just struggled to get themselves on towards the point. I mean, they didn't really get the contest onto it until it hit 99% after losing in the initial fight, where it's 0-0. So, I mean, they'll be disappointed they can't hit the second one there. We saw at least that they were able to compete pretty decently, but now, if they want to beat the best team we've seen so far this weekend, it's going to have to come in a reverse sweep fashion. Circuit Royale is where we're heading to next for the payload. And, well, I mean, this is where Sleepy Squad struggled in their previous game when they were playing the payload side of things, but it's a different map. Circuit Royale, maybe, just maybe the 2-1 is still on offer for them.
Yeah, I mean, they're probably going to stick with a lot of the things that worked. I know that Diva, Ryan, and Mei aren't as strong in these long-sided maps. I know that Jai definitely has in his arsenal a bit of a long-sided heroes. You can see him already onto the Ashe to see if that can work. But I'm not too familiar with Kronos and Forever's long-range ability. If they're now swapping over here to, I believe I saw an Ashe and a Widow, that could be pretty detrimental to Sleepy Squad, even though they are running double shield.
Interesting to see if they can just get a decent hold for this first one here, and that'll be it for them, just to get that little bit of confidence back, is to just have a decent hold on the first point, win a battle. That, I think, is the power of the Xbox controller spin there, which I think was mentioned earlier. Sleepy Squad have 2 players on, one on a Switch and one on an Xbox. So, it makes things different and easier as Forever, though. Well, I was saying they needed to hold something out early. They've already lost their first DPS, Ant, before they could even fire a shot off. And now the Widow coming through here. Harry taken down. They managed to pull one back through Pug, but Tiffy just gets an immediate revive. And now everyone else has to start falling back as quickly as possible here. Makes it difficult. Spoonful Honey, perfect start straight out of spawn, opening picks, and now they just start to get this payload moving forward as quickly as they want.
Yeah, there is double shield, but as you can see here, there are little angles you can take around it, as well as those shields aren't up forever, and as soon as they're down, you're going to be able to get these pop shots and these Widow headshots, and there's just so much frontline aggression from the Diva and Reinhardt that it just completely masks the fact that your head's going to be blown up by a Widow any second.
And you've also got Cronus on the Ashe, so you've just got basically the double headshot potentials that can come through the charge in from Reloaded and the Shadow. So I was going to say the Shadow, the Blue Pigs to follow things up there, and wow, what a start from Spoonful of Honey. Run through the first point, Reloaded chasing down the Ashe as well. JD is trying to stay alive if they can, desperately trying to get back to their their teammates, which they will get there, but man, Spoonful of Honey, I mean, it was just
pretty much
point. That just sums it up so far.
Yeah, just having a chill, relaxing time on the Mercy, just having a little dance on cut. I'm all for it. No, someone joined the Mercy for a dance. Oh wow, she's being targeted! No, she was just dancing, Jai! You monster! I mean, anything for a team fight win. He's got nanoed and he's been able to pick off 3, about to be 4. Poor Mercy. F's in chat for Mercy. I think there was a total of 4, maybe 5 kills from Jai, starting off with that unfortunate kill on just a poor emoting Tiff. I mean, it is what it is. You got to win the fight. They've stopped the push.
Some would call it, you're just showing off. You're showing off in front of the other team, and Jai was there to prove that. Look, guys, we can definitely do some damage here. I'm looking at this shatter that might start to come through, which it delivers, but the sleep is also fantastic. And in the meantime, found forever. Now just a bit of a hold here. Well, I was going to say for a second, but Krevice reloaded. Oh, wow, Steffi as well. The Diva Bomb does the damage.
That was Diva Bomb. That was Diva Bomb, Bob, and Shatter. I think we also saw a tree in there. There's a lot of ults to get this point over the line, but absolutely worth it now that they have over 5 minutes in the time bank just for this last push.
Yeah, plenty of time on the clock, and for Sleepy Squad, it's deja vu of what we saw from their first series on Payload. They just weren't able to get the stops they're after again, though. Ant has actually managed to find an opener. Forever's put away there. And Tiffy's being targeted on the other end as well, so they've got to be very careful if they go in a bit too deep. Have to fall back towards that initial bit there, and Pug on towards Cronus, so they're going to be keeping them back towards their initial spawn here, which, I mean, if you're going to lose the fight, at least do it at the first entrance of this second pool as JD gets reloaded. The others will start to fall back, but some decent pops of ultimate, some decent damage to hold out. But Forever then, again, it's just this opener. And when they find an opener, the others just seem to roll with them as well. Jai gone, as is Harry. And Moonich is heading for the hills, trying to get out of here. They follow them, push on top. And Pug doesn't seem like he's too long for this world here.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. A bit of a stagger kill going on. Jai having his ult eaten by Steffi as well, just before she murders him. I mean, what a disrespectful play. Seeing that this bloke is in GM and being like, you know what, no ult for you, and you know what, on top of that, you're first dead on your team. Take that. Showing absolute utter dominance here on the Diva. Almost bomb on the lane. Hopefully the window can make some kind of movement or lack thereof, stopping this cart for their team to try and gain a little bit more momentum for the defense. All comes out from Moonish as she dies, but it gets platformed out to safety.
Oh, and now here comes the blade as well here from Forever, finds one.
Ants! Ants, he's done it! Oh my god, Ant, fantastic!
It's happened. It might not change what's happening on the cart though, because they continue to push this forward even with the 3k there off the tire. Sleepy Squad start to roll out of the point, towards the spawn here, trying to keep this one going. Reloaded though, gets Jai Forever onto Harry. It might not matter as they continue to just keep this one going forward. Moonish though, delaying the inevitable it seems, as Reloaded is put away. Ant's back in the action here, trying to get these mines to do some damage for, but they're gone. Ant, Moonish, JD, they all fall to the wayside. Jai gets one, but that's all they'll find. And Spoonful Honey will get all the way to 3 with 2:39 left on the clock.
Pug so close to his ult there. Might have been able to stall out a little bit longer. Ant's ult there on the Junkrat undeniably was able to hold them off a little bit longer. Killing 3 of their team. Knocking out half of their team definitely stopped them from being this a 3-minute time bank. So there is a little bit of potential for Sleepy Squad to, you know, roll up their socks and make this happen and get a full cap going with time. Let's hope.
Oh, that's what they're going to have to do to try and keep this first semi-final going. Otherwise, Spoonful of Honey are going to be placing themselves in the grand finals. Well, we have a look to see what might change, and it does seem it's about the same for both squads at the moment. Moonish and JD Craft still thinking about what they might pick up here, but Spoonful of Honey, it's basically stayed what they had in that first initial fight. And again, you look towards what they have here with the Widow and Forever, Cronus on the Ash, and now they've got the opportunity where they don't really need to take the angles. They can allow Sleepy Squad to come into their own sightline. Really could do some massive damage there. So Pug picking the ones there. So just Moonish, just waiting to see what this might be. And Jai, ooh, would we see a little Genji play here?
I like the Genji pick here. I am looking at Spoonful of Honey's team comp and thinking, man, I would love to play Bow into that. double sniper and a Reinhardt and a Diva, you'd just be farming their backline as well as those DPS. Moonish swapping over to the Winston. I believe if we can get a little bit of dive going from Jai and Moonish here, they might be able to make some sort of magic happen. I will hold my tongue until next fight.
I mean, like, if you're going to be picking the right tanks for it, yes, it works there because you need to deal with these two in the back line. And Cronus has been taken out by Jai, and Steffi trying to get rid of Pug here on this close one. Jai on the second one, so he's got both DPS. I mean, he's done exactly what he's after on this dive comp. The problem is the rest of his team has been taken out in the meantime as Reloaded gets Pug there on the charge. Has to fall back on their own a little, but they don't have massive damage at the moment, Spoonful Honey. They're going to be waiting for the others to come back. Forever's switched over to that Tracer, so that was in response. And now Jai, he's been taken out. Cronus responds. A nice little pick there. And they got some early bits of damage and picks, but Sleepy Squad, they haven't been able to get this cart moving too far forward yet.
And Moonish over to the Diva now. The Winston was not quite working. DM is just so huge with these limited health pools on the tanks. Now we see Forever also moved over to the Tracer as well. Off that Widow, so, you know, Sleepy Squad's heads are a little bit more protected in these fights coming up. But now they have to deal with an annoying little fly on the wall that is Forever on the Tracer, hoping to make magic happen and get a little bit more car push going on. Giant Ninja waiting for a little bit of top up before he can go in and hopefully take out this Ashe. And with a Dragon Blade coming out early, manages to pick off the Ashe as predicted. Ooh. And the Reinhardt as well. Bomb coming out though and does manage to pick off two. Red's coming out for the Reinhardt. Spoonful of Honey are only one character down right now, and Sleepy Squad have to do a full reset.
I just saw that happening from Jai's point of view. He actually pulled off a really nice blade, the double there, and then that bomb landed right in front of his face. And there's nowhere you can go in that situation. Spoonful of Honey, they control it once again. And so far, doing what needs to be done as they hold off on ultimates. They get the picks that they're after, and now the next fight becomes the issue, especially if the Shatter was able to do anything. Blocked. It doesn't reload. Reload is done. He's out of this fight. He moves on that Forever one, but then Forever in the back line. Oh, Tiffy got the revive while they're all trying to get forward on this, and Steffi's got Jai. Every time it feels like they get an advantage in their favour. Sleepy Squad, Spoonful of Honey just shut it down, and it's back to the spawn for them.
I think Pug just blocked Shatter on Switch from a Ramatru shield. That was incredible timing. And also we've got to hand it to Tiff there to be able to go into the middle of Sleepy Squad's team and res the Reinhardt to absolutely turn the fight on what was going to be a Sleepy Squad team fight victory, I think, by resing the Ryan. Absolutely incredible. And a pull out from here as well. Spoonful of Honey is such a strong and dominant team. I don't think we talk about the supports enough on it. Absolutely holding them together and keeping them alive.
Yeah, Tiffy and Bad Username keeping the squad together up in this one here as they start to get this falling. We're just moving a little bit further forward here, Sleepy Squad. They need to get to this first point to continue this one going. Otherwise, their Overspooned tournament run is over. Spoonful of Honey are not making it easy for them again. It's just playing around with these 2-2 tanks in front, allowing the Tracer to do some damage in the back line here. Cronus gets Ant once again. It's that early pick, and now they can start to fall off of it. Tree still needs to go down, but they might not even need it at this point. Cronus finds Harry. Jai's gone as well. Life Grip pulls the Ryan back out on this side as Pug tries to get forward, trying to do that damage. It's not working out. 7 seconds on the clock. Username Cronus. They're all getting the picks that are needed. And Ant tries to get towards the dive. It won't happen. And Spoonful of Honey, they're the best team in this tournament so far, and they prove it there. They shut down Sleepy Squad. Not even a point on that last one there to take a 2-0 series win.
Very convincing win there. I mean, Spoonful of Honey just finished off that map, I think, with 3 ults still on the board with Sleepy Squad 0. Showing that they didn't even need ults to win these team fights, to get these early picks, to make these game-changing plays so consistently. And that's why they've just been such a dominant force in this tournament and continue to be both today and yesterday.
Yep, yet to lose a map so far, and to continue on that way is... Yeah, I mean, look, there were signs of life there from Sleepy Squad. A couple of big moments here and there. The Ant freak down the tire comes to mind immediately, but it was just small periods of hope that they had that were quickly squashed by the Spoonful of Honey squad that, you know, again, I mean, most of these players, of course, have played with each other in games across many years in Overwatch 2, but they don't particularly get the chance to play 6v6 together, so the fact that you've just got this cohesion and the ability to work together from playing for what is the space of just 2 days and look like this as a squad, it's very admirable, and, well, I still find it very hard to see who's going to be able to stop this squad from taking out the Overspooned tournament.
Yeah, and big thanks to everyone in Sleepy Squad. They've put on a phenomenal show. I really enjoyed casting their gameplay. They've done some incredible feats. I'm really happy that Ant was able to show off, you know, a nice tire kill there at the end. Giant Ninja being, you know, very, very consistent and like a dominant force for his team. Moonish and Pug, even with, you know, playing on a Switch, being able to pull off like pretty consistent good tank plays and being able to still push in even with, what is it, 30 FPS, something crazy like that. And yeah, Silica and JD on the back line just really pulling the team together, and they've done pretty well getting to the quarterfinals. Got to be happy with that, guys.
Oh, even better. The semi-finals even is what they got to. They even had a quarter-final win. So
true.
And they can say that they were the only team in the entire Overspooned tournament to win a quarter-final, since there was only one. So hey, that's something to take away. But we do say goodbye to the 6 in front of us here. They put on a show over day 1 and day 2. Now they can sit back and watch what remains here, because we will be getting underway very soon, of course, with our next semi-final Cherry Bomb, and there is no Spoon. But before we do that, we're going to go to a quick break. When we return, we've got some interviews, we've got some chatting with the hosts, and then we're going to be getting into our second semi-final. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back right after this.
Welcome in. We have Tiffy here for our interviews. How are you?
Good. Very excited. Very scared of that last match. That was insane, but I'm excited to be here. Thanks for having me.
No problem. Thank you for coming in last minute as a sub to and playing these last 2 days.
That is all good. Excited to be here.
How are you feeling about your team so far? You are currently undefeated.
Our team has got amazing vibes. Like, we're just over here, like, having fun, having a laugh, and just like, oh no, how are we getting here? How are we doing these things? But we're just taking it a game at a time and just having fun and just chilling and laughing along the way.
Yeah, Steffi gave us a little bit of a sample of your scuffed comms yesterday. The whole huggy wuggy.
Yep. Yeah, a little huggy wuggy, a little upsies, a little meow meows. All the fun.
I would like to say you had some incredible Mercy gameplay in that last match. Some absolutely clutch reses that won that team fights for your team there.
I am always down for a cheeky Mercy res, and I will like sacrifice my life to see if I can pull it off or not.
I do quite enjoy being that sneaky Mercy that gets the res off in the middle of this entire enemy team. So I have mad respect for that, Tiffy.
Thank you.
How are you guys feeling going into the grand final where you will either be versing Cherry Bomb or There Is No Spoon?
We are really, really excited. We don't know how we got here, but we are really, really excited to get into grand finals. We're just surprised, but we are happy to be here.
Absolutely. And do you have any last words for your opposition come grand final?
Look, we just want to have fun and make some silly content on the point, all right? Just let me dance. Can I please be a dancing Mercy?
Don't kill her on the objective again.
Yeah,
rude, Jai.
That was rude. I just wanted to dance. If you see me dancing, just let me dance.
I agree. Well, we wish you the best of luck for your grand final match, Tiffy, and we hope to see you put on another amazing show.
Thank you. Thanks for having us.
Okay, we have a clip.
All right.
Where's the clip? What's the clip?
I'm scared of the clip. Oh, it's Dancing Mercy!
No? Yes,
Oh, no, it's not. It's the cheeky res.
Oh, no, it is Dancing Mercy.
It's Dancing Mercy.
Beautiful.
That's just rude. He's like, that's a free 2-tap right there.
I just wanted to dance. I just wanted to do the hustle, okay?
Absolutely. Thank you for coming in, Tiffy. We wish you the best of luck in your grand final games.
Thank you.
Yeah, some amazing plays there, and a really, really good effort from the Sleepy squad after their quarterfinal win.
Yeah, definitely. Sleepy Squad put on a hell of a show and fight, considering they have 2 players that accidentally nerfed themselves and put themselves on console as well. So they did an amazing job to get to semifinals in the first place. We've seen some amazing plays from both Jai and Pug on that console. Like, he blocked a shatter at 15 FPS. That's absolutely insane. I can't block a shatter at 250 FPS. He did it at 15. So big shout out to Sleepy Squad for coming in, bringing the vibes, and putting on an absolute show. Our next game is going to be against Cherry Bomb and There Is No Spoon to see who's going to meet us in the grand final. I just got notification from production that the Tiltify link is working again. If anyone would like to continue donating, we are $100 off our next milestone, which is a Battle Pass giveaway for anyone in the chat.
Yeah, exactly. So if you are looking to support the Wonder Level event that we've been putting on and raising some much needed money for the Ehlers-Danlos Society, jump into that Tiltify link and pop in a donation.
Yeah, 100%. The fact that we reached $900 just yesterday is absolutely crazy. Bit unfortunate that the Tiltify link has been down for half of this event today, but it is up and working again, guys, and the link is in chat if you'd like to continue to donate.
There we go. Over here.
Trying to
Over
keep going
here.
left and
Use the
right.
QR code. Yeah, exactly. I was like, hang on, where am I?
This way.
Yeah, exactly.
Am I
Jump
right?
into that QR code.
This
Yeah,
way.
and
I got it. I got it. First
and
go.
pop in a
Here we go.
donation. You'll find the link in the chat as well.
We are going to kick off the next game soon against Cherry Bomb, and there is no spoon for that grand final position. So we're going to hand it over to Iggy and Haz to get that game started now.
Beautiful.
Hello everyone, welcome back. It's myself and Iggy ready to get the action started here for our second semi-final. Winner, of course, to join our already crowned, sorry, I shouldn't say already crowned champion, already crowned grand finalist Spoonful of Honey. And that, of course, is Cherry Bomb, and there is no spoon. Iggy, two of these squads, both of these squads had a very solid day yesterday. Cherry Bomb, of course, in second place in the group stages. There is no spoon in third. And one of them will be joining the Spoonful of Honey squad in the grand final. I feel like for the good look of the team names, having Spoonful of Honey and There Is No Spoon in there would be very aesthetically pleasing. But I have a feeling Cherry Bomb have something to say about that.
Yeah, absolutely. Cherry Bomb and There Is No Spoon have been quite dominant in their performances on day one. Are both choosing the Reinhardt kind of meta teams. Canberra, of course, being a bit of a Reinhardt one-trick on Cherry Bomb, and There Is No Spoon having Blue playing Ryan for theirs. They've both put on quite a good show. I mean, Team 5 were put together last minute. This was only meant to be a 4-team tournament, but we were able to scrape together a fifth team filled with a really impressive lineup that have really shown that, you know, even without a spoon, they can make it pretty far in this tournament.
Yes, I mean, the team name, you wouldn't have thought it would happen, but before us is what we do see. But either of these two, it's a pretty hard one to pick. I mean, you've got solid players across the board on both the tanks, DPS, healers. I'm looking forward to what should be a very interesting series. I'm feeling like we might go all three maps here, but I guess we'll have to see what happens with the first as the players have started to get their selections in here. Iggy, let's get our second semi-final up and running.
We do look like we do have the Canberra on the Reinhardt. Blue opting to go for the Ramacha instead, though. Fruitcake hasn't picked a hero yet. I don't know if this is a kind of delay and stall tactic to show that, you know, they only need one tank for this. They will go into this fight 5v6 and still be alright. But it does look like we've got a Soldier and a Reaper versing a Tracer and a Cassidy. Cherry Bomb unfortunately getting down picked a little bit early here, maybe because they're down a tank. I'm not sure where Fruitcake is at. That's probably why the pause came out, I would imagine.
I was going to say, everyone is also wondering where Fruitcake is at the moment, as they have not been able to join in this one. And, well, unfortunately, it does mean that Cherry Bomb are most likely going to lose this first fight here. Of course, you can see our barcode player, which we're going to have to check who that actually is when it comes to names for that one. Who is that?
Believe the barcode player is Beep. Beep Boop.
Beep.
Yeah.
Ah, like a barcode. Of course, that makes sense. Beep. They could also just have their name as Beep. That would make our jobs a lot easier. But, you know,
yeah,
fair enough.
I reckon... Yeah, I was just going to say, I think we were going to have a restart on that lobby there. Obviously, starting off the first round, we can do a restart and it not be too affecting. Like, there wasn't a point capture or anything too major going on with the extra player there. So we're just going to do a quick restart, figure out what happened to Fruitcake. Hopefully we can get this started very shortly for you all.
Yes, no, shouldn't be too far away from that one. I'd say the only person who's going to be quite upset is probably Beep. I mean, they had a beautiful 3k there, and that's just, well, it never happened now. That game was just going to be cut from the VOD, so it didn't exist, unfortunately. No chance for Beep to get themselves a clip set up there. That's just, you know, it happens, but... Yeah, I mean, like, the initial start for that one, it was certainly... Well, we saw some aggression, I'd say there, especially from Canberra on that Reinhardt. Playing the only tank in that situation. I would imagine Fruitcake would probably be with them as, oh, hello,
Ooh.
Mr. B, Duffman. We were talking about the milestone of 1,000 to be reached, and Duffman's just come in and deliver it for us. Thank you very much for that one. And that means the raise, we've got to $1,000, and, well... I think that means that the Battle Pass giveaway will be starting quite soon then.
That's right. We've got $1,000 now reached, which is our initial goal, I believe, which is fantastic that we've now hit that. I believe within probably 10 minutes of the Tiltify link working again, we've already hit this milestone. Fantastic work. We will have a battle pass given away, I believe, probably after this match. So stick around for that, everyone in chat. It's going to be, I mean, absolutely worth having a go at. Might as well try and get your hands on a Ultimate Battle Pass. It's pretty awesome to get. But going back to this game that we're watching, I believe that Beep is a Bastion one trick that is now ventured out onto a few other heroes. And during this tournament, they've tried a lot of other heroes, and they've just been extremely dominant. Very, very consistent on a lot of hit scan heroes like the Cassidy that we just saw. And I'm not afraid to say that they're probably better at other heroes other than Bastion now, because they're just showing complete dominance.
Yes, that they are. And, well, we are going to get the little bit of a restart, Evan. It's just like, the Men in Black look forward at the flashing light. First series, that didn't happen at all. Fruitcake has loaded in their character. It's an Orisa that will be joining as the second tech there for Cherry Bomb. There is no Spoon. Well, they stay basically the same. There's not really any changes across the board at all. But, second semi-final. We're going to do a take two for this one. Iggy, let's get this one underway. Winner, of course, to play Spoonful of Honey in the grand final. A best of 5 to follow. Who's it going to be? Let's find out.
And absolutely everything on the line for these guys to manage to get themselves into the grand final. As you said before, we do have the Orisa and Ryan on Cherry Bomb coming out here, with Kelpid and Blue maintaining that Ram and Zarya front line, seeing if that can rework for them, versing 2 tanks now instead. Kambara absolutely getting in their face super early on, getting himself a little bit low. Punch able to take out Dimples really early on, which is going to be pretty detrimental for There Is No Spin to be able to continue and clean up.
Well, this is what happens when you have a 6v6 in this situation, as There Is No Spoon. Players lost early on. Kambara gets that pick as well nicely towards the end with the charge. Leaves it in the 4v6. They get themselves the point. They can start working this one forward. It was Punch who got that initial kill as well on that Reinhardt. Here comes Kambara. They were waiting in the corner. They miss it though, and Beat punishes. And now the push straight back in here from There Is No Spoon all over the top of this one. Punch though is able to get Kelpit, so they get this one immediately back with a nice little pick there. And Trainman's got Coco. So there's no chance at that revive, and just when you think there might have been a switch over, they've pulled this one back on the other side. Beat finding one at the very least, but they're all split up here. There Is No Spoon have to get back in a grouping of some kind, but they just don't have the players, they don't have the positioning. Kambara and Trainman finish off the next two, and this is a perfect start here for the Cherry Bomb squad. 39% and counting upwards. And There Is No Spoon, they need to get a regroup going here because they are losing control at this point. They need to stop this before it ticks up towards 70.
Yeah, looking at these team comps here, I am in favor of There Is No Spoon, thinking that their team comp is slightly better. Cherry Bomb has a very aggressive front line with the Reinhardt and the Orisa, with the Reaper helping out as well. But just having a look at There Is No Spoon's comp, I just feel like there's more utility and more versatility for them. Punch able to pick off 3 with Blossom, Train picking up a kill for their own. That is both DPS ults off the table though, and Valkyrie. That gives There Is No Spoon a bit of an opportunity here to regroup, getting close to final fight with almost 4 ults on the board.
Yeah, wow, the 3k from the Blossom there from Punch, that is absolutely enormous. There Is No Spoon though, they have the ultimates. They need to get one of these to get a bit of damage forward, otherwise this could be a 100% to 0 the way it's coming together. Coco's popped theirs as they're getting that extra damage and healing across on both ends. They're not quite finding the picks early. Blue's gone, kill. Oh, Killy Mercury, big 3k there, responds to Punch's kills. Kelpit falls out of half M's, Fruitcake with 1. They delay, they will get themselves up to the 99% as Kambara still hanging around as well. The Shadow's not bad, a second one could be there. It's knocked away from it though before they can get any secondary damage. And they will get it. There Is No Spoon. But now they have to hold on as long as possible. And off that, they used every single ultimate just to take the point.
I mean, it was kind of worth it. Cherry Bomb ended up using everything in their ult bank as well. Kambara believing that he could clutch up there and throwing his ult in there too. Unfortunately, did not make the play happen. And now we're going into a bit of a dry fight here with no ult on the board. Kambara able to pick off Dimples with a pin into the backline fairly early. Punch able to pick off the second support for There Is No Spoon. Cherry Blossom losing both of their supports as well now. It's getting into a very messy fight here, but it's getting incredibly close, and Cherry Bomb's able to retake.
Yeah, and just like that, that should be the first map done, and it is there. Cherry Bomb, they'll take a 1-0 lead for this one, and, well, they took control early, got it to a 99-0. There Is No Spoon. They finally got a switch to happen, but it was only temporary. Cherry Bomb, massive opportunity to take a 1-0 lead here in the semi-final. And we're going to see a couple of changes across the board. Beep's going to that Bastion. You see Fruitcake onto the Junker Queen. And I think that's about it. Oh, Blue's also gone for the change as well as... oh, everyone's decided to leave.
No, it's just
Guess we've got ourselves some another pause.
A bit of a Telstra disconnect going on here. Bit of a unfortunate from Hardams being kicked off the server, which, you know, that's all right. You can have Corbs as your solo support. I've seen this man play. His bowls are legendary. I'm just saying that from the sake of Moira, and I've seen his Zen. Nothing else, of course. But I would be not afraid to go into this in a 5v6. Cherry Bomb already showing their dominance with a 1-point lead here. Why the pause? We don't need it.
Yeah, I mean, I can see there's some chat going on and that people are wanting to get snacks. Trainman's thinking they can get down to 7-Eleven for a donut. I don't think the pause is going to be that long. Again, it comes down to what hard M's, if it's been a complete computer crash, then maybe there's a chance they could, run down and grab something. But I'm going to say advise against it. But I mean, Overspooned, I mean, they've disconnected 2 of their opposition now. I mean, the first map, it didn't really work for them because we got the full reset. They tried to do it before the start as well. They're doing everything, to bring momentum for their side. But Cherry Bomb remaining steady so far.
Yeah, showing pretty dominant gameplay here from Cherry Bomb. I think that with the dominant Orisa Reinhardt frontline, I mean, you can pick the Zarya, you can pick the Ram, but there's just so many abilities in their arsenal, especially Orisa's, that can shut down them so easily. And then you have someone like Kambara on Ryan, who's just so pin happy. Is so at a moment's notice being like, you know what, I'm gonna pin in and I'm gonna pick off one of the supports right off the bat. And sure, you guys might need to support me as I try not to die in their backline, but they're down to support now. And if we can keep it going, we're probably gonna win this team fight. And they've been able to do that time and time again and maintain a dominant hold onto the point.
Yeah, and that's what works them as well. If you have that aggressive tank that's able to deliver those charges, does the job for them. As we've got another donation coming on through VR Flad with the $25. So that's more there. I mean, it's been pointed out from Iggy. I was about to point to the QR code that was to the left of me, of course, on camera. Unfortunately, don't get the opportunity because we're straight back into the game here as Cherry Bomb 1-0 lead, looking to try and take this first map. There is no spoon. A couple of changes. Can they bring this one to a 1-all, send us to a third here?
Yeah, we seem to be having a little bit of a swap over of tanks from Fruitcake here, and now on the Junker Queen. Not much change from There Is No Spoon, apart from Beat now onto the Bastion. Punch being able to pick up Dimples pretty early on. Trainman being able to kill off the other support as well. Kambara does go down, but with no supports, There Is No Spoon probably don't have a good chance here of retaking the point.
Kambara was almost playing just, that distraction. In the meantime, though, Beat does get caused. The immediate revive will come through, though, but Punch, they are in a terrible position as they try to get back through the point there, dying immediately. Kambara, though, back into towards the fire. Kelpit's going to be taken out, killing Mercury. Oh, that knife so close to grabbing them. They'll get taken down anyway from Trainman. Kambara will get that one onto Blue, so a temporary hold of the point there from There Is No Spoon. It's just to 12%, and Cherry Bomb, they went out the first full fight. There Is No Spoon will start to regroup from spawn.
Yeah, just so much damage on both sides here. With the Sojourn Reaper and the Junker Queen, just full-on frontline aggression. But with There Is No Spoon, holding onto that Bastion, Reaper, and Orisa, I mean, there's just so much damage that people can be picked off in an instant without any chance of healing them. Oh my god, Kambara! is flying Coco off the map, and no one's there to pick her up either. I mean, he gets his one, sure. I'm all for it. So he's already 3 down when it happens. You might as well get your one and get out of the fight, right?
Yeah, and in the meantime, they've actually got 3, so
yeah,
probably not worth technically the one overall, but I mean it is their one. I mean they said in the chat as well, and it's a nice little highlight. Probably scared Coco to death as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Got to be careful of this pin happy Kambara. Oh. And that's 3 out of 3 shots from the Bastion ult hitting right on Kambara's head. Unfortunately, was not able to live that. Fruitcake goes down pretty quick soon after. It looks pretty decisive team fight victory here now that both tanks are out of the fight for Cherry Bomb. We're just going to be able to hold down this choke point pretty well. We have an Orisa and a Ram in your face. There's not much you can do.
Devil's getting another pick as well there as Punch is just trying to get some damage together, looking to try and build up towards that ultimate corpse, and Train Man has theirs ready to go. Kambara was having a shatter set there, but again, they're getting aggressive. It worked in the first instances. It's not happening at the moment, though. Again, they're left in a 5v6 now, Cherry Bombers. They need to get towards this point. They need to switch it over. 70% scanning on that one. Train Man's popped the ultimate. It's not really fighting too much here. But in the back line, they get a bit too aggressive on that side as Punch and Train Man do find those picks, but Blue, the double up is there. It finds the damage, it's putting it together, and now they're just cut off. They're split from everyone at the moment. The ultimate, the shatter from Kambara, it gets 1, but that's all they're able to get at the moment. That's not going to switch things across, trying to get towards the point, but they're going to be put down so low. The pin, the charge, they might just take them off. Oh, they go a bit high, and Kelpit punishes them for it. And Fruitcake stuck in the corner. They do get the one with the trades. They might just fall together. And Punch jumps on in. Coco finds it. And Fruitcake somehow stays alive with the help of their healers. And we've got to pause.
Oh, Fruitcake able to javelin Kelpit off the map there, and then being able to pick off another team member. Absolutely was able to clutch up for their team. Kambara, unfortunately, going down a little bit early. But I think between that and Kelpit being able to absolutely pop off and clutch that up means that even without this DC, we're looking at another team fight for sure, at least going to be able to happen. And it's not completely in the bag for Cherry Bomb just yet.
No, it's not. Hard M's with the secondary disconnect. So I think once we get the goal of 1,500, of course, for our beautiful charity, I think we might need to then start a secondary goal of getting M's either working PC or better internet. It's one of those things that isn't working for them, but that could be sort of secondary. So guys, once we hit the 1,500, then we're helping M's out. But we've got to get there first. So, you know, keep donating, get donating. And also, I believe the giveaway has started as well. So if you want to grab it in towards chat there, exclamation mark, tickets or ticket 1, and that'll get you the chance to maybe walk away with a beautiful battle pass. Very nice.
Yeah, you had that. We did hit the $1,000 goal of being raised for this charity, which is fantastic to see. There is the battle pass in the chat, everyone. Exclamation mark ticket. Get your chance of winning an ultimate battle pass. Even if you already have it, I'm pretty sure it gives you a bunch of Overwatch coins, which is just basically free money, a free battle pass for next season. You might as well enter, give it a chance, have a go. Would recommend everyone hopping in. Might as well.
Are we allowed to join? I don't know if that's sort of...
I mean...
if we're part of the production side, if we win, I guess most people would think that was rigged, but...
If I win, I'll give it out.
I will not, because I don't have the battle pass. So, yeah, if I win it, it's all mine and no one else's. Sorry, guys. You know what?
When I say give it out, I mean I'll probably give it to my fiance.
I know what's going to happen here is just that if I win, Abe's just going to re-roll it because that doesn't count.
Yeah.
You're not allowed to do that. But, well, I'm not sure because we got this goal going. What's the next goal up?
The next goal we have going is if we hit the 1,500. We have an Overwatch bundle giveaway, which is the Academy Mega Bundle. I think it's worth about 60 or 70 bucks actually in the Blizzard store. So that's a little bit of, you know, if you're thinking about getting it yourself, instead of giving money to Blizzard, you just have to be watching the stream, which is a lot more better in my book, I would say. No offense to Blizzard, of course. And also, I'm going to be putting on a Wrecking Ball onesie that I have, just for you guys. if we hit that goal.
I've seen that in person at LAN, so I mean, like, it's almost as good that we get to see it on the stream if it does happen. So please, guys, we got to see the onesie. Like we're seeing Cherry Bomb try and keep this one going here. They switched the site across 30%, but there is no spoon. They've got the opportunity here. A couple of ultimates. They can get this one, change us them. Well, send us to a third here to try and close out this first map. But Fruitcake waiting in the corner. The other side, Kambara though. Oh, brother, you're getting so aggressive, and it's worked. Well, 60% of the time. The other 40%, unfortunately, it does put your team in a bit of an awkward situation as now the 5v6 as now this final fight starts on towards the point here.
Yeah, Reaper Blossom does come out, unable to connect with too many there. It's Reaper v Reaper in the kill feed, showing who can clean up quicker. Cherry Bomb getting only Train Man left alive, unfortunately goes down as well. There is no spoon, able to pick up this point. Not quite 69%, that's a shame. And we're going to go to a point 3.
Yes, that we will, and it's been the story of both for so far. Cherry Bomb dominant early on in the first one. There is no spoon, get a sort of switch towards the end. It was 100 to about 40. Same thing that happened here. There is no spoon, mostly dominant to start. I get towards the 100% first, and then there was a couple that came together. I was going to say, did Beep just die? Was that after or before the respawn back in there?
I think he jumped off the map at the last second of the last point.
I was going to say, I was like, I don't know if that just took a while for it to actually show up on that. But, well, here we are, our final one here for map number 1. One of these teams is going to be taking a 1-0 lead. Is it Cherry Bomb? Is it There Is No Spoon? Let's get this one rolling. Couple of changes on both ends, and we see that Fruitcake has gone for the Diva pick.
Diva pick there, as well as the Freya from Train. It's going to be a little bit interesting. There is no spoon, maintaining a fairly similar comp to what they had last time. I don't know how it's going to hold up in this kind of open-ish map, where you're no longer indoors and you're going to struggle a little bit harder. Kambara pinning into the back line, able to pick off 2 on his own. Train Man being able to pick off Blue. It does look like a pretty decisive win from Cherry Bomb here, with only Punch being picked off. Oh, never mind. And Train Man, both DPS out of the fight. So there might be a bit of an opportunity if there is no spoon to retake here, now that they've only got the tanks and supports to deal with.
Yeah, and they'll be able to group up pretty quickly here for the side of There Is No Spoon. But Cherry Bomb, once again, it's Kambara. It's the 60% of the time it works all the time. Charge, finding that initial pick in the opening fight. And now they look to try and again get themselves set up in a position where they're hiding in a corner. They do come forward on this one again, but they're so low on this one, they don't find the charge immediately. And that is when There Is No Spoon jumped on top of this one on the Rhine. He stayed alive for a little bit longer, but not enough there. Trainman will get that trade immediately back as there's going to be the dive in from Beef on the other end. Fruitcake now, the last remaining tank there, and they might not be able to find themselves enough on this side. Punch gets one, but then Killy should be able to jump on towards the other side here. The flank goes on the other one. Corpse is taken care of. Punch trying to stay alive, trying to stay here with this one on Fruitcake as well. They delay, they at least push it up to 39%, but now they have to regroup back towards spawn as There Is No Spoon takes control of the point.
Yeah, I think Coco being able to res Blue there in the middle of the fight really made that fight quite decisive for There Is No Spoon. After the trades did come out, and being able to res a tank that early on made it so they were able to retake that and capture the point for their team.
Starts to come in now. Jumping from both sides, here's Dimple. Popping that ultimate on the left side there, and Kelpit finds Punch, and that's a big kill because Punch has been finding so much damage on that Reaper DPS, and Kelpit's going to follow it up with a second here onto Train Man as well. Both DPS wiped out from Cherry Bomb, and There Is No Spoon. This fight is theirs to take, and now it's not just that with the fight, it's the control of the point. It's up to above 50% almost as Blue finally finishes off Corbs. Fruitcake, it is a complete shutdown there, and off that Cherry Bomb, they're going to swing a couple of changes there. Fruitcake on the tank, that's going to be taken over. There Is No Spoon, they've got control, they've got some ultimates, and they can get this one done here and now. If they win this next fight, it's going to be very difficult for Cherry Bomb to get back into this.
Yeah, unfortunately they've got no speed on Cherry Bomb to be able to get to point quicker or take these quick angles for their team to push in to point, but it does look like they've kind of got a bit of a split angle going on from their team, just taking it from heaps of different angles, and it seems to be working well for them. They've been able to pick off a lot of people that seem to be out of position and absolutely clean up this fight without losing a single team member.
Yeah, they did that one perfectly there. Punch, Train Man finding those picks when needed, and the good team performance there with that fight. Off it, though, they do use most of their ultimates. There is no spoon. They're going to have 3 available. Maybe even 4 if Coco gets theirs up to 100% pretty quickly here. Punch trying to drop in the back line, see if they can get an opener. And they do onto Dimples. That's the one they needed. You take out that healer in the fight, and that's basically done. Kambara also gets beep as well, as again, the flanking Ryan doing moves and getting the job done for this one. Going in towards this spawn. Now, that might be a little bit too ambitious. Oh, Kambara, you might have gone too far for Punch in the meantime. Picked up the Mercy. And you know what? In the end, it's worked 74%, and there is no spoon. Have to regroup here as Cherry Bomb are going to take the lead.
Yeah, we're getting very close to last fire territory here. A couple of ultimates on the board for There Is No Spoon. Hopefully they can use these to regain a bit of space. Orisa ult does come out and is able to pick off Kambara along with the other tank too. A res does come out onto blue, meaning that There Is No Spoon is absolutely going to be able to retake this.
A quick one on that side there. So now they just need to regroup here. Cherry Bomb, they're still going to have one opportunity to try and take this one, as they'll just sort of wait until everyone's together. Someone might need to dive on as a little bit of a sacrifice, but there you can see Killing Mercury, they're waiting in the corner. If they can get this ultimate popped here with the side here of Reaper, that could be everything. Corvus has popped their coalescence, trying to keep everyone up as they keep making this forward one here. Killing Mercury, waiting in the back line. They've got a position here they don't know about it, but Kambara's got Corvus. Killy finally comes through with it, but it might only get one in the end. It does, and Punch and Kambara find the follow-ups. Punch with a double. Team kills across the board there, as There Is No Spoon now. They regroup very quickly here. I don't know if they'll have the opportunity though. 95% up towards 100. I don't think they get a chance to touch the point.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to be able to touch here, and it's pretty close fight here. We got to 1-1, on each side. This is a very close first map. I actually have no idea who's going to take this to the grand final. I couldn't tell you definitively if Cherry Bomb or There Is No Spoon is going to be our grand finalist.
Yes, that they may be. Well, I mean, you couldn't ask for a better semi-final for this one here. I mean, both first ones going all the way. You get to 100 to 99%. Could have gone to either side. Cherry Bomb coming in this one as the 3rd seed. They do sort of just a little bit of surprise there over Cherry. Well, I was going to say over There Is No Spoon. In fact, they were the 2nd seed. That's why they've gone out here. I do apologise for that one, but yeah, I mean, for There Is No Spoon, like, they had the opportunity, especially when you think back, they were up 80 to 35% there, but it was the secondary fight that followed when they initially lost that one, and they just had everyone ripped to shreds. The ultimates were used that didn't get any sort of damage, and unfortunately then just couldn't get back in time towards the point. But, you know, very solid start to our 2nd semi-final in the Cherry Bomb. On the cusp of joining Spoonful of Honey in our grand finals.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just trying to think, was Punch on tank for that last point, but was on DPS for the first 2? Because I think I saw Punch on the Orisa, no?
No, Punch was Reaper for most of it, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I'm just thinking the last point. Anyway, I was wondering if they swapped up a couple of roles there in the middle of it to see if that's what they needed to push through that final point and win that for the team. A fantastic job from both sides, absolutely neck and neck, very close. Couldn't definitively tell you, as I said, who I think is going to win, because both of these teams really putting in all their effort and showing that it can go either way. You know, maybe you just don't need Kambara pinning in for one fight and you can win it, or maybe you just need Beep to get a nice early pick on one of the supports or something, but really showing that either team can still win this. And coming into King's Row now, we're not 100% sure which team is going to be in top. What do you think?
Yeah, it's still hard to pick this one. I mean, Cherry Bomb, they'll of course take that first one there. Didn't particularly do it in a way that was complete dominance, though. So there's every chance here for There Is No Spoon to immediately respond. They will have to do this one on King's Row with a decent start on the attacking side. Bare minimum, they've got to take this first point. If they don't get enough on this first point, only get to probably halfway, things are going to be made very difficult for them. So they'll hope to try and get this first point quickly done and dusted. But they've got a fair bit to ride into here. Train Man, I love that the Tourbillon pick from Punch is where you can put that extra turret here for the defense. Can be fantastic. Kambara is still on that ride. Let's get ready and rolling here for map number 2 of our 2nd semi-final.
Showing Corbs here, rolling out on the Zenyatta as well, showing that he is the master of balls, both Moira and Zen. Love to see it. Love you, Corbs. Fantastic work. Keep it up. Both Ryans going down super early here. Kelpwood getting the pin onto Kambara. A little bit of a Ryan diff going on, perhaps. We've got Train Man being able to pick off Killy and Punch, able to pick off Kelpwood after the res as well. It looks like we're going to be able to see a very quick first fight win.
There's a couple of picks there from There Is No Spoon, and they're still sort of hanging around for this one, but it does seem like they're doing enough here, Cherry Bomb, just to hold them off. The problem's going to be, though, is that they've got themselves a little too far away from the next spawn, so they've got to be very careful of these as Train Man and Killy Mercury. They trade each other, and Kelpwood the charge in this time. They're proving that they can play this Ryan as well, as Corbs is taken out of the fight. Fruitcake trying to stay alive, but they've got no help with them. And just like that, it wasn't pretty. It was just sort of little picks here and there, but they take control of this first point. There Is No Spoon. They do it in a pretty decent amount of time. You can see Kambara is thinking of jumping in. He's thinking of still wanting to go forward. In fact, the contest is there. The charge, though, doesn't find what they were looking for. And now that should just about do it. And it means that all of the players here from Cherry Bomb are going to be sent back to that long spawn.
Yeah, a bit of a long spawn there. And a little bit of a cleanup happening here. Kelpwood just finishing off Fruitcake. They're going to have to take a little while to get back from spawn. They're going to get a bit of a push going on here with almost 5 minutes on the clock. They're going to get pretty close to that second point objective and have a pretty good time bank on their hands. The pharmacy on There Is No Spoon is proving to be quite difficult for Cherry Bomb. Corbs unfortunately gets picked off by Beep as they're just coming back on that nasty Hanzo angle that they've got there. Kambara making an angle of his own, flanking towards the enemy spawn. Hardham's just looking at him being like, why is my Ryan over there? Please help us.
It's just where Ryan usually goes for this one. Punch doesn't deliver at least a kill back there onto Beep, and we'll be able to pick up that little package of healing. This Kambara, yes, well, it is providing a distraction.
Space created, I guess.
It is space created. It allows his teammates just to, start doing the other fights for me here. Beep, though, in the meantime, Corbs just keeps dying. He's probably thinking, I really like that shield right now from this side as Kambara the Shadow. I don't know if that actually hit anything in the end.
The zoning shadow.
It's a zoning shadow, absolutely. It does the job with that end. Ems is thinking about popping that ultimate there as they want the nano boost to possibly come through. Blue playing up close. Crayman does get Killy Mercury, and, the distraction, I think it's done enough to delay, and in fact, it will get these 5 wins as Fruitcake delivers a nice double. And There Is No Spoon is forced back towards spawn. It's their first little stop.
He's sending it so hard. Love to see it from a Reinhardt in these tournaments. Just like absolute no care in the world. Kelpwood gets res, so Cherry Bomb is going to have to back up a little bit here to wait for Kambara to come back from spawn. Although it's probably not very long. He's so pin happy. I'm pretty sure he has pin bound to his W key at this point.
Yeah, and look, in the words that he said earlier, he got his one, so it doesn't matter on this end here, as it will be another pause to come
Hardham's,
through.
oh no!
Dear. I don't think I was kind of joking about the donation goal after we hit the 1,500, but that actually might need to happen because I don't know what's going on with Hardham's either PC or internet, but it is struggling to run Overwatch 2.
Yeah, unfortunate there. Whether that's a DC or a issue with the computer, it's unfortunate for Hardham's, but we'll be coming to a pause, just waiting for her to come back. Corbs does have the Transcendence online for his team. Unfortunately, as soon as that ends, he's going to be the only support for Cherry Bomb to be able to try and make this team fight win. With Punch getting incredibly low and There Is No Spoon all pretty much clumped together with a couple of ultimates coming up, it's going to be a little bit tricky for when we unpause for Cherry Bomb to take this fight.
Yeah, and they just look like, and they'd finally just gotten some decent stops as well. So, unfortunate, but that is the way the cookie crumbles in this instance. So, and I was going to say, Corbs has already used most of this Transcendence as well. 3 seconds, you can see there. They still have available, but I'd imagine themselves and Fruitcake are going to start running back. You can see Punch is in the back line. Had attempted to do some damage and is heading towards the health kit. It's really, you can sort of just see what's happening through outlines as the unpause comes through, which I think means that Ems is back. They are.
Oh,
No, they go forward off this one. They go the other direction. They stay and they keep going with these fights. They want to go forward off this one.
They're
The
still
charge
sending it.
forward. No, the Mercy gets away, but Punch, Trainman, and Fruitcake are able to follow up on that Shatter. And it doesn't matter that it's a 6v5. It's a fight 1. And, well, maybe
Kambara
that was
gets
the
picked
idea.
off while emoting there.
Oh,
Oh.
is Coco?
Leave the
No.
Mercy. Oh, Punch.
I thought, oh, Punch, that's so nice. You let it up.
Being nice, but also getting a stagger kill. It's pretty rough for There Is No Spoon. I'm very surprised that they kept up the aggression, and even being one down, they were able to clutch up that fight win. It was smart of them. That was their really only chance, I think. If they let that draw out a little bit longer, we would have seen the Hanzo Dragon and the Nano on the board and not be able to clutch it back.
What he's trying to do. Did he? No.
Oop. Oh no. Just another one. I'm sorry, Hard. It's very unfortunate.
Well, you know, to be fair, I think we were actually ahead of schedule, so this is very nice by Ems. They're actually allowing us to get back on time, which is what I think everyone was hoping for with these series. We don't want to finish things too quickly, guys. And, you know, in the meantime, you've got more time to donate. That's what Ems is. That's what Ems has been trying to imply with these disconnects.
That's right. Every time we pause, we expect to donate to the Ehlers-Danlos Society, guys. Please, it's a fantastic charity doing great work. And again, if we hit the 1,500 goal today, I will put on a Wrecking Ball onesie and I'll smile in the camera, mainly for Abe, but also for chatters.
I mean, if that's not worth $1,500, I don't know what is, to be honest.
I mean, it's a genuine Wrecking Ball cosplay as well. I got it from the Blizzard store.
Yeah, so it's authentic. It is Blizzard TM merchandise. I mean, what more could you ask for at this point? And you know, well, Abe's pointing it out as well. Yeah, they really want their onesie. They're trying to spell onesie. Yeah, okay. They're pointing out that they don't know how to spell. It's all right. you can produce. That's what you're here for. Spelling is secondary for this one here, but we are just waiting for Ems to reconnect in. They were quick last time. Might be a little bit more of a delay. Could be a full PC restart this time, because we're not entirely sure what issues have quite been.
Having a look at the board there, we did see that There Is No Spoon had a couple of ults on the table. I believe both DPS ults we were looking at there. So there is a chance for them once again to hold it with only 5 players. Hardham's unfortunately will be having to come back from spawn with 0 ult charge. There's no way to make it so they can come back with their ult charge, unfortunately. But so they're at a slight disadvantage, but we did see them once. We can see them do it again where they can clutch up. And yeah, that's what you could be looking at if we donate, if we get to our $1,500 goal. And I believe we just got a $25 donation from Venus.
Yeah, that we
Thank you so much, Venus.
Thank you, Venus. We very much appreciate that. And just like that, donation of 25 given, and the game is back in action. And Punch himself has the double here on the Reaper. It just seems to work actually really well for Cherry Bomb. Hardems disconnects, and then it's just a team away from the Cherry Bomb squad.
They know that they need to clutch up in those moments because they're one down, and they're just like, all right, bet, press Q. And they just manage to make it work, or they just press Q and W, or a variation of both, and they can just send it. I should tell those that Switch players in the chat, like Pug, that Q and W is the move forward and the alt button.
Yes, in whichever order you like, honestly. As Kambara, Kelpert has been put down again. Like, I look to like my left or right, and he's just never with his team. He's just like 10 million miles away as Beep and Trayman take a 1v1, and Beep wins that one out there as Punch waiting in the corner once again to see if anyone might come.
What is Kambara doing? He's in enemy spawn.
How is he here? He's about to get a shit. Oh my god.
He's just here for the Ryan diff. Even if he gets slept and antied and dies, he got the pin. He knows that he's the King Ryan. And now they're down a tank, so it's going to be tricky for the team to regroup. Corbs being able to pull out his ult. 3 ults coming out from Cherry Bomb all at once. This is just a freaking light show going on with so many different ults on the table. Coco barely getting away with their life, having to use the Valkyrie to survive. Cherry Bomb now has only Kambara's Shadow on the board, but it's not going to matter because nobody can touch.
No, they can't. I mean, that's it. That's all she wrote. Gambara even with the Shatter as well to Kelper just to really rub it in, and there is no spoon. Well, they've managed to get to a distance. First point is taken. They get to 90 meters after that. Is it going to be enough, though? That is the question as we switch side. Cherry Bomb, that's what they need to take this second map, to take a 2-0 series victory, to place in the grand finals, where Spoonful of Honey, I'm assuming the players are watching and waiting eagerly to see who their opponent will be here.
Now coming on to the swapping of sides, only making about halfway through the second point, pretty much halfway through the whole map here for There Is No Spoon. Whether or not Cherry Bomb is able to push it as far, not really swapping up too much going on. Punch 9K trying to maybe start off on a little bit of a Widow here, maybe get an early pick on There Is No Spoon, maybe on a Squishy or something if someone ever peeks, but There Is No Spoon does have the double shield, so it's going to prove to be a little bit difficult for a Widow to be able to get an early pick.
That's true. Did we miss a donation as well in the meantime? Because I think Jack with No Fingers just donated
Ooh.
$100. Yes, they did. Oh, I don't know how we missed that, but thank you, Jack. We're up to 1,150. So, I mean, the onesie, it's becoming more and more of a possibility at this point.
I have it on my door, ready to go. As soon as we hit that $1,500, Jack, thank you so much for that $100 donation. That's super generous of you. Thank you very much. So close to our goal. We've still, half of this match and the whole grand finals to go. Looking likely. I might have to get off the old duster, get it ready to go.
I'm just imagining it's like the Green Goblin mask, which is sitting there waiting for.
It's calling to me. My teeth get bigger, and I like turn into like hamster teeth at the front, and I just go, completely feral. Anyway,
full ball mode as Mercury's going to find that first one onto Corb, so exactly what they're after there for this one, pulling together. Fruitcake and Ems will get the revive on that side. They're keeping it together of these ones, but Blue, the double up there, beautifully done on the Ramatra as they've managed to keep that control. They've gotten forward here, Cherry Bomb, towards the point. The problem is they have lost the players that need to get towards the attacking objective, and they're doing enough here just to wait again for the respawns to come in. You can see the ultimates are built up very quickly early on. Kambara was killed early, so they're only at 25%. I'm waiting to see where this shift is going to come through. It happens again! How does it keep happening every
so
time?
pin happy.
It's
he does
pin
unfortunately
die,
go down, but his team's able to clutch up. Everyone uses their cooldowns on the pinning Reinhardt, and that means the rest of his team can just follow up, and he might be on the lowest ult charge in the lobby, but he's able to maintain and have his team just clutch up for him again and again.
No, and Blue, they're caught in such the secondary spawn, so they can't even get out. So this is fantastic stuff here for Cherry Bomb. He can start rolling this one forward, and they've got There Is No Spoon split in all directions as Beep goes down as well. And they're going to have to come back from their second spawn here, as they're already getting plenty of movement. Stuck in the corners, nothing they can do with this situation. Punch, though, and Forbes, they get maybe a little bit too aggressive there, taken away from this one. They still want to take these fights, though. Straightman's jumped in. They find one. Blue pulls it back. So, in the end, There Is No Spoon actually do a pretty decent job, as now we've got a tank I was going to say the Killy Mercury has gotten themselves in the back line. Look at where he's going. Like, just watching Kambara. He's already behind them, but they have no idea.
Oh, Bomb does come out and pick off Kelper pretty early on. That's going to be very, very good for Cherry Bomb to be able to keep on pushing. They do manage to get the res off Coco, but there is a Kambara now in your backline. What are you going to do with him? He's pinning your Ryan into the team, but the Nano does come out for Blue in hopes that he survives. Transcendence as well. Punch able to pull off the Reaper on Edge to pick off 3. What is happening on my screen right now? Punch just being able to clean up entirely, and that's going to be map, I think.
Yeah, is that the game? I don't think they get back. Yeah, I was going to say, Killy had the one opportunity. Yeah, that's it. All right.
Kambara doesn't even need to shatter. He's walking to the spawn to shatter them. Shatter nothing and spawn just to add the cherry on top of the Cherry Bomb wins cake. Oh,
my
wow.
lord! I genuinely think Kamara might just have W just set in, and there's just nothing else there. But Cherry Bomb, they get the job done. 2-0. They are your second semi-final winners here. As unfortunately there is no spoon. There's no response to try and get that one done. I mean, Fruitcake pulls off that one there. We saw highlight plays across the board. It was a map. It's definitely a map.
I'm pretty sure we were watching There Is No Spoon versus There Is No S Key. Like, absolute Kimbara just absolutely sending it again and again. Not afraid to die for just the off chance of being able to get one pin, even if it's not a kill. Even if it's just, I've pinned the enemy Ryan, and that's it. But it's pretty consistent work from Cherry Bomb with an unpredictable front line going on, and that's just a bit of the fun that's going on, and I hope they bring that kind of attitude to the grand final, which they've now made it to.
Yes, no, they'll be feeling confident after a pretty decent showing there. They've got a very aggressive Ryan, and then everyone else just, if they can follow up on top of that, we're going to be seeing some very interesting grand final action. Of course, that will be the best of 5, so we'll go all the way for that one. As guys, we've reached the 1,150. We're closing on the 1,500. And, you know, we've got the grand finals to go. There's extra maps there. We'll have a little bit of a break after this, so the number just keeps ticking on up. And we get closer and closer to the onesie that is awaiting.
I mean, it's not just the onesie, guys. You do also have a chance at an Academy Mega Bundle, and that will be given away to someone in chat as well. Just like the Overwatch Bundle giveaway, the Battle Pass that is happening at the moment. ! Ticket for your chance to win in chat right now. That is currently going on from our previous goal hit, which was $1,000, which is huge, and we're even sailing past that right now. I wanted to say after the end of that map, thank you so much to There Is No Spoon. Yes, there is no spoon that has now unfortunately been kicked out. They made it to, the semi-finals. That's an excellent job. I personally want to thank each and every one of them for not only coming out and doing this tournament, but also being the fifth team that's just showed up, and kind of a mixed match team. We were only expecting 4 teams for this tournament. We were able to put together a 5th one with these players, and there was such a cool team to talk to. I think I talked to bits of them as well for the team interview as well, and they seemed a very dedicated and organized team. They put a lot of effort in, and I think they did a lot of teamwork, getting into the queues together and what have you as well, which was awesome to see that these team members are doing. So thanks again to Kelpid, Blue, Beep, Killy, Coco, and Dimples. Amazing job. Congratulations today.
Yeah, well, I mean, that technically makes him 3rd overall. We don't really have a 3rd place decider, but going off the standings, we'll say it is. So we do say goodbye to the Is No Spoon roster. I don't know if we've got the graphic like we've had for the other teams so far to splash up on the screen. Abe might have gone to sleep, which is, fair enough. I've already done a couple of hours of broadcast, so we don't want to, you've got to have a bit of rest.
I'll just say again, Kelpid, Blue, Beep, Killy, Coco, and Dimples, thanks again. You guys did fantastically. Congratulations. And I'm going to say tied for 3rd place with the other semi-finalist. Didn't quite make it to the grand final, but hey, it's all for fun anyway. Doesn't really matter. I exit the graphic, that's okay. Congratulations again. Yeah, There Is No Spoon and Cherry Bomb. You've made it. You're through to the final, and you're going to be up against a spoonful of honey after a little bit of a break.
Okay. Welcome back, everybody. We're going to be joined shortly with two members from both teams for our grand final. So we are going to have Cronus from Spoonful of Honey and Corbs from Cherry Bomb. But I would like to say a big thank you to my co-host Jackie for donating $100 to get Iggy in that onesie, and also our amazing caster Haz. Everyone wants to see Iggy in that onesie, as well as an Academy Mega Bundle giveaway also. We are currently, how far off will be $300 off of that incentive. So if you want to see Iggy in a onesie, donate.
Indeed. There we go. The QR code is there in the corner, and you'll also be able to find the link in the chat. All of the donations are going to the Ehlers-Danlos Society, so it's all for a good cause. While you watch some amazing gameplay in this tournament, that last round was very entertaining.
Yeah, it definitely was very entertaining to see. I think Punch was just absolutely killer with those Reaper ultimates. Just seen him in past tournaments. He always clutches up with those Reaper ults. Also some funny moments from Canberra on that Rhine. But we are going to bring in our guests for our grand final. So welcome in Corbs and Cronus.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Howdy.
I love your model, Cronus, so much.
Thank you.
How are you guys feeling coming into the grand final for Overspooned?
Excited, honestly. I've been waiting for this for so long.
Me too. I don't think I've done as many comps as Cronus, but I've done enough where I'm like, I'd really like to try the grand finals one time, and here we are.
One time you made it, Corbs. Finally.
We've done it.
About damn time. I didn't notice your background when we loaded in, but that is freaking hilarious. I'm like, there's people running behind him. What is going on?
This is just my house. It's just my roommates running around.
Your house looks suspiciously like the Pillar of Autumn.
The Pillar of Autumn? I don't know what you're talking about. I'm definitely in Australia. On the ground.
Do you have any standout moments from the tournament so far? Like your favorite moment?
Oh,
that's tough.
That is tough.
The bits that really get me is, like, as a support player, especially as Zenyatta or Moira, is just when, like, having my healing orb on the right tank or DPS, and then I'm getting the right discords on the enemy players in sync with what shot callers are calling out, and we just get a bit of a rhythm going. That's always a good highlight for me. It feels really good to be. It's like, yes, I'm helping.
Yes, we do love
Go
some
me,
gameplay,
yes.
and when you're synergizing with your team on those discords, it's honestly nasty.
Oh yeah.
I will say, I think my favorite moment in this entire tournament so far was in our last game against No Spoons yesterday. Without saying a word related walked into the castle on Eichenwald and pinned the Bastion from behind off and just didn't say a word, and we were all wondering how he got there that quickly. It was so funny.
Yeah, Reloaded has been getting up to some absolute mischief from what we've seen on the cast.
I can imagine. I've seen that, and then Arkembara, my goodness, he goes on some side quests. It's great.
He's right.
I love watching his side quests.
We just let him loose. Just let him cook.
Fly, little bird. I did see Cam in that last match get quite a few environmental kills on in Nepal, I think it was, off that little side room. I was like, yeah, that sounds like Cam. I know what that pin feels like too much. Cam likes to see me in a lobby and go, that one.
Man, I'm gonna be playing a horror game, like keeping an eye out for him, like this entire game.
Yeah, he's gonna be the next killer in DBD one day, right? When they run out of other things.
But I definitely think you have had a very nasty Ash, Kronos, and Corbs Yours Then has been an absolute killer throughout this tournament as well.
Oh, thank you. Some of the transcendence happens at the right time. The other ones, I had a bit of lighting for everyone's clips. You know, a bit of background lighting, make everything look good. So
here's the ambience.
Doing my part.
Embrace the iris. I'm selfish with my phrases, to be honest. I'm just like, nah, I'm dying, I'm crossing Q. I don't care about you guys. Shoo.
Yeah, I'm guilty. Sometimes there's a panic queue.
Yeah.
I want to live.
Get back from point.
Exactly.
And then I arrive late to the team fight. It's like, oh.
Yeah. Do you have any final words for each other before we go off into the grand final?
Before this tournament started, I made a promise that I was here for the win. I was here for the win. And just remember that a spoonful of honey is going to make your loss go down a lot easier.
Very true, very true. We got to hit all those huggy wuggies.
I think I've got some honey in the cupboard. I'll go grab a teaspoon of that. But on the cherry bomb side of things, just want to say a big shout out to everyone in the pink team, Cherry Bombs. We've had a lot of great fragmented practice sessions over the last week, and we've had a lot of fun playing together. And everyone has done their part, and I've had a lot of fun playing with every single member. So it's been good. Thank you all.
Like, massive shout out to everybody involved, and like everyone we've come to play has been absolutely fantastic. So it's been for a good cause, and it's been such a fun weekend.
I'm glad to hear. Well, I wish you guys both the best of luck in the grand final, and we will see you at the other end.
Thank you.
Of course. Thank you for your time.
Bye.
Best of luck. Great interview there, and it sounds like they're both absolutely rearing to go, so it should be a
Most
really
absolute
good grand final.
characters.
Yeah, it's so true.
Cronus's model's absolutely gorgeous, and the corpse has that background. I didn't catch it at first, and I was like, wait, man, I think someone's intruding.
Yeah,
You better go close the
someone's
door
in
real
your
quick.
background. Yeah.
You're getting robbed, my dude.
Absolutely. No, but look, I think we've seen some really strong gameplay over the last 2 days from those two teams. So really keen to see it all come to a head when it's all on the line.
Yes, very true. And we did just get another $25 donation from Hypalo, who is also in the backline, bringing all the feed to the main broadcast. So thank you there, Hypalo. We are $275 away from seeing Iggy in that hamster onesie. It's absolutely iconic. If you haven't seen it before, you want to see it. And also the Academy Mega Bundle giveaway.
Yeah. Some really good incentives there. I'm sure some people are interested in the bundle. I feel like more people are more interested in the onesie.
Yeah, definitely. Iggy in that Hammond onesie is just iconic.
Yeah,
It's his whole,
exactly.
His whole personality at this point is that onesie.
Amazing.
We are going to, on that note, hand it back to Iggy and Haz to get this grand final underway.
Yeah, let's go.
Thanks very much, guys. Appreciate that. And well, that's, I mean, look, there's some energy, and we've got another donation. It keeps on coming through. TJ Bruce with the very interesting 74.97. That is, I mean, most of them have been even so far, so I don't mind that. He's done it from that side. He's pointing that out. If I, no, I'm going this way. Yeah, well, let's get let's go back this way. Cameras are... Okay, I'm actually just confusing myself at this point. There we go. The finger is pointing towards the QR code, guys. We're closing in on the 1,500. We have now 200 exact to go. That's why he's done the 74.97. Very smart there, TJ. And, well, maybe it might happen before the start here if we get a lot of donations, or it's going to happen maybe halfway. All we've got. Spoonful of honey, cherry bomb. We're going to get straight into this.
Yeah, big thanks again to Corbs and Kronos for doing the interviews. Now ready to go for this final matchup here on Ilios. We seem to be rolling out the venture here. Kronos.
You might be muted on my end, but I'm not actually too
that should be a little bit better now.
There we go. Well, that's some good solids. Really get a feel for the grand final fight.
Yeah, we've got a bit of a Ryan v Ryan matchup again here. Both Ryans out of the fight fairly early. No Mercy able to res their Ryan as of yet. Steffi getting demeched means that Spoonful of Honey is a little bit on the back foot this early on. Cherry Bomb choosing to go with like a pharmacy venture kind of comp. Pretty difficult to deal with unless you know how to play around it. With
oh, it's already started.
Right off the map. Kimbara got his one. He is happy with it. And that's all that really matters at the end of the day. You get your Ryan dip but lose the fight. That's still a Ryan win in my book. If you're getting the res up there for that username, is it going to be enough? This is looking pretty scuffed, this fight. Punch 9K trying to do what he can do best to try and keep this fight going. Corpse still alive, but unable to heal in time. Fruitcake back into it, and another. Oh no! Takes himself off the map. Doesn't realize the reloader got pulled. Oh no!
Okay, so the 1 for 2 on the charges so far, and Spoonful of Honey have now found. I mean, look, to be fair. I was going to say, I think the team name should be swapped the other way around. There we go. I thought I was confusing myself for a moment. Spoonful of Honey, they're managing to survive all of his Canberra destructive plays, and Reloaded returns the favour with a kill of himself to make it 2. Amos manages to get the revive, and Trainman getting some damage, not quite the kills there on the blade to begin with, so they pull a couple back there. Fruitcake also takes Tiffy out of the round, so maybe there's a chance for Cherry Bomb to finally switch this one across. So far it is sitting at 75% plus, but Kimbara Reloaded trades. Whoever gets Trainman though, that was the pick that was after. The Shadow's ready to go, waiting for the moment to see when it comes through. Oh, it could have been a Q hit for that side. Now the charge of his own here from Reloaded doesn't quite come together. Punch Kimbara. What is still going on again? These fights are just taking forever, so now it's almost at 100% to 0. Here comes the charges from both Ryans here, and Kimbara is going to be taken down by Forever. Fruitcake stays towards the point, but it looks like it could be Spoonful of Honey just taking this 100 to nothing.
Yeah, both teams here absolutely deciding that a full team regroup is not part of the vocabulary yet. Neither is that for me, apparently. But they just don't want to do a full team regroup here. They just consistent fight that seems to be going from 0 to 99 the whole way through. Just non-stop action, fight after fight. And it was just all over the place. But it seems that Spoonful of Honey just was able to clutch up again and again and again.
That they were, and they get the job done 100 to 0. It kind of feels weird. I mean, a way to start the grand final, of course, and it didn't really feel like 100 to 0 considering the fights were pretty even, but they just stayed ahead of it. And as you said, because it was just sort of everyone dive back in, no resets, that's the way it ended. So we do see a couple of small changes here. Forever, I'm assuming that could just be the teleport out immediately, but Punch has gone to the Junkrat, perhaps.
Yeah, it seems that Kronos is matching the Junkrat as well. This map in for Lijiang is fantastic for Junkrat. I know personally it's my go-to. There's just so many tight corners and you can get so much value from the Junkrat pick on this map, just like you can from the Pharah on these open maps on Lijiang as well. Both Junkrats being picked up fairly early though for the start of this fight, meaning that neither one is going to have Junkrat for that spam damage at the start of this, but they do have Sim, and Tippy was able to pick up res Kronos themselves, so Spoonful of Honey going into this fight already with an advantage.
Yeah, but they lose that one right now as Reloaded's gone down. That revive already been used. And Gambara and Trademan jump on top of it as both healers taken out of the fight here. Jump off the rest. Forever at least finding one there onto Corbs, but that is all. So 8% Cherry Bomb, their first percentage here in the grand finals. They try to stay in this first map. It's a decent start with the first fight. They need to make it a couple in a row here, and Punch is making it happen. The Farah taking out Tiffy early on.
Yeah, it looks like Gambara has decided to absolutely send it into their spawn. Managed to get reloaded off the map, but traded himself after using his ult. Going to be a bit of an unfortunate fight for Cherry Bomb. They're just showing just how confident and dominant they're feeling at the start of this fight, just from winning one team fight. Might be a little bit of a reckless choice, but they're able to actually hold this one. From this, Gambara's able to come back and pick off bad username, and now Cherry Bomb's just being able to pick off the rest of Spoonful of Honey.
Yeah, I think the problem was in the first one, Gambara wasn't crazy enough, but now he's just he really wants to just get straight in there. They almost get the pick immediately as well. It was so close to getting rid of Forever there.
Shield bash! Right shield bash off the map.
Oh, it's just all working together. Not ready for that. Steffi's bomb is perfect placement, but Trade Man immediate follow back on the other side. There's some hits down. Steffi's knocked out of it from the shadow there of Gambara. The pin, it happens again. He can't quite follow it up. Cronus saves their teammate, and now Reloaded. They have theirs together. How is Trade Man alive? Well, now he's not anymore as Punch gets the trade on towards Tiffy. Cronus on that fight there as they try to keep this one together. The switches should be coming in, but just what I think, the Punch in the back lines. You could see it happening from a mile away, but there was nothing they could do to stop it, and 100-0 deserves another, I guess, as it's just one left on fight. What a start to the grand final.
That is... I do not know what to say about what we've just witnessed. Honestly, it was so one-sided on both maps here, on both points, but it was completely opposite sides. It was just utter dominance from one team and then the other. It's complete coin flip. I do not envy anyone betting actual money on the outcome of this grand final, because it is completely up in the air. You've got too many question marks, like Gambara, whether or not his crazy pins into the back line will pay off, whether or not he will get his one, whether or not he will land the shatter. You know, there's just so much happening. And then you've got these players like Punch and Forever or Kronos that can just randomly pop off and get 2 or 3 to keep the momentum going, even without their tank in the fight.
Very true indeed. A big shout out as well to X_ Kitty, I think it was Kitty Bitty, was it? Itty Bitty Kitty for their $25 donation. We close in on the 1,500 as the end of this first map will start right here. It is going to be Cherry Bomb going towards that point first, and Gambara is actually playing sort of defensively on the right. This is very strange to see here. He's actually sort of holding back. I'm waiting for that shift to come through here. Diving from up top there is Steffi on that Diva. Been doing some decent damage to that one there, and Forever, that's a big pick onto Corbs. The damage done. That's a healer taken away, and a double for Forever as well as Train Man's taken care of. Don't even see where that fight's happening in towards the background. Gambara finally activates the charge, gets one, but it's only one at this point. They actually get themselves a double. The problem is the rest of their team has fallen beside them. And while Cherry Bomb, they get the initial point pull, Spoonful of Honey trade it right back after that first fight there.
Yeah, it looks like Cherry Bomb has swapped off the sim comp here to TP to point to match the Farah that Forever's gone, because they've just shown such dominance, being able to get 2 early fight picks in that last fight to be able to win that for their team pretty decisively. So we've got a bit of a Farah mirror going on to see whether or not they're going to be able to get those early picks. Trainman able to pick off Kronos pretty early here in the fight. Before the fight's even started, Reloaded having to back off 2 point to try and to maintain a little bit of a percentage, while the rest of his team is just getting mowed over.
Yeah, they just don't have the healing to back it up at the moment, however, as that is a fantastic team fight there from Cherry Bomb. They get the job done on the end. I don't know if they even lost anyone in that team fight there, or they might even get a delay here as Trainman finds that one there, gets a little too aggressive. Steffi will finish them off. So it'll be a re-time here for Steffi and also Tiffy to come back. There's ultimates are plenty to go as we close in for this next fight here forever. Once again, they've been finding these couple of picks. The first fighter was 2 and it might be even a third here. Cronus will be the one to finish off calls, but it's going to be a quick switch back here on towards the point. Kambara in the meantime's gotten 1. There's the flanking Ryan. They're at the spawn. They haven't been taken.
Look, space created in a sense, but you just forget about points. So I don't know what space is being created, but it's not helpful for his team, unfortunately, in this instance. A bit of fire and fire action here. Unfortunately, no one's going to be able to translate the kill. A bit of a stagger going on, and a little bit all over the place on both sides here. Spoonful of Honey holding down point and able to pick off Hardems before the fight's even started. That's going to be tough for Cherry Bomb to retake, even though they've got 6 ults on the board ready to go.
That they do. Again, there is a charge in. Oh, this time Gambara gets a bit of their own medicine thrown back at them as Steffi, the double one onto punch, followed up by the Diva Bomb kill as well. And now they have taken complete control of these fights here, ticking up towards 80%. And Cherry Bomb, ultimates are plenty used into this next fight. But they need one of these to hit now, and it's not like Spoonful of Honey is shorting them either. They've got 3, and they're 14% away from taking map number 1.
Yeah, 3 ults used in that previous fight. Unfortunately, got to be close. Train Man able to pick off 1, but Cronus able to pick up 2 himself. Punch able to pick off both supports in Spoonful of Honey. It's pretty all over the place, but it looks like Spoonful of Honey were able to clutch it out with just 2.5 members still alive. That's map 1 going to Spoonful of Honey.
Well, a chaotic start to our best of 5 grand final. A Spoonful of Honey, they come out on top. I mean, that last fight there was just ultimates used across the board, and in the end, Spoonful of Honey squad had enough waiting from there as we have a look at Steffi's play of the game. The first one there, followed by that ultimate kill with the Diva Bomb. Even finish off Train Man as well, but well, 2 100-0s from either side. Last one was a little bit closer, at least percentage-wise. I mean, I'm liking what I'm seeing so far from both teams.
Yeah, I hope we get to see a bit more of this crazy Ryan action on both sides. You know, Kambara absolutely sending it. But be loaded showing as well that he can take advantage of this crazy Ryan and kind of match it occasionally. Maybe get a couple of pins off the map on Kambara when he's not expecting it himself. And then it seems like utter dominance from the DPS line of the Spoonful of Honey with Forever on that Farah, just making incredible early picks again and again throughout that map, just not giving them a chance to even team up properly and have a proper team fight, even when they had 6 ults on the board. It's quite tricky for Cherry Bomb to even make any progress on that last point, but whether or not that translates into the next maps is we're going to have to see and find out.
That we will. Second map, of course, will be coming up very shortly. We go through the last of these replays. Of course, Mr. TJ Bruce is running those ones there, and that is what we've got next. Route 66, a chance for Cherry Bomb to equalise this one. We've still got New Queen Street to follow, and of course, Paricio and New Junk City if we do need to go beyond the 3-0 for this one. I'm hoping we could do all 5 because, well, I mean, we're getting straight to the second map. We're not slowing these things down. It is running through it. Production, I'm assuming most people either want dinner if they haven't had it already. Maybe it's just me who didn't plan this very well. But $1,325 raised so far. 1,500 is the mark we get to for the very special wear, and also just donating to the Ehlers-Danlos Society in any form would be fantastic.
Absolutely. We did have a $25 dono there from Itty Bitty Kitty. Thank you very much for that. Very much appreciated. We're only $175 off of our goal for this tournament. Again, I believe our original goal was 1,000 and we've already surpassed that, which is incredible to see how charitable everyone has been for this donation. It's very fantastic from the OCU community to see. And we're coming in here with a wide pin straight off on the far end, and he's already off the map from an Ash Coast gun. Kambara trying to make early plays happen. Even if he got the pin, he would have lost that fight. And Train Man being able to follow up with a pick off Cronus. They might be able to hold it here a little bit. Punch being able to pick off Forever pretty early on, but he does get the res there's still a pretty even fight with Kambara pretty much already back here, so we might be able to hold it here even with that complete and utter feed from Kambara.
He has faith in his teammates. He's charging it again. He just... it's like we're just on comms, and there's just a massive entity of Orion just flies by in towards the backlines of Spoonful of Honey, and now he's ready, waiting. The shift is ready, Kambara. When do you go in? When do you think that you want to charge? He is down to a bit of a low HP, so, you know, shield goes up for a second here. Got to reset a little. The Spoonful of Honey just start to bring this one forward from under the bridge here. They want to try and get their way into a first opening picks. They did get one in the last fight, but it didn't really equalize into like anything they were really hoping for. Again, he's waiting around this carpet. Fire strike doesn't quite hit for the first one here. This is just a standoff.
You can tell he wants to send it.
Spoonful of Honey, they know he's going to charge in, so they're just waiting to see what he does, and they don't want to hold it completely there. Now some ultimates come up, and there's the charge. Doesn't quite hit in the first one there, but Punch finds the first kill, and Train Man coming through with a massive double.
Oh, big DM. Being able to block that high noon there from Punch 9k. But Steffi able to get a 4k with her bomb. That was incredible. Being able to pick off 2 shield tanks who should be able to block it in their own right, and 2 other people on the team of Spoonful of Honey.
Wait, hang on. How did that happen? The shadow wasn't even used. How did that get 4?
Oh man, I think just Kambara just doesn't like using shield.
Oh my God. Wow, what a perfect placement. That's insane.
Fantastic replay there. Thank you, Prod, for that. That was great.
Yes. Mr. TJ Bruce with the replays coming in flying there. So is Fruitcake though. Tippy's out of the fight, so no revive allowed here. And they lose that previous one, but they have responded in kind here. Train Man Punch doing the damage, and forever. Unfortunately, the Pharah ultimate doesn't find what they were hoping for. Okay, Punch is just flying. Was that just a McCree flying, or am I just, you know?
Fantastic work from Cherry Bomb being able to hold this point for so long, getting down to only a minute left, showing that, you know, they're not here to muck around. They can actually hold up. They're not just messing around. They are able to put in the work and actually hold this down, even with an inting round. I would love to hear the comms from Cherry Bomb every single time Kambara goes in. There's only so many times you can shout Leroy Jenkins without your team getting absolutely fed up with you. Like,
does he just say I'm inting and just charges? Yeah. That's just the way it goes. I mean, look, it's working so far. 30 seconds left on the clock here. Spoonful of Honey yet to get to the first point. And again, they're losing these ones here. Tiffy gets a revive, but that's not going to be enough there because they go down on this side. Life Grip pulls reloaded back, but they're already down to 63 HP as Fruitcake pushes in. They are all over them at the moment, Cherry Bomb. This is the response they're after losing the first map. 12 seconds. There's ultimates of Alpha with Spoonful of Honey, but they're all just split. And now Diva out of mech as well makes it even more difficult. There's going to be the treat that's going to be placed towards the payload, but Cause Punch finding these kills. Punch with another one. The damage he's getting on this McCree is ridiculous. Can they hold off in this final fight here? A bad username looking for something, anything. It's just not quite happening. And there's the pin. Take you off the map. There goes the Ryan Kambara. Perfect stuff. Forever though has managed to get themselves a double. They're not quite done with yet. Corpse is coming in late, but they might just stay alive for a little bit here. Forever trying to find more of these picks. On gets Corbs and Fruitcake, and they might still get the first point. I don't know how it's happened, but they will actually get this all the way.
You gotta respect the Corbs using Transcendence to get back from point early. I mean, we've all done it. I mean, I know I have. You get that minor speed boost from the ultimate and you're just like, you know what? It's more important that I touch point and get back to the fight than it is using this ultimate. It's very silly and it's very on brand for the Cherry Bomb team that we're seeing here today.
I mean, when I think of this Cherry Bomb team, I just think, you know, it's high IQ plays. That's what, you know, real, you've thought thinking. Those are basically the same 2 words. Reloaded. The shatter destroys Fruitcake. Kambara gets done in by the Diva Bomb. And now Spoonful of Honey, they were getting taken away early on, but they have responded, reloaded with another pick there, make it 4 all up in the last few swings. And they might get this second one done in very quick time.
A bit of a stagger going on here from Cherry Bomb. They haven't had a proper team fight since that cap of this point. They're just kind of trickling out one by one. They need to get a bit of a group reforming. It looks like they're kind of waiting for each other now. We might be able to see a proper team fight here before the end. Kambara getting close to his ult. Interesting to see what he does with that. Forever with the barrage on the board, ready to go. Dragon to try and slow them down. There's the barrage. Unable to kill anyone. Kambara unfortunately picked off as he tried to get to point, and it looks pretty straightforward here. Looks like they're going to be able to cap the point with not much resistance from Cherry Bomb.
Yeah, they just couldn't get past that choke bit at all there, and Spoonful of Honey, very quick second. So after almost not getting a single point, they've got a real opportunity for a 3-0 here. Cherry Bomb kicking themselves that they couldn't get it done at the first point, but now they've got a chance to reset. Everyone's grouped up, they've got some ultimates. Can they get another stop?
Yeah, a couple of ultimates on the board here. Cherry Bomb's got about 4. Kambara gets it early bin and a big shatter. Oh my god. And that's just going to be a very decisive fight win there from Cherry Bomb, with literally only Kambara's ult had to be used to win that. Spoonful of Honey doesn't look like they have too much on the table here. The Reaper swap does come out from Chronos. I'm not sure if it's going to be enough to beat Cherry Bomb. They've got so many ults ready to go. Hardham's having to use Valkyrie pretty early to get out alive. Forever taking down Punch means that they do have the opening pick to be able to make a bit of progress, but Corpse does have Transcendence on the line, so any push that they do try and make, it's going to try and live. Steffi with it! Corpse coming out with the Transcendence to save himself from the bomb. But it's met with Fruitcake being taken out, middle of his ult, by Reloaded Shatter. Getting pretty close here. It's neck and neck. A lot of fights happening on at once, but it does look like Spoonful of Honey is going to be able to clutch up this fight and push it close to last fight territory and capping third point.
Oh, Punch is desperately trying to get back to spawn before they get taken out, and I don't think they are. They're trying to get towards the health. Somehow they actually managed to survive that. I have absolutely no idea how. Good movement there from Punch, but now this payload is right on the door on the other side. They've got their blade ready to go here as Bad Username pops the tree, and he's going to be jumped on from behind though. Tries to get up, and he actually manages to dive away for the first one, but not for the second there. Punch with a double. Forever's got one of their own blade, but that's not going to be enough to pull back on that end. As Reloaded Kambara, there's trades there as well. They're still wanting to take this fight here, but they've lost numbers here. Spoonful of Honey. It might be a reset, but it's Steffi with a double. Punch gets Tiffy, so there's no revo, but Forever's still around point. Punch needs at least one back here. They've got the spawn, so they can play closer with this one as Trade Man is going to be jumping in from the other side. The stick is, I thought it was there. It might have actually got eaten up as Fruitcake puts down Forever. They might have to reset here. Spoonful of Honey, but another Steffi bomb is not bad. It finds Train Man. They're still keeping this fight going, and now they just have to. It's overtime. The time has all disappeared off the clock, and now it's Cronus coming in. The Blossom finds one. Reloaded with the double. Punch is trying to keep this together, but it's all going to fall down to now just Train Man, and they're deleted off the face of the earth. Spoonful of Honey from almost not getting one. They will get it to 3. It's taken all of their time, but they got it there.
Yeah, that first was incredibly close, and for them to just keep up that momentum after the first cap to make it all the way to the end, you know, it really shows that, you know, you give them a spoonful and they'll take the whole thing, you know. Cherry Bomb have a little bit of work cut out for them to be able to get this point all the way to the end, and hopefully with a little bit of a time bank as well. They're going to have to pull out all the stops. Maybe Kambara just sending it completely. You know what Cherry Bomb needs? I think they need a Life Weaver. I'm surprised they haven't done it themselves, where they can just be like, you know what, Kambara, maybe not. Come back here, please, just for this one fight. Just like, we get... Or he pins one of the supports, but then you pull him back and then you just go into the fight at 6v5, you know?
Yeah,
I reckon it could be a good shout from them. I don't know if Hardham's or Corbs have Life Weaver in their arsenal, but it could be a shout.
I mean, I feel like it defeats the purpose though of the whole charge in. You know, it's got it's a full commitment. There's no 2 bars about it. It's just, you know, you're in or you're out. Kambara has definitely been in most of the time, but well, we'll see what happens here for the secondary one. I really did think that we were going to be tied at 1 apiece, but credit to Spoonful of Honey. They get to the 3. What have Cherry Bomb got in response as they start their payload escort here on map number 2?
Not many hero chains over here. Hardams has swapped over to the Juno. Corb's getting taken out incredibly early by Kronos, who's now swapped over to the Ash. We've got a bit of a pocket Ash, pocket Echo going on the side of defense of Spoonful of Honey to try and slow down their push, and it's working fairly well for them at the moment. I mean, Corbs has already been taken out. They are getting a little bit of point push going on. It'll be interesting to see what happens when these Ryans collapse.
I was going to say, poor old Corbs just got absolutely pulled, wandered out of spawn and just collapsed from a few shots, but they're managing to get some damage done here. And I was going to say, bad username was very low on HP, and Punch 9K pulls that one forward, and now off that Kambara Punch, get those picks. Steffi trades one back onto Punch, but it's not going to be enough to stop the rolling forward at this point, and the deletion of the rest of these players here for the side of Spoonful of Honey. They're managing to stick together on the other side here. As Kambara, though, onto Cronus, another kill off that one. They're forced away. Good chance to try and get this first payload done. It's reloaded. They want to stay around for this one. They've got to wait, though, if they want to get Cronus back. They might just have to take a 6v5 fight here.
Yeah, we've got a couple of ults coming up. We've got the copy from Forever coming close to her. Whether or not he wants to change to that Reinhardt. Oh, choosing to go to... Was that Cassidy? Manages to get one before the copy ends. He picks up Corbs as well. Now, it looks like Spoonful of Honey, even with the 5v6 going into this fight, were able to clutch up and have a decisive win without having any team member drop.
I don't know if Forever was actually trying to go for the McCree copy, but made it work. Got that pick, followed up with a second nicely, and they will stop that one from Cherry Bomb just before they can get the first point done. Still 2 minutes left on the clock here, so they just need one decent fight to come through. Kambara's got that ultimate. Punch is coming up with theirs, as well as Trademan and Hardend, so they're definitely in the lead on that side. Not that the Spoonful of Honey are too far back. They're going to have 4 ready to go as well, so this will be the ultimate battle here. So you can put most of it together on this side. The shatter comes through from Kambara. I don't know if it ended up getting one there. I think in the back line it might have, but Forever knocks them down before they can get that kill. Fruitcake and Punch, though, getting those kills back. Cronus is taken out, and Tiffy, and now you bad username, and that'll do it. That is all the healers gone. All of a sudden, it's just Steffi trying to stay alive. They actually get themselves the kill, and then the follow-up as well. No way from Steffi. How do they come up with a double? And they're still taking this fight on point. What on earth has happened there? No way they actually kick this one together and maybe win this fight out. Forever's gone for the copy on the other end. They will be taken out on the other end, so they don't get the chance to get the secondary fight come through, and somehow though Cherry Bomb haven't quite taken it back, but Fruitcake with a double of their own. Forever, they're trying to delay as long as possible. They will still contest this one. How on earth is this still going? There's a bomb out on the fight now. Trainman, Fruitcake kills all over the shop, but finally it should be shut down, and the point will be taken. Made them work for it, Spoonful Honey, but Cherry Bomb, they've got to the first one. 3 minutes 30 on the clock.
I think I saw 3 or 4 D-Max in that fight alone, just of Remax D-Max bombing and going back in, just non-stop work from both divas there. Steffi and Fruitcake really putting in a lot of effort. Fruitcake being able to remake here now, so both divas back on the board, with Kambara trying to make as much space as possible without completely sending it. Looks like we've got a bit of a regroup going on here, a bit of a slow-paced fight going on, just slowly pushing out a couple of the enemy DPS. Punch, fortunately, push up a little bit too far away from his supports, and now Spoonful of Honey can just collapse on the rest of his team.
Yeah, Corb's going down, so that's going to force them all out now back towards spawn. And it was just Punch. I could see him getting towards the back line, and Reloaded just got a glimpse of him as he's making his way around the back of the house. And, well, now that gets him taken out, and a reset here for the side of Cherry Bomb. Ultimate's coming up for Punch there. Fire's up to 74%. Meanwhile, Reloaded has his ready to go. Steffi's not far off on 73% along with Tiffy and Forever. So now it's just waiting to see if they can get this early pick here, Cherry Bomb. Something to just take a bit of control because the timer just continues to tick on down. I mean, getting towards 2 minutes, you're not going to have too many fights left in this one, but Punch coming through nicely with that pick there on the bad username. You do think maybe they go for the revive. Tiffy gets it, and in the meantime, Forever and Reloaded respond. DPS ripped away there from the side of Cherry Bomb, and now Reloaded's even getting the charges going in his favour. Nice 2-fight wins here for the side of Spoonful of Honey. Another reset for Cherry Bomb, and they're back to spawn, and they are starting to run out of time here.
Yeah, Punch was unfortunately able to get the flank kill on Cassidy there, but has now swapped over to the Reaper to try and make that work. I think flanking Cass is good for your 1, but then you almost get picked. But the flanking Reaper, you can get your 1 and get out alive, so maybe they're trying up a little bit of his... with these situations, you can't just get your one and then die. A lot of times you have to get your one and live. And unfortunately, if you're flanking on Cass, it's not going to happen. Or if you're flanking on Ryan, it's not going to happen either. Kambara tries to do a little bit of a sneaky, but gets pinned by Reloaded. Fortunately, is not enough. And it looks like it's going to be pretty decisive. After decisive fight went to Spoonful of Honey, now that Bob's been committed. But unfortunately, no trades come out either against Spoonful of Honey. Cherry Bomb. 1 minute left on the clock.
Yeah, this could be the last fight for them here. All of a sudden, to think that they would have had Spoonful of Honey on 0, and now there's a
sneaky Ryan happening.
He's going down the other side. I think the Ryan's been spotted though. This map, it's not as easy to get the flanks go because it all is pretty open here on this second point, so they don't want to allow for that one. Ultimates on both sides, 4 and an almost 4 on the side for Cherry Bomb. They need something to hit here. They need to get an early pick. It hasn't been happening in these last few, and Trainman's taken out before they can even begin. Cronus has pulled away from punches. They tried to get something done on that Reaper. That doesn't really work so far either. Forever the ultimate comes through. The railgun doing the damage as Kambara's taken away. Corbs as well. Might even be more here if they almost get that secondary shot one before they can get back to the spawn. Cronus gets HardMs. 10 seconds. They might not even have a chance to touch at this point. You can see there it's Punch waiting in from the other side. Fruitcake has to come back out without much HP, and Trainman playing around on towards Forever. They managed to get the contest going. They've got some ultimates, but that is both DPS deleted before it's even started. And Kambara, it's not happening for themselves there either. Steffi and Fruitcake, they do get one each, but it should be enough here for the side of Spoonful of Honey. And Reloaded does what Kambara has done to so many, sends him off the map, and they will take this one here 3-1.
That was so close at the start of that map. I mean, Cherry Bomb had it in their hands, but unfortunately the momentum gained after losing that first point from Spoonful of Honey was just too much for them to match when they had to match the attack. There we can see in the play of the game, Steffi getting that incredible 4K with the bomb that helped them get through that choke point of that first point. We get a little bit of Kambara action, getting booped off the map. Oh dear. I mean, do we have a kill count of how many times Brian's have gone off the map, whether it be themselves doing it or or been pinned off? It's pretty. It's got to be double digits by now. I'm just saying. And we're only 2 maps into the grand final.
That Steffi better. That was absolutely ridiculous. I mean, and also, it hurt so much for the Cherry Bomb squad, considering they looked like they had it. They looked like they were going to stop Spoonful of Honey even taking a single point. I mean, that one was done there. And then you're being called out.
How is that toxic? It's Kambara. He knows what he's doing.
I think everyone, the problem is he knows what he's doing. Everyone else is starting to catch on as well. But yeah, so 2-0, Spoonful of Honey, they have a chance of closing it out in a 3-0 fashion, which, again, it feels kind of bizarre because, like, it seems to have been so even. It really didn't. But really, just, like, the dominance at the end just came through on that second point of the push there for Cherry Bomb. They just could not get any team fights falling in their favour. Spoonful of Honey, they just sort of reset, got everything working. But it's been a fantastic 2 maps so far. It might be ending on the next, but look, I don't think Cherry Bomb are going to go out without a fight.
Yeah, I mean, it was just so difficult with them on that second point. I mean, you had, I think, was it Kronos on the Sojourn sitting that high ground, and obviously Ryan can't really do much against that. Just denying so much space and getting so many shots off. I mean, you saw the Tracer come out from Trainman trying to make some kind of push, but it was just not enough with that. You know, uncontested Sojourn on the high ground. I mean, they've got a pocket, they've got a life leader there ready to pull you as soon as you start getting dived anyway. It was a good unity of different heroes just and map cohesion of knowing what to do in that situation. And unfortunately, there was just no chance for the team to make it through that second point. So yeah,
just shut down across the board. So that means that New Queen Street is where we are heading, possibly for the final time this evening and for the final time in the Overspooned tournament. Unless Cherry Bomb Well, they've got to pull off a massive reverse sweep now if they want to get this one done. It's the best of 5, so they've still got that opportunity, but they will need to win 3 maps in a row. Can they do it? I mean, look, part of me hopes for it, to just continue on this series, to continue on the Overspooned tourney, but it's going to be a tough one.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we did see Cherry Bomb. They do have it in them. We saw them that first point last match. If they can keep that mental up where they were able to hold down a point for so long, might be able to bring that mental and that energy and that team cohesion to this map to be able to hold them back on push here. It looks like a couple of swaps coming out from both sides. We've got a Cassidy from Trainman instead of the Tracer. Punch over to the Genji now as well. A bit of a dive. I think they might be anticipating a Sojourn or an Ash from Spoonful of Honey, but Cronus is over to the Venture now, so it's going to be a bit tricky to dive a Venture or the Farah as well. Yeah, it's pretty quick here with Trainman getting picked up a little bit early here from the Farah. And Genji probably going to get picked off here too. Not much you can really do about that. It's both DPS already out of the fight from Cherry Bomb. Maybe a bit on the back foot for this first team fight.
As Kambara starts to charge in, but there's nothing to be charged at, and the rest of his team falling around beside him. The Venture pick onto Corb should follow as Cronus finds that one. And the start here from Spoonful of Honey is incredibly solid. The fight took a while, but they were always in control of it. Cronus again, another pick. So Puncher switched across to the Sombra. That does not start out how they were hoping for. Trainman's been dropped. They are rolling through to start this one here, and now this is the problem for Cherry Bomb as they're already losing meterage and they're getting delayed on both ends. Fruitcake does at least finally get one back on the reloaded, so that does force a bit of a fallback here from Spoonful of Honey as they drop one of their tanks. Maybe there's a chance here for Cherry Bomb to finally get a stop.
Yeah, we've already got Kitsune ready to go. Hardam's doing incredible work on the back line, just consistently keeping up Kambara somehow. I mean, doing the Lord's work, let's be honest. They've got Kitsune here. They might be able to use that pretty early, but it doesn't look like they need to. Chainman and Hardam's able to pick up both DPS, 4 Spoonful of Honey, making a decisive win fight here for Cherry Bomb. Get a little bit of meterage on the board for them. Trainman does go down too, they're pretty late, but Kambara sending it onto the back line, picks up bad username. Just swinging violently and shattering for Debbie.
That is massive! Cronus still might actually get a pick up there. Cronus forever get Kambara and Hardam, so even though they did some pretty decent damage, there is a double DPS kill there, and they bring that one back on the other side. Forever jumping on top of Punch 9 go. Oh, he just manages to get out in the end there. Now Forever's got to be a little bit careful. As jumped on there on the other side, Live Grip will save them. But they're getting this up towards around the 47%, so it's going to, or 47 meters, I should say, and they almost get the point pushed across for having the, I was going to say, with a spawn closer. It doesn't work though. Now Reloaded to charge in, the stun on both ends, but it's Cronus from behind forever though. A 3k on the Tracer. Massive damage, and the shutdown comes through from Spoonful of Honey. They're back on the robot as they start to roll this one forward again.
Couple of a bit annoying DPS there on Spoonful of Honey. You've got like a Tracer you've got to worry about, but then also a Venture as well that proved to be really difficult to deal with. And if you leave them unmarked and unaccounted for, they're just going to be able to get so much value. Punch, unfortunately, going down after using the EMP, but it might be enough of a team fight start to put Spoonful of Honey on the back end. Both DPS down for Cherry Bomb, but they're still kind of pushing up into Spoonful of Honey, doing a lot of damage. Reloaded with the Shatter here, gets pulled out to safety. Might be trying something a little tricky here with the Shatter. Never mind.
No,
Fruitcake able to just walk straight through them with the ultimate. Managed to clean up that, even being in a 4v6.
Oh, the Shatter as well. Kambara straight into it. Oh, what? Huh?
That was a
live grip? Was that a live grip, or did you just phase straight through that?
Oh, it was a live grip.
I was going to say it was a live grip.
I was going to say it looked like a Suzu, but
I thought the Diva just disappeared from reality.
Reloaded, just absolutely sending it. I think he was trying for a Kambara play there a little bit. Just completely just pitting into the enemy team. He did have Shadow on the board. Luckily, he didn't use it because I don't think it would have gotten much value. But it does put Spoonful of Honey on the back foot, and now in a deficit. They're now losing. They're now behind in the meterage, and they're going to have to try and regroup a little bit here. Maybe use a couple of ults to try and get back around the corner and stop the cherry bomb from pushing as far as they have.
Loaded wants to use this shatter here, but again, Fruitcake with another opener forever. Been doing a bit of damage on that Tracer. They're taking out of this early fight here, but Reloaded, that's a massive kill there onto Ems. The Fire Strike, and now they're on top here on the other end as well, trying to get this secondary follow-up. Train Man and Steffi trades across, but this is the problem here at the moment for Cherry Bombers. They've lost both healers as Kambara finds Steffi. Train Man went in deep, and Kambara went for the charge. Gets stunned though. Tiffy and Reloaded finish those final kills. Still, Cherry Bomb, they'll have to be happy with that. 89.53 meters. They've taken the lead as we tick down to 4 minutes and 30 seconds remaining.
Yeah, Reloaded was holding onto that shadow a little bit long there, but it definitely used it and it paid off there. Trying to stop Kambara's pin into the team, just shadowing him and poor Fruitcake and cleaning up that fight decisively. Kambara getting close to his ult again now too. And a couple of ults on Cherry Bomb. They're going to be able to do quite a bit with that. Bomb does come out and it's unable to find anything other than Kambara. Cronus able to pick up Punch 9k. Unfortunately, Transcendence was used, but it wasn't able to save any of his teammates. But now committing quite a few ults. It's both support ults from either team being used to try and keep themselves alive in a scrappy, I think, 4v4 environment. Cronus being able to pick up 2 with their ult now. Corbs being able to pick up Steffi by himself, which is quite impressive. And it's just a bunch of a scrappy fight to see who kind of cleans up here.
It's all sort of split, and Kambara on the robot's going to be switched right back though, so in the end this works out pretty well for Spoonful of Honey as they'll get the secondary one close here. The charge is fantastic from Reloaded. Kambara's taken out, so he's going to be delayed getting back. This should allow the Spoonful of Honey squad to start getting some meters back on their end here. The hack, what a Reloaded. Oh, he's going to be in trouble, but the hack is pulled away because of the life grip. Fruitcake though, they still fight forever, so there is at least the one right back on that one there. And they're doing well here, Cherry Bomb, just holding this together, not allowing them to get forward at all here for Spoonful of Honey.
Yeah, Punch unfortunately unable to find anything with the EMP, but is able to find Kronos and pick him up pretty early here. Reloaded able to get that little bit of a run diff on Kambara. Train Man being able to trade 2 of his own, 3 of his own, really clutching up here on the Genji, making very decisive plays for Cherry Bomb to be able to keep this lead going. Train Man getting absolutely really close to Blade coming up. Corb's already got a Transcendence again on the board. Hopefully this is going to be enough for them to push that cart a little bit further and maybe get us to a map 4.
And now they've got the spawn up close as well. Trevor playing on that left side there. Train Man ultimate ready to go along with Corbs. The shadow, there's actually the stunner came in there. The stick's really nice for Forever, but Train Man in the meantime's got one back. Forever with a double up on their own end, and they're just trying to get on top of Train Man, who's finds to find that only the one with the blade in the end. Damage was done enough that it stays around the 4v4 towards the card. Corbs is trying to melee that one there. Hardums takes down Bad Username, but Tiffy Forever, they get those picks, but it's still just staying enough that there is a possibility to keep this one going forward. Finally though, Forever cleans it up. Rest of the team is going to be a bit farther behind, but now they've only got 1:55 to get ahead of the 90 meters. It really still is anyone's game here for Cherry Bomb. They've got the ascendancy slightly to take this to a 4.
Yeah, Spoonful of Honey don't have any ults on the board, but Forever looking absolutely deadly on that Tracer in the backline, just being an absolute pest to deal with. Forces the Transcendence early. Hopefully they can get some kind of value from it, get maybe an early pick. The reloader does go down from it, so it was very much well used. A lot of pressure coming in from the Sombra, from Punch, and I feel like with the Rhine down, they're going to be able to take this cart and get a little bit more meterage on the board. Just need to clutch up and maybe get another pick. Steffi does bring out the bomb and is able to pick off Corbs, but Kambara is able to trade out with Bad Username, so 2 supports down. I feel like the life is going to be tougher, and it gets a massive pin on Steffi. Fortunate for Steffi, she's not been being nagged, and ooh, a shadow comes out.
It does enough there, Kambara and Train Man, the double up, and it's Train Man who gets themselves the duo kill all together. They need it Forever, just trying to stay alive now, but time is very much the factor at this point as the Tracer's trying to stay up, 54 HP. They're going to have to go all the way behind and just to get themselves something set up for that one, but it means the hack there from Punch, so they know they can't get the massive at least pull off from that instant, but they're worrying about that Tracer. But 30 seconds, Spoonful of Honey are going to have to win this next fight and then be completely clean to push this to the 89-53 meter region. You've got to say, Cherry Bomb, have mind of this one in the bag. The hack's good. Train Man with one. He's looking for more. It's not quite happening to begin with. Reloaded there, but Train Man does follow up with a 3. Fruitcake and Corvs, 12 seconds. It's just reloaded towards the point. Can't even get the shift going in. 7.5. I don't know if they're going to be able to touch, and I think we might be going to a 4th map here.
Oh, I don't know. They're going to be able to get the touch here. Plus, Spoonful of Honey does have ults on the table. Cherry Bomb have absolutely nothing left in their arsenal. Corpse going down early does mean that Spoonful of Honey does have a chance here to clean up. Train Man and Punch, though, being able to pick off 2 of their own forever, being that pest on Tracer, able to pick off Fruitcake. Kambara and Punch, though, just making clean work of Spoonful of Honey right now. Forever, though, trying their hardest to clutch up and keep on going, and it's just not going to be enough. It's over. We're making it to a map 4.
We continue the grand final. Cherry Bomb come out on top. They took the lead after we were sitting at about 50 meters apiece, and then they never let it go there. Very solid performance here on map number 3. And Spoonful of Honey, well, the opportunity was there for them to take this one in a 3-0 fashion. They're going to have to wait. And now the pressure, they'll maybe just start to feel it, because that's one opportunity missed to take this grand final.
So play of the game when it comes carefully, being able to keep up their team with the coalescence, just getting infinite value from both healing and doing damage, but simultaneously they're in the ult, probably getting a lot of numbers on the board. That's a good thing with Moira. And these Moira kind of Lifeweaver backlines, they are super healthy. They are really good at keeping your team alive, but you just don't have the utility of something like a Zen being able to discord your opponents, or a Kiriko being able to cleanse, and also the ultimate of being able to speed rush your Reinhardt. And when you have these crazy ass Reinhardts on your team going in, guns are blazing, pinning in, swinging, if you have that speed boost on that swing, it's just such an advantage.
That is what they were able to achieve through it, as well as Cherry Bomb. And you know what? They looked in trouble early there. I mean, they were down from the first few fights. It seemed like Spoonful of Honey had their number. Forever was being absolutely devilish in the back line, doing so much damage there. But full credit to them. There was a couple of swaps here and there for a few pieces. And Punch, you know, he was pulling out things out on the Sombra. Switch over there. We say Train Man really started to get going on his Genji. And it was just like, you know, we say Kambara, he's a bit of a meme in some instances with the charges in, but when he hits them and when he gets the damage inside, he is absolutely ripping Spoonful of Honey to shreds. It shows there, and now they have themselves an opportunity. The reverse sweep, it's still on the cards. This is where we're going now for map number 4.
And going to Paris here, which is a bit of an interesting one. Not quite a Rhine map, I would say. I mean, you can get a bit of high ground shenanigans if you do have the Lifeweaver, I believe, but it's a bit of a tricky one if you don't have that. I mean, you can pin to point, but there's just so many high grounds, and that's where something like the Diva that we've seen already, and like the Ashe and the Sojourn is really going to shine here. You might even see the Pharah again because of those consistent high grounds throughout this map. I'm wondering if we might have to see a little bit of a swap going on from the main tanks, because to try and make Rhine work on these maps is very, very difficult.
It's going to be, well, I mean, we've seen them do it. We've seen them pull it off, Kambara, and it's not going to change now in any way, I wouldn't imagine. But, well, Cherry Bomb, can they find it in themselves to get this 4th map? I mean, New Junk City is waiting as a map number 5. I feel like the grand final, it deserves all 5 maps.
Yeah, we can go to a map 5. I believe in the reverse sweep. It can definitely happen. And once again, I'd just like to remind everyone in chat that this is a charity tournament for the Ehlers-Danlos Society. If you can find it in your wallet and your heart to be able to donate, it's a fantastic charity. There is a giveaway on the board at the moment, ! ticket for a Overwatch bundle, I believe, and there's going to be another one once we hit our goal of 1500. So I have that to look forward to, as well as some very interesting, most likely Ryan gameplay coming up here in the grand final at map 4 for Parisio.
Yes, I mean, we are running out of time, guys. 1,500. It's so close. It's right there. The onesie is just... What are we at? 1.25, so that is $175 away. Is that, am I doing that math correctly? I think
That is correct.
I have. Well, geez, I'm just that good.
Yeah, Onesie's in the corner, waiting to go, just like we are here for this map 4 for Paraiso. I'm very curious to see what each team decides to roll out on to try and make this work. I believe there might be a little bit of waiting as we get set up for this map. I am quite impressed with everyone's performance here today. I want to see some more Zen gameplay from Corpse. He's been doing an amazing work. I'm always keen to see more silly Ryan stuff. There is points in this map where you can pin people off, so I imagine the Ryan is staying just for that pure memeage. And just the consistent DPS that we've seen on both sides, just being absolute thorns in each other's sides and being able to consistently get picks, both like Cronus, Forever, Punch, and Train Man, just really, really showing that they're here to win.
Well, all here to win, but only one can come out victorious. Our fourth map, is it our final one? We're about to find out. Cherry Bomb on the defensive end, I believe, to start off with this one. Spoonful of Honey on the other one, and we have a gathering. I don't know. Team bonding exercise just before we start this one?
Yeah, just sharing a little love of a certain spray, getting a team huddle going on, patting each other on the back and being like, all right, here's the game plan. Here's the game plan, guys. Kimbara, send it. And he's just like, yep, bet. And then we see exactly that. Looks like both teams have opted for the Reinhardt on this map. Deep are going to try and find it a little bit difficult to make any space up there when there's a Ryan pinning you right in the butt. Reloaded, able to pick up Punch pretty early on. It's going to be a bit tricky for Cherry Bomb to maintain this defense being one down. They managed to hold on a little bit here. Ryan's coming in a bit of swinging. Forever able to pick up Train Man. Steffi picking up Hardens. It's looking pretty unfortunate for Cherry Bomb. They're going to probably lose this first fight with no one on Spoonful of Honey going down.
Yeah, that was a very cool, calm and collected first fight done from Spoonful of Honey. It was just gradual over time. It was just the first pick, the second. They just kept knocking them down one by one. And Cherry Bomb, the defense for the first point ends pretty quickly here. So the payload now comes out. Spoonful of Honey, good time on the board. Up to 5 minutes there. So they'll start this push and look to try and get the second one rolling through. In the meantime, Cherry Bomb, they get a chance to reset. Got some ultimates that are starting to come their way. Just need an early pick. Just something to slow down Spoonful of Honey squad.
Yeah, everyone seems to be kind of setting up here. Cherry Bomb taking a few different angles to try and chip away at Spoonful of Honey. Sampara getting incredibly low. Does get traded out with Forever. Forever does get the res though, which means that we're at an absolute advantage here for Spoonful of Honey for them to just keep on pushing this point forward, keep on getting that meterage, keep on showing that they have what it takes to win this grand final right now. Ooh, Train Man getting a lovely pick on Tiffy.
I was going to say, did they not realise he was just on the point behind them? I was thinking, wait, I'm pretty sure the Hanzo's on the opposite team and finds that kill. Punch gets one in the meantime. Fruitcake also finds Cronus, so they've actually managed to just equalise this one in the end. And, you know, that pick there from Train Man just slows things down for Spoonful of Honey. They've made some decent progress forward. They're going to have to just reset for this one here as the ultimates will start to come up for members of all teams.
Yeah, a couple of ults coming on the board here on both sides. Spoonful of Honey have about 5 on the board ready to go. Cherry Bomb have a few defensive ones ready to take action. It really depends on what the Reinhardts choose to do with their ults. Whether or not Fruitcake is able to block Reloaded's ult here. But Seed Forever get the dupe out onto the Cassidy, whether or not they can get a pick with that. Ooh, manages to kill Punchmaker in a row. Another double dink on the Hardens. Picks up 3. Fantastic clutch up from Forever. Barra able to pick up 2 of their own in the backline, of course. But I don't think it's going to be enough, especially assuming they get the res on Reloaded. I think this is point 3 all ready to go.
Damn, that was crazy from Forever. I mean, They went for the McCreal. They didn't get anything in the first like 10, 15 seconds. Thinking, oh, that might be a bit of a waste. Yep, no worries. Let's just get 3 there. 2 off just the initial hits. And then also follow it up with a Deadeye as well. And just like that, 4:30 left on the clock. Spoonful of Honey doing a very nice job so far in this map here as Cherry Bomb. They need a stop. They need a couple of big delays here because otherwise they're going to be chasing a very big 3-0 that's going to have a lot of time behind it as well.
Kambara looking for a crazy push here. He does have the Curie to back him up if he does send it a little bit too far, but he's pretty much at a standstill, not much being able to do. Fruitcake able to pick off Cronus that's peeking a little bit too long on the platform there. Cleaver Pedal does come out and Tippy unable to get the res, meaning that we're finally going to see a team fight win from Cherry Bomb as they're going to be able to hold this, hopefully get no trades on the board.
Yeah, it was nice there from Fruitcake, the initial pick there on the Cronus. As you said, just spent a little too long on the pedal as Kambara. I know that they want to charge forward. You know you want to charge forward. You know you want to leave your healers and die and completely switch the progress of this round. But he's, I'll be honest, keeping things safe for the time being. A Spoonful of Honey have regrouped in here. Cronus, the Dynamite doing some nice damage as out on the right side. Have to be careful of that push-in that's coming from Trey, man. Artem's Fruitcake, Corbs, all have their ultimates. Meanwhile, Reloaded and Steffi are going to have theirs. Bad Username's not far off with Reload on the other side. Running for this Shadow, who's going to pull their first out here. Again, pushing off forward past that shield for the initial bit there on that side. And Steffi again!
Steffi!
3K this time on the Diva Bomb. Massive kills we've seen on that one. Trainman, though, is responding with 2. The Railgunner themselves as Tippy and Forever are taken out of the fight. Reloaded, though, will finally finish them off. Punch 9K does get Bad Username, but now again they're in this position where they're sort of just stuck rolling on out, trying to delay. They have put it down to 2 minutes 30, but Spoonful of Honey, with those ultimates still on the back of them here, if they can get another pick on the other side, this 3-0, they can start again getting this progress of the cart moving forward.
We've got 6 ults here on Cherry Bomb. I mean, they're going to be able to hopefully stop this fight a little bit, maybe get it a bit closer towards the 0 seconds mark for the team. They've just got an unfortunate issue of they've got no high ground advantage, so they're having to loop around here to be able to stop the high ground push. And, oh, it's getting so clustered. So many ults having to be used to win this fight from the low ground disadvantage. Had to.
So it almost actually works out for them in the end. In fact, it does. Punch on the chorus. Fruitcake finish off Forever, and that is the fights they needed. I said they needed maybe 1, 2. I think that's even the 3rd. They've just managed to hold this one down, and they're now taking time off the clock. A minute 40 left here. Spoonful of Honey just stuck here on this 3rd and final push. Start the group up again. Tippy has to be very careful. Almost taken out of the fight before it even started there as Reloaded. Running up from the top side. Tippy's got their ultimate going on that end there. Again, they have to just be careful about flying across in the open. The Kambara push in. It is going to be cancelled out there from the other right and Reloaded, but Forever has managed to find Punch. That's what they were hoping for. Cronus has the Deadeye ready to go. They're up and behind here on towards Trainman, who can do nothing about that. They've lost those 2, and now the rest should follow. Minute left here, and they should be able to get this push happening. The charge there for Kambara. He takes Reload on a run, but Reload will take that kill, and now Cherry Bomb are going to have one last chance to stop this one.
Yeah, there's a couple of ults on the board. Trainman and Punch do have both of their ults ready and available. They're going to have to try and get an early pick here for this. Be able to work. A bit of a regroup happening, which is good. And touch does need to happen. Both DPS ults do come out and they're able to pick off 3. Forever able to pick off Punch though. And both DPS are able to clutch up. Cronus and Forever just putting in all the work right now for their team. Manages to basically clear everyone off the board, even with the ult disadvantage.
Yeah, I thought Cherry Bomb had done enough there, but full credit, as you said, to the DPS of Spoonful of Honey. It was Cronus with the Deadeye fighter the first, the second one jumping on in as well. And Forever follows those up, and they will get the 3. Cherry Bomb at the very least took most of the time off the clock, just 30 seconds remaining on that side there, but this first point then becomes very important. They need to get a momentum early. Can't get stuck on that one. But that's what they need to get to if they want to keep this one going. If they want to keep the grand final alive, they have to force OT here on map number 4.
Yeah, I mean, they've got under a minute, so they just need to cap even without time, and we get to around 4 going on. It's going to be difficult. Mauricio is a tricky map to cap that third point. As we saw just then, they took about 2, maybe 3 minutes to cap that third point alone. The first 2 can be tricky. First one especially, if you don't get a good team fight win early on and get the momentum going, definitely going to be tricky for Cherry Bomb to be able to take the win here. You see Train Man moving over to the Mei, and we've got Punch on the Reaper. Bit of a Mei Ryan Reaper comp is a good one. A nice little rush going on, especially with the Juno. You got their speed as well. It's just a bit tricky with these high grounds to utilize that properly. Be interesting to see what they do to make it work.
Well, you could see the wall used to boost them up, possibly onto the train bit there, if they want to go and attack that high ground earlier. Doesn't look like it's so. Well, I was going to say yes, that's
They
exactly
tried.
what they've done there, or if they've attempted to. I don't know if it's quite worked out. I think they might have just missed that one there. Still, a lot going on, and Spoonful of Honey, they really just fell away from that first fight. They've decided they would much rather fight around the point for this one. Forever's on the high ground, got decent positioning here and doesn't really have much going after them at the moment. Trainman in the meantime just firing down towards that wall. Kambara the dive on in. It's not going to work. That charge as bad username takes them out there. Punches in the background, does the damage. Can't quite find that kill though. And now they're stuck out in the open, and this is where you can see Cronus reloaded the charge in. Is fantastic. Hardems will have to fall back towards the spawn. Trainman also jumps on down, so Spoonful of Honey, they hold out for the first attack there as we tick down below 3 minutes. Cherry Bomb, first attack coming up as a failure.
It does look like they have kept Punch behind them in the back line, maybe ready to time it and engage with the rest of his team. Maybe when Kambara goes in, you can get the Reaper to follow up and try and deal with these pesky DPS on the high ground. I mean, both of them pretty much being pocketed consistently. It's going to be really tough for this close team comp. I mean, the speed ring comes out, but they can't make the difference to get onto this Sojourn. Just taking so many great angles so far away. You have the speed comp, but there's just too much distance.
Yeah, and they just played that one to perfection. I mean, you were talking about Scorch just gets knocked on the last bit as well from Cronus. That they were trying to would punch in the back line of the Reaper. The moment he stepped around, was just completely deleted by Forever. That was before the ultimate as well there. And now, down to 2 minutes. Ultimates have been resetting a few things. They've changed some of the characters, and Spoonful of Honey, they're looking to goods to hold this one, possibly all the way through.
Yeah, over to the Symmetra now to try and teleport the team onto the high ground to try and get a little bit more value. Unfortunately, there's so many ults on the board for Spoonful of Honey that they can just hide it quickly and utilize a couple of these ults to just completely negate that Sim teleport tactic that they're going with. But if they try it again, maybe this time there's slightly less ults on the board for them to use, but it's still going to be very difficult, and it has to be very coordinated to make this work.
Just can't find any picks here, unfortunately, so far. Cherry Bomb, and they are running out of time. Minute 15. Ready to go. Kambara's tried to go around the left side, a bit of a flank. That's already been spotted, so now you've got each split here, which it couldn't work here, just drawing Spoonful of Honey's attention to different positions, but it also isn't going to help if one of the players gets picked out too early on here. Steffi on top of the other side on this one as Kambara the charge on in. Steffi's brought down quite low. Will actually be forced to use the Diva Bomber. Could be able to find something here. Reloaded though. Gets punched 9k. Gorbs is going to use the ultimate as well there as Kambara finally finds a charge kill. Steffi though with the immediate trade back, and just when they find themselves something, it's immediately taken away. Tiffy could even go for the revive if needed. They win out the other fight. 35 seconds now. This has got to be perfect from here on. Kambara. Oh no, this is he's gone a bit too far forward.
Got a pin to safety, mate. Or maybe hold point.
Oh, this is really awkward. He's stayed. He's somehow
He's got the
still
shadow
alive.
though.
He does have the shadow. This
Oh,
could, no.
bomb though. Oh, he went for the shatter. He went for the shatter after. Oh, that could have been frame perfect, but it was just unfortunate timing. And that might be the definitive thing that makes Cherry Bomb able to cap this point.
Oh, Tiffy does get that one through though, and reloaded with the charges. Perfect. Tiffy somehow stays up as well. They might have still done enough. And even though it almost ended in disaster, it will be Spoonful of Honey to take it out. They are your Overspooned champions, 3-1 over Cherry Bomb.
Wow, even with that misplay there from Reloaded, it was still enough of his team to be able to carry out and finish that fight. I mean, Steffi was doing consistently great Diva bombs over and over again, and even then, I think it just still wasn't enough, unfortunately. The DPS lineup on Spoonful of Honey is just so oppressive and so strong. They just couldn't take that distance from them. I mean, it's the problem with these Reinhardt players. I mean, you can play Reinhardt like an absolute maniac as a dive hero, basically, but it still doesn't mean he can suddenly fly, you know? And to be able to take these high grounds from these like really strong DPS that are being pocketed so well by Tiffy, it's gonna be really difficult for you to be able to take that space like we just saw, and they weren't even able to cap first point because of it.
Yeah,
that's again. Steffi with a 3k.
Yeah, the Diva bombs were crazy from Steffi throughout this tournament, especially the last couple of series as well. But yeah, just they lost so much of those opening fights, and they were able to sort of, you know, even things out in that last point hold where they got them down to the 30 seconds. But then the problem was they needed to get the first point done early. They needed to get that one rolling through. The moment that they were struggling there, it was always going to be tough for them. I thought that they'd almost done enough to at least get that last fight done and move on to the second point. It doesn't happen, but it was just, I mean, Spoonful of Honey. Perfectly done from the healers, DPS, the control they had over the high ground as well. You can just see that one there forever, just shutting that one down. And then also just pulled out like a 2 or 3k with the railgun ultimate on top of that. It was just dominance from almost start to finish. I mean, Cherry Bomb, they definitely provided some resistance. In the end, though, it's not enough. And Spoonful of Honey, they were the most dominant team this weekend. And in the end, they've done it. Did he run out of shield? I don't think he went for the shield. I think he just went out.
No, he went for the shatter.
He went for the...
He went for the shatter instead of just holding the shield. I think he wanted to block it and then shatter before the remake, but he was just a bit too eager.
I mean, he tried it. In the end,
I mean, go for it.
it doesn't matter too much. You know,
No.
things all come together there. But guys, man, what a series. What a way to end things here for the Overspooned. Yep, well, there we go. Final score. That was definitely there beforehand. That wasn't just done on the fly.
Yeah, I mean, big congratulations to Spoonful of Honey. They had a very dominant performance throughout the whole weekend, as you said. But also, big thank you to Cherry Bomb as well. They've put on quite the show for us. It's especially P. Canberra. I mean, who doesn't like seeing a Ryan run it down every map? It's some classic gameplay. I mean, they Reloaded tried to match Canberra's energy, although he did have the Life Weaver to pull him out of the silly situations. Canberra was just full guns a-blazing. I'm going to send it. Did have the Curie to try and back him up occasionally, but you know, he either got the pick or he didn't, and almost 9 times out of 10 he may have died. But honestly, great content. I would love to see people's reactions to being pinned from him, like again and again, just being like, oh god damn it, like again, like I wasn't even like mispositioned, like I didn't even have bad positioning, I was just there, and suddenly I got scooped up by a Reinhardt that just wants to, you know, Tokyo drift into the back line.
Yeah, highlights, lowlights, it was something across everything there. But guys, well, for myself and at least Iggy, we are done for the evening, so we will be saying our goodbyes here. Stick around though, we still have the interview with the winning team as well as the host to, you know, sum everything up and go through what has been a fantastic 2-day charity event. But from myself, farewell, Iggy. Would you like do you have any final words for everyone at home?
Yeah, wish we saw more bowl, but you know, thanks to those that did play it. And yeah, I just want to say a quick thank you to Cherry Bomb as well. Our runners-up, our second place people, they did fantastic. Congratulations, guys, making it to second place. You deserve a big pat on the back. Again, this is all for charity. First place doesn't win anything. You don't have to feel bad about coming second. Spoonful of Honey was such a dominant team. It was tough. But yeah, great job, everyone that performed today. And thanks for everyone for coming out, putting on a good show.
Thank you very much indeed to Cherry Bomb and Spoonful of Honey. They're your champions. The team will be having an interview. We're going to go to a quick break, so stick around for that. We'll be back right after this.
Welcome back, everybody. We did actually just hit that $1,500 milestone from Ghostly with a $175 donation. So thank you so much, Ghostly. That ends us with our final milestone for the event, which means we will also be giving away a Academy Mega Bundle. Words are hard. After our Season 17 Battle Pass giveaway. So stay tuned till after our team interviews for that one, and we will also have Iggy coming back on with his little hamster onesie.
We sure will. Can't wait to see it.
It will be a lot of fun. But we are about to have our words from our winning team, Spoonful of Honey.
Hello.
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 Yeah, congratulations, everyone.
Congratulations,
Yippee.
everybody. How do you feel taking home that win?
Man, it feels so cool.
It's very
my first
exciting.
win in a tourney, so this is a
Let's
good feeling.
go.
It's crazy.
Spoonful of Honey doesn't. What was it? A spoonful of honey makes the
Helps
loss
the loss go down.
go down. No, it makes the win sweeter.
Oh,
True.
true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm getting
on
a.
to
Oh
something
god.
here.
We're getting
Okay.
intermittent AFK warnings. I
Yeah.
apologize for our movement.
Yeah.
No,
You're getting kicked out of the
it's like,
game.
you have to
Yeah.
watch over here. It's the entire thing. It's fine. It's fine.
Yeah.
I will say Bad Username had such an amazing life weaver throughout that entire tournament.
Oh, I was kicked. Whoops.
Oh no.
Oh,
Oh no. The AFK warning.
It didn't even give me an AFK warning. Then it just kicked
Oh.
me.
Oh no.
Triple A game, by the way. But I
Lucky
did jump
moment.
into a few people's streams and see them like, we need to hard target this life weaver. They are
Oh, really?
resistant. So good work on that life weaver.
Oh, we're back.
Was it
We don't
Canberra?
Thank you,
Thank you.
See it.
Thank you.
Quite a few
Yeah.
different perspectives from over the 2 days. So very good job. Steffi, you were huge on the Diva too, by the way.
Thank you.
Absolutely
I'm just
everybody I think in this
pressing
team had a
Q.
pop-off moment
Steffi's a
in some way
really
or
good
form.
diva.
Yeah.
No, I
She
just
really
press
is.
I
Q
don't know
like,
why
like
I
this. I
didn't
just do
realize she
that.
was such a great
Massive
tank
bombs.
player. What the heck? Yeah, that bomb on Route 66 was massive.
Yeah, that 4K.
And
Yeah.
Iconmold yesterday.
Yes.
I think we're gonna get the replay of that soon. That was absolutely massive, and there was some huge plays from you reloaded, same as Cronus and Forevies, all actually popped off at some point in time. I think I gasped and was like yelled your name for every single person in this call right now.
Damn.
Oh,
I once thought
I'm
it.
about to get booted. I can't get out.
Oh no.
Absolutely
Grip, there we go.
amazing work from
Oh.
you guys.
Wait, I stayed.
Do you have anything to say for the all the other teams that were in the tournament? Oh, we got the replay. Big bomb.
Oh, there it is.
There
That
it
was
is.
perfectly placed.
Dude.
Perfectly placed.
Many of those happened over the course of the weekend.
Yeah.
I wouldn't
Steffi
say
needs to start
Yeah.
making
but-
Diva
Oh,
Bomb
now
content or
Cronus is
something.
back.
No.
Oh no.
I'm gone.
At least it is after the tournament.
Yeah. I was just getting AFK warnings because of the settings of the game.
Yeah. It wants
We
us
do have a MVP for the entire tournament, and they are, of course, in this call, and that is going to go to Big Boy Reloaded.
Oh.
Hey.
Oh,
Nice.
yeah.
Deserved,
Nice.
deserved.
Get him.
Deserved.
Absolutely
Wow.
amazing plays on that ride. You were cracked.
Thank you very much.
Beautiful.
That
wasn't
game
expecting
production the
that.
whole time was like, come on, Reloaded.
All
on.
those diva bombs, I wasn't expecting that. So.
No. I just
Steph is
press
like,
Q,
I'm
that's all I
robbed.
do. You gotta think and do stuff.
I did see you earlier in the night also eat Jai's ult, Steffi. That was crazy. How does it
Yes.
feel knowing you ate a GM's ult?
I do like eating a good ult here and there. I prefer like a May ult because it's almost like an ice cream, but you know, I'll take anything really.
Yeah, your team was absolutely amazing this entire tournament. I think you guys just synergized so well together instantly. You were instantly in the team chats, getting together, gaming together almost every night. Like he's had your team logos and everything getting sorted the second you were in the team chat, and it pays off in the end.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That,
100%.
the logo was
Fun.
Steffi again too.
Yeah.
Steffi
Yes.
correct.
You have a
The
surprise.
name was reloaded though.
Yeah.
Oh. Wait a second. Voices in my head. There's a hamster.
Oh. Oh my gosh.
Oh, there
It's
it is.
Little
happening.
hamster boy.
There we
It's
go.
happening.
There we go.
Look at it.
There we go.
Oh!
Hey!
Yay!
I love that he put his little glasses on and everything.
That is beautiful. What a beautiful sight to behold. I was here.
amazing.
For him. I was here.
This is a monumentous moment.
Do it for him. Yes. Yes, do it for him.
Yeah.
Oh no! Lost another one.
Oh no.
You gotta speak up so we can stop it.
I didn't even
Oh my
give
God.
me a thing. It just booted me.
It doesn't give the warning.
It's fed up with giving me warnings.
Yeah.
Over
No
it.
more winnings.
Just emote. Do you have any final words for all the teams from the tournament?
Thank
Love
you
everyone.
all for like playing. It's
Yeah.
been an amazing time. It's been so much
Hanging
fun.
out.
Fun games.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
The
GG's to
community was
everyone.
so supportive.
And congrats on reaching the dono goal of 1500 as well.
It's
Yeah.
huge.
Woo,
Actually,
that's
Well,
it is
huge.
absolutely popped
So
off. I
good.
couldn't have done it without all of you.
That'll be your talk.
Beautiful
Thanks,
teams.
thanks for inviting us.
Yeah.
W production.
Guys,
Yeah.
W
I'll
production.
W
introduce you
production.
guys.
W production.
You can now officially call yourselves the Overspooned champions. You win the golden spoon.
Nice.
Golden spoon full of
It's gonna be
honey.
filled with
Let's
honey.
go.
Yeah. The honey spoon.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yippee.
Oh. Okay. We is back.
Thank you.
I had to change voice channels really quickly. We do still have currently the Battle Pass giveaway going on. I think I will give it another minute or so, and then I shall draw that Battle Pass.
Indeed. So you can check the pinned message in the chat if you want to see how to enter. So make sure you're in and make sure you don't leave before we draw it. Otherwise, it'll go to someone else.
Yes, yes. You will have to be in the chat to claim because we have to figure out a way to like contact you guys and whatnot. So
Exactly. Look, Wanda, I will say I feel like I very much came into this as like the friend that gets brought along to the sporting event for the first time, and I'm like, who is this? What's going on? What's happening? What does that person do? But like by the end, I was hyped. I don't know the names for most of the stuff that was happening. I was having a great time watching some phenomenal matches.
it's crazy the amount of stuff you can like put together from just watching the games. I was sitting in the back end with the production staff, and one of the production members also doesn't know a lot about Overwatch, and he's going, wait, so how's this bot movement work? And we're like explaining to him as he's producing, and it's such a blast. And I love getting new people into Overwatch. It's a game I'm very passionate about. Like I jump back and forth between games and Marvel Rivals and stuff like that, but Overwatch will always have my heart. It was one of my first, not my first multiplayer online game, that was Fortnite, but it was my first like full competitive like multiplayer game that I joined. And like it's how I met my partner, and we've been together for 5 years. So it's got a massive, massive part in my my day to day. I play every single day.
Beautiful. Yeah, no, look, we had some amazing memories over the last 2 days, particularly with the incentives as they unlocked. Particular highlight is Matt and Annie, our casters yesterday, switching off as one had to make sound effects.
We are going to pick that winner of the first giveaway, and then we will start the giveaway for the Academy Mega Bundle. Why can't I say that word today? Okay. Let's draw the winner for the Battle Pass.
Beautiful.
That is Ape. You know what? Deserved. Is Ape here?
Love.
My man
Love
Ape.
it.
Honestly, that is deserved.
Very, very deserved. MVP
Ape was our
indeed.
MVP donor, so
Yeah, exactly.
give it a second.
I know you gotta love that little bit of a delay.
And it'll do be like that.
Exactly.
Yeah. In
Beautiful.
this instance, I think Ape honestly deserves it, and I actually have his Discord details, so I think we will
Beautiful.
go ahead and run the Academy Mega Bundle set. This is a huge bundle set. This bundle is like $60 worth.
Fabulous.
Where are we? I need to set this up because I can only have one giveaway going at one time. Giveaway. Ticket cost 1. Oh, it's not what I wanted to do. 1 second, guys. My brain
Right, while you're doing
function.
that, seems like we've got a spoonful of honey raiding on in. Lovely to see
Welcome
everyone.
in,
Really great
spoonful of
interview before
honey.
too.
I can't English right now. And then maximum 1. That should work.
Beautiful. So
Yes,
make sure
Ojo's
you
in there.
pop
So it
your,
is working. Exclamation mark ticket to go into the
Yeah.
draw for our Academy Mega Bundle.
Exactly.
That,
So
like,
pop them
2
in the
minutes or
chat
so while we yap.
right now.
Right now, right now.
What now? Oh god, we're falling back into tradie chat.
Oh no.
Oh nah,
He'll
mate.
be right, mate. Beyond the credits, I think Abe's trying to get us to hurry up. He's like, I want my banana bread.
Exactly. Gotta have some banana bread before the end of the weekend.
You do see your name, Neshi, because you're the goat.
Exactly. And look, it's been a phenomenal weekend.
Exclamation
not
mark
only-
ticket, guys, not tickets.
It's been a really good weekend, not just using the opportunity to raise money for the Ehlers-Danlos Society, but yeah, just having a really good time, meeting a lot of amazing sort of Overwatch players, streamers, content creators, getting to experience a lot of some really great casting as well from Annie, Matt, Haz, and Iggy.
Mm-hmm.
And it's also been a pleasure co-hosting with you, Wanda. It's been really good fun.
Yeah, I've enjoyed co-hosting with you as well, and seeing you try and keep your shit calm while I make you laugh your head off.
I try my best. Particularly
It's like
yesterday,
quick
jumping in and out. Next thing you got a hard hat. Next thing you got a sword. Next thing you got just keeping me on my toes.
Yeah, I was on something yesterday. I don't know what I had. I need more of that.
Indeed. No, it was really, really good fun.
But I think I will take these few little minutes while everyone gets their tickets in to say a huge thank you to Jack for coming in and co-hosting with me. Big shout out to our casters for both days. Also production in the back end and our TOs, as well as all our amazing players that came in to support the community, everyone that donated, and everyone's amazing communities. Wouldn't have been possible without yous all.
Absolutely. It's been an absolute pleasure. And yeah, a lot of really good fun. And it's going to be a heck of a thing to explain in the office tomorrow. What did you get up to on the weekend?
Well, that's when I'm at work. I'm like, I've got a charity thing this weekend. And they're like, oh, cool. Where are you going? I'm like, oh, no, it's online. Like, it's a gaming tournament that I'm hosting. I'm streaming it live. And they're like, wait, what? I'm like, yeah, it's actually pretty successful. Like, it's kind of cool. I'm not going to tell you my Twitch chat because that's kind of awkward, but
yeah, exactly. I was like, you don't need to come in here.
Exactly. All right.
Beautiful.
I think we have all of our ticket entries in here. Last second to get your tickets in, everybody. I'm about to close the giveaway in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Let's go.
And it's closed.
Oh, let's see what the roll brings.
Drawing the winner.
Hey, Jai. Very
I drew
nice.
another winner. We
Whoop.
go Jai.
We go Jai.
Not Elmi. I accidentally drew it twice. Ignore the second one.
Souls Dimples.
My bad, Dimples. I double pressed. He's like, I've been robbed. Wait, that's the second thing Jai's won today because he won the Simon Says as well. Extremely lucky today, Jai.
Just blessed day. Indeed. So that's the Academy Mega Bundle from memory?
It's all the very pretty school skins. I like it. I would buy it if I had the money.
Love it. Excellent.
But we're going to call that a wrap here, guys. Thank you all for coming, and a big thank you for raising $1,500 for Ehlers-Danlos Society. I love you all very much. See you in the next one.
Thanks, everybody. Do it for him.